Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
That chapter is quite dense, covering a character's departure for a new world, technical system updates, character interactions, and the initial exposition of the new setting. Here is a rewritten version, focusing on punchier language, clearer structure, and a more cinematic flow. Chapter: The Gate to the Biohazard World. The world gate displayed its status. Coordinate name, status cooldown. Dragon Ball, known in cooldown. Unnamed world, unknown ready. Export to sheets. Whether to set the two-boundary time flow rate. The current ratio can be set from -200 to 200. The system information was slightly updated. The safe destination, the Dragon Ball world, was still locked, but a new, unknown coordinate was now ready for travel. The temporal adjustment ratio had also increased, extending from the previous plus or -150 to plus or -200. Jiang Hao paused, not rushing to open the door. He needed to inform the others first. Disappearing without a word was a surefire way to cause unnecessary worry. He stepped out into the living room. Qilin and Liang Bing were engrossed in a television drama, a genre Jiang Hao usually avoided, preferring to retreat to his room for his phone or books. His sudden appearance drew their attention. "Why are you out?" Qilin asked, looking up curiously. "I need to step out for a while," Jiang Hao replied. Qilin nodded vaguely, processing the information before a sudden realization hit her. "Wait, you're going out? Where to?" "A special place. If I'm quick, I'll be back in a day or two. Slow, maybe 3 or 4. That's why I came to tell you." Qilin's brow furrowed, but there was no fear in her eyes. She knew her man was an existence above all others. "Understand. Be careful and come back quickly." "I will. Can't you take someone with you?" Liang Bing interjected. The queen of all things cosmic wasn't known for her clinginess, but Jiang Hao was her clear exception, the one person truly special to her. "Not this time." Jiang Hao shook his head. "Wait at home for my return." Without further explanation, he opened a micro wormhole and stepped through. Departure. When he reappeared, Jiang Hao was far beyond the solar system, past dozens of smaller, star-filled galaxies. He needed absolute privacy to use the world gate, and the last thing he wanted was to reveal this secret to Liang Bing and the others prematurely. Calling forth the gate again, he set the time flow ratio to a staggering 1 to 200. For every day he spent in the new world, only 7.2 minutes would pass back home. He selected the unknown coordinates, pushed open the colossal door of the world, and walked through without a moment of hesitation. New York, 2012. Location: Glenn's Medical Research Institute, West Manhattan, New York, Lighthouse Country. The Institute, a government-private joint venture, was a key player in the global race against ever-mutating biochemical viruses. Their mission: to develop new, effective serum antidotes. They had released 2, but both were quickly rendered obsolete by the evolving pathogens. They were close to a third, a supposed breakthrough. But today, Glenn's was under siege. A premeditated, brutal biochemical terrorist attack. Smoke billowed from the compound. The U.S. military had already secured the perimeter, hunting down and eliminating the deep infected. The New York Police Department had cordoned off the streets, pushing back onlookers and press. Jiang Hao stood calmly outside the police tape, observing the chaos. He recognized the scene immediately. The biohazard world. Not the movie continuity, but the game continuity of Resident Evil. A change in capabilities. His celestial-level supercomputer, Hongmeng, was gone. The super-god universe relied on the dark matter plane, a dimension absent in this new reality. Since Hongmeng's core existence resided in that plane, Jiang Hao was completely disconnected from it. It was a significant loss, but not a crippling one. Super gene enhancements, unaffected. His superhuman strength, speed, and durability remained at full capacity. Void-level weapon, Jiang, fully operational. Since the laws of gravity were universal, he could still leverage Jiang to manipulate gravity with ease, achieving his goals. Micro-wormhole transportation, fully operational. His power was intact, but his information advantage had vanished. He would have to gather data the hard way. Target, the G-Virus. A new world meant new resources, and the Resident Evil universe was defined by its pathogens, all stemming from the ancient progenitor virus, extracted from the ancestor flower. The most infamous descendant was the T-Virus, the classic zombie virus, but the one that truly interested Jiang Hao was the G-Virus. In the game lore, the G-Virus was infinitely more potent and unstable than the T-Virus. Given enough biomass energy, a host injected with the G-Virus would undergo continuous, rapid, evolutionary mutation, becoming stronger no matter how much damage it sustained. The dark side of this evolution was its malignancy. The host's sanity was swiftly devoured, and the physical mutation quickly stripped away all recognizable human features, turning them into a monstrous organism. For Jiang Hao, the game world's viruses, even the powerful G-Virus, weren't essential for his own strength improvement. Yet, he couldn't leave empty-handed, not when he had a full year in his time to explore. The G-Virus's unique, unlimited growth potential reminded him of another viral weapon, the Blacklight virus from Prototype. That virus's evolution was benign and controllable, an ideal outcome. The G-Virus had deadly flaws, but its advantages were brilliant. The solution was clear: isolate the advantages and discard the flaws. This was impossible for anyone else, but for the man who commanded super genes and dark matter science, it was simply a challenge. He was not afraid of a biochemical virus. After all, who could say his own super genes weren't derived from a sophisticated supervirus? His first task was to secure a sample. Without Hongmeng, he didn't know the exact location of the G-Virus, but he'd manage. He focused his attention across the police line. Two familiar figures were moving through the cordoned-off area: Chris Redfield and Rebecca Chambers, the protagonists of the Resident Evil game series. Jiang Hao may not have played the games, but he had seen enough CG movies and commentaries to know he was in the right place, and he had just spotted his first potential information source. Spotting Chris Redfield and Rebecca Chambers confirmed it. This was the Resident Evil game universe, and the timing seemed to align perfectly with the events of the CG movie Resident Evil. Vendetta. Vendetta features a trio of protagonists: Chris, Leon, and Rebecca, but Jiang Hao quickly mentally discarded the movie's central conflict. The antagonist, the arms dealer Glenn Arias, was driven by revenge against the Lighthouse Country, USA, after their drone strike killed his bride and wedding party. Arias planned to deploy a new strain of virus, the C-Virus, in retaliation. Jiang Hao had zero interest in the C-Virus. His objective remained the G-Virus. Therefore, Glenn Arias himself was irrelevant. Jiang Hao had a much more suitable and far more capable candidate in mind for his search. He left the scene and slipped into a nearby internet cafe. Activating his hacking skills, he quickly gathered the critical information he needed. He considered using his void-level weapon, Jiang, to simply create the data or a sample, but he knew the reality-altering weapon couldn't perfectly replicate complex, living information like viral data or a trustworthy contact. A simple online search was faster and more reliable. The alley encounter. Exiting the cafe, Jiang Hao immediately noticed the three figures tailing him. He calmly walked toward a secluded alley not far away, a deliberate trap. The three men followed, surrounding him at the alley's mouth. They were local thugs, and in a city as notoriously chaotic and free-spirited as New York, such attempted street robberies were commonplace. This country's freedom, as he saw it, extended to the freedom to harass and attack. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey," the largest of the three sneered. "Hand over the money right now, and maybe we'll let you walk away." "Bob, don't rush," a second man chuckled, inspecting Jiang Hao. "This Asian monkey looks healthy. Look at that skin." "You standing there scared, yellow skin?" the third demanded, flashing a pistol tucked into his waistband. "Don't worry. Just be quiet, and we won't do nothing violent." The man with the gun clearly felt confident. He'd done this countless times. In his experience, Asian targets were always timid. A flash of a weapon and a few threats usually made them compliant. He remembered one incident where they'd assaulted a couple right in front of the man, who was too terrified to move. Jiang Hao looked at the three men with cold distaste. "I already had a low opinion of this country. Your appearance has only made it worse." His arrogance stunned them. They were armed, yet this monkey dared to speak with such a contemptuous tone instead of begging. "This guy needs a lesson," the leader spat, reaching out. "You pissed us off, yellow-skinned monkey." Before they could close the distance, a loud voice boomed. "Hey, what are you doing?" The thugs froze, looking over their shoulders. A powerful man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing tactical gear and carrying an automatic rifle, was striding toward them. "Damn, a nosy white guy," one grumbled. The three quickly exchanged looks and wisely chose to flee. Chris Redfield arrived, watching the robbers disappear before turning to Jiang Hao. "Are you all right, sir?" Chris asked, his concern genuine. As a man of justice, intervening was second nature. Jiang Hao was mildly surprised to be rescued, and by Chris of all people. He hadn't bothered dealing with the thugs because he had already tagged them with his chi. He knew exactly where they'd go. Their reckoning was simply delayed. "I'm fine," Jiang Hao said, shaking his head. "Good. My advice is to stick to crowded areas, sir. Try to avoid places like this when you can." Jiang Hao nodded curtly. Seeing his obvious reluctance to converse, Chris gave a final nod and continued on his way. A call to the Queen. Watching Chris leave, Jiang Hao's focus shifted. He materialized a sleek smartphone out of thin air in his hand, an object conjured by Zhengyang, but this time only for communication. He dialed a number. Miles away, in a luxurious villa in Europe, Ada Wong was enjoying a bubble bath. The unfamiliar ringtone of her burner phone broke the tranquility. She ignored it once, but the persistent ringing eventually forced her to rise and answer. The call was from an unknown number. Frowning, Ada answered. Few people had this number, and those who did were never ordinary. Silence met her ears. "Ada Wong." Jiang Hao's unfamiliar voice came through the line. Ada remained silent, assessing. How did a stranger know her name? She was reluctant to speak, deciding to let the caller reveal their hand. "Ms. Ada Wong, I assume you are listening," Jiang Hao continued. "I won't waste your time. I know you're a bounty hunter and a capable agent. I have a business proposition I believe you'll be interested in." Jiang Hao's voice was calm, almost mesmerizing. Ada's curiosity was piqued enough to speak. "What business? Find something for me. As for the compensation, you may name your price." "Oh, I can name my price." Ada raised a brow. She'd dealt with arrogant men, but never one so cavalier about payment. "Are you serious? Any condition is acceptable." "Absolutely. What if I ask for a reward of $100 million? If you ask for $1 billion, I would provide it." Ada's frown deepened. Was she talking to a madman? "Don't rush to doubt me," Jiang Hao said. "Check the balance on your bearer account first." Ada's expression hardened. She reached for her other mobile device. As a spy and agent, she never relied on a single point of contact. What she saw next froze her. An additional $100 million had been transferred to the account. It was an enormous sum, even for her, especially given her past financial close calls. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "A small greeting. Simply to prove I am neither joking nor mentally unstable," Jiang Hao replied. The shock gave way to a cold, professional interest. "What exactly do you want me to find for you? We can discuss that matter when we meet." "Fine. Where are you?" "New York. I will send the specific coordinates via text message. I look forward to our meeting, Ms. Ada Wong. Until then." He hung up the phone unilaterally. Ada stared at the disconnected call, processing the bizarre exchange. She checked the account balance again, confirming the money was real, which only deepened the mystery of the man who had bought her services with a casual, multi-million-dollar deposit. Her interest in a leisurely bath had vanished completely. On the other side, hang up the phone. Jiang Hao put his phone away. He went to the internet cafe to surf the internet before just to check information related to King Ada. Unexpectedly, he actually found King Ada's mobile phone. This is the scene just now. Ada Wong, Aunt Wong, and Jiang Hao are no strangers. After all, this appearance in the game has amazed many players. Although Jiang Hao was only watching the game video commentary, he was also attracted by this woman. Because she is really beautiful and sexy, Jiang Hao has even watched a few of Aunt Wong's works. Of course, Jiang Hao chose Ada Wong because she was beautiful, which was just one of the reasons. The bigger reason is her business ability. King Ada's identity in the game is an agent and a spy. The specific force it belongs to has never been fully explained in the game. But in the game, Ada Wong can complete the task perfectly every time she appears. This is her ability. She can accurately find the person she is looking for and can give accurate information every time in the game, which shows that she has a good information channel. Such a person is available to Jiang Hao. G-Virus Jiang Hao really has to look for it himself, but it's actually easy to find. But later, when Jiang Hao was studying the G-Virus, he needed someone to help him do some relatively simple things. So a capable subordinate is needed. And King Ada just met Jiang Hao's request. Of course, Jiang Hao's liking for the character Ada Wong before time travel was also one of the reasons why Jiang Hao called Ada Wong. There are many beautiful women in the world, but King Ada is not only beautiful, he has Jiang Hao's innate goodwill in him. King Ada's matter is settled. Then the next thing to deal with. Those are the three inks. After all, he is not a good-tempered person. In a bar, three MO men who had failed to rob Jiang Hao were writhing on the dance floor. It's 8 o'clock in the evening New York time, and the nightlife has begun. On the dance floor, office workers who had worked hard all day were twisting their bodies irregularly to the music to release the fatigue of the day. The three Mo's specially picked a place where there were many women and went in. Then he twisted his body to his heart's content. From time to time, he would stretch out his hands and touch a woman's body. A few women will show disgust at the three of them, but most women don't care. What kind of good woman could she be who came to a place like this late at night? Not doing the wife and son dance is already considered faithful to your husband. What's wrong with coming to the bar to have fun and dance? The three of them quickly selected a plump woman with white skin and blonde hair. The woman is quite pretty, and the most important thing is that she has a great figure. The future is warped, and the figure is plump but not fat. Absolutely the best of the best. The reason why she was chosen was because San Mo found out that this woman was special. The three of them touched her just now. Not only was the woman not angry, but she even winked at them several times. This made the three experienced people immediately understand that this woman is a bus that anyone can get on. But as MO, they naturally don't care what kind of car they drive. As long as it is a drivable car, they will stop it. As for what kind of car it is, they don't care. It's the same with the lights off anyway. Something comfortable is enough. Soon, a woman was caught in the middle. The four of them squirmed to the music together. The three MO and the woman in the middle were very excited. After all, they were on the dance floor at the moment, and there were many people around them. This greatly increases their excitement. The white woman even closed her eyes in excitement. Let Sammo's hands roam around her body, even reaching into her clothes. At this moment, no one noticed that a black wormhole suddenly appeared at the feet of the three Mo's. Sammo himself didn't notice it either. When the wormhole was large enough, the three of them were directly sucked into it and disappeared. The environment in the bar was a little dark at the moment, and everyone was focused on having something exciting with the people around them. No one noticed the disappearance of these three inks at all. Even the white woman didn't notice the abnormality immediately. It wasn't until she discovered that several of her hands were missing and opened her eyes that she realized that the three ink men were gone. The white woman was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Were the three MO who had her sandwiched in the middle just now? She originally wanted to have a new experience at night. As a result, the three ink men disappeared. The white woman didn't care about this either. The worst-case scenario is to change the target. The worst thing about a place like a bar is the men and women looking for excitement. It's just a matter of finding someone to share the bed with at night. It's very simple. Inside an abandoned factory, Jiang Hao sat on a wheelchair with a leisurely expression. An incandescent lamp with a relatively large wattage hung in the sky, illuminating the entire abandoned factory as if it were daytime. Suddenly, 3 miniature wormholes appeared in midair. Bang, bang, bang. The wormhole opened and 3 figures fell down. It was the 3MO who were planning to rob him. Getting up from the ground, the 3MO were still a little stunned and didn't understand what happened. Why? What happened? Where is this? Damn it, what on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me why I am in this damn place? Am I not dancing in a bar? The 3MO were complaining, and then they noticed Jiang Hao sitting on a wheelchair not far away, looking at them with an inexplicable smile. The 3 of them were stunned, because they have realized that something is wrong. People don't suddenly appear in another place, unless someone does something. It's not up to them to figure out yet. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and in the shocked eyes of the 3MO, he directly transformed into a huge bronze creature. Jiang Hao had heard of a punishment, which was to stuff a person into a bronze bowl, then light a fire under the bronze bowl and roast the person inside alive. Just thinking about this punishment makes people shudder. In ancient times, such punishments were generally only used on people who had committed particularly heinous crimes. And Jiang Hao now plans to use this punishment to punish the 3MO. Although Hongmeng is gone, Jiang Hao has been there for a short period of time. I got myself a temporary assistant. There is currently only one function, which is to help him scan people's information. Just now, he had used this little assistant to scan the black one. After scanning, Jiang Hao was a little surprised at the unreasonable things these 3MO did, because it's really a bit much. Having always lived in a country with good security like Daxia, Jiang Hao has rarely heard of scanning incidents. Although I have already understood the freedom of the lighthouse country, I have also been prepared for it. But he didn't expect that just 3MO could do so many good things. Among them, there were more than 20 or **** cases among the 3 people together, and there were several cases of our **** together. Photos and videos were taken every time to prevent the victims from suing them. And this is not so safe. They will also threaten the victim afterwards that if she dares to tell the story, they will find her and kill her. In addition, the 3 men have committed more than 20 robberies in total. Most of those robbed were foreigners, mainly Asians. The most disgusting thing is that one of them, Mo, is a man of both sexes. When robbing, he did not forget to rob a woman, and the woman he robbed was a man. Jiang Hao didn't even look at it. In addition, these 3 guys also have these 6 lives in their hands. To describe them as scum is completely insulting. In Jiang Hao's view, they are not humans, but beasts. Since they are animals, Jiang Hao will naturally treat them as animals. Especially among the 3 guys, the one who is both male and female had praised him for his good looks and good skin before. Being praised by such a vicious thing. Jiang Hao is really not happy at all, even a little disgusting. It's the guy from before. At this moment, the 3 of them finally understood that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. And Jiang Hao obviously had no intention of talking nonsense to them. With a gravitational pull, one of the people was directly pulled over by him. Then, he threw it directly into the bronze bowl. The other 2 were pressed by the gravity created by gravity, as if they were seriously ill and couldn't use all their strength. They wanted to ask for mercy, but he found that he couldn't even open his mouth. Then, they saw their companions being thrown behind the bronze bowl. Suddenly, there was a ball of fire under the bronze bowl, burning out of thin air. At this moment, even if they were stupid, they could see what Jiang Hao was going to do. A smile of horror and fear immediately appeared on his face. Especially soon, they heard the screams of their companions coming from the bronze bowl. The shrill scream was like a ghost howling. At this moment, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and their foreheads and black backs, Wang Li's, were wet with cold sweat. Because they know the treatment of their companions. It will soon fall on their heads too. The screams continued for almost 5 or 6 minutes before they stopped. I have to say that Black's vitality is still at an end. With a wave of his hand, the cooked ink was pulled out by Jiang Hao. I saw my companion, who was as red as a roasted chicken. The 2 Mo's were frightened and fainted. Jiang Hao threw another one in CAS. Jiang Hao has never been a soft-hearted person, and he has killed many people. When killing the 100,000 low-level demons that Liang Bing transformed in Asian Kingdom, Jiang Hao has killed many people in the Dragon Ball world. After all, compared to the stable Super God world, the level of chaos in the Dragon Ball world is quite high. Although the Dragon Ball world also has national governments. But in many places, the national government is completely unable to control it and has no ability to control it. Jiang Hao and Wukong encountered many beasts on their way to find the Dragon Ball. Jiang Hao never shows mercy to animals. Jiang Hao didn't like MO at all. As a result, these three MO came to rob him without thinking about life and death, and even threatened him with a gun. They even thought about it. Jiang Hao is not a temperless person. Is it cruel to do so? Jiang Hao doesn't think it's cruel at all, because when these guys are *****D, robbed, threatened, and killed others, they never considered whether it was cruel or not. The next day, officers from the Manhattan Police Department received a report that a murder had occurred in an abandoned factory. The reporter said that when he happened to pass by the abandoned factory last night, he heard a very shrill scream coming from inside. There were 3 screams in total, each lasting 5 or 6 minutes. At that time, he didn't dare to check the situation. It wasn't until the next day that he couldn't bear it because of his curiosity and ran to check the situation. Then I saw 3 roasted inks. Has the identity information of these 3 guys been confirmed? Sergeant Most of the Manhattan Police Department asked with a headache. Still comparing to the DNA system, sir. Okay, you go down. After saying that, Most looked at Chris, who was squatting in front of the 3 MO corpses, and said, Chris, what are you looking at? Most and Chris are friends. Chris came to him for help because of the bioterrorist attack on the Glenn's Medical Research Institute last night. Chris now works for an organization called the Bioterrorism Defense and Assessment Alliance, specializing in incidents related to bioterrorism attacks. He is expert in this aspect. In addition, the biochemical terrorist attack took place in Manhattan, and he happened to be in charge of this case. So the two decided to cooperate to find out who put the virus in the Glenn's Medical Research Institute. As a result, we just started chatting. I received a message from my subordinates that someone called the police. Then they came over. Chris did not immediately respond to Mostert. Most walked up to Chris, covered his nose with a handkerchief, and then squatted down. He was afraid that he would smell the roasted corpse. He is not Chris. He has seen too many scenes more disgusting than this, and he has long been accustomed to this kind of situation. What's wrong? You look so carefully. Do you know these 3 guys? Most jokingly patted Chris on the shoulder. Chris shook his head. I don't know them. Most was about to get up. But I've seen them. 630. What? Most squatted back down when he was about to stand up. When did you see them? Most asked, regardless of whether the identities of these 3 people are ordinary or not. None of this matters now. What matters is the way they died, which is too inhumane. Before they came, reporters had already arrived here ahead of them and took photos. You don't need to think about it to know that once such an inhumane way of death is reported in the newspaper, their police department will also be under a lot of pressure. It would be good to solve the case as soon as possible. Originally, he had to confirm the identities of the 3 people before he could start solving the case. I didn't expect Chris to have seen them. Since he said he had seen them before, it must not have been a long time ago. Sure enough, Chris's words confirmed his guess. Just last night, Chris said. Most face suddenly lit up with joy, because the forensic autopsy report just now is that these 3 people died last night. And Chris happened to have met them. Maybe he could get useful information from Chris. When and where did I see you? Just last night, over on XX Street. These 3 guys were going to rob an Asian guy, and I stopped them. They were planning to rob an Asian, and you stopped them. Could it be a vendetta? Based on Chris's words, Most began to deduce. It's not impossible. Most was a little surprised. He originally thought Chris would refute. After all, he knew what kind of person Chris was. This guy is a man with a great sense of justice. Sometimes people are very impulsive, but he is a friend worth keeping. This is why the 2 are friends. Why do you think so? Is that Asian BBFC man a boy or a girl? What does he look like? Can you tell me about the situation at that time? "There's nothing I can't say." Chris said, "That Asian man is about as tall as me. Although he is not as strong as I look, he is not much worse. His clothes are all propped up, which shows that he's been exercising regularly, and the muscle content under his clothes is not enough. It will be low. In terms of age, he looks like he is around 24 or 25 years old. He is a very handsome Asian man. Of course, the reason why I doubt him is because I didn't see any panic on his face last night. Even if one of these three guys still has a gun in his hand." Chris said, "It is difficult for an ordinary person to remain calm if he encounters someone with a gun, because this means that your life is controlled by others. Last night, when Jiang Hao was surrounded by the three black men, he looked calm from beginning to end, without any panic. He can be sure that even without his intervention, Jiang Hao will definitely be fine. And because Jiang Hao was robbed by these three people, he has the motive to revenge these three people, so he is reasonable as a suspect, and it is no wonder that Chris suspects Jiang Hao. Moreover, Jiang Hao is taller and stronger than the three black men. In the case of a sneak attack, even if the three of them have guns, it is not impossible to defeat the three black men with Jiang Hao's height advantage. Most is also an old policeman and has quite a lot of experience." After hearing what Chris said, he immediately judged that Jiang Hao in Chris's mouth was highly suspicious. "Do you still remember what that person looks like? I can ask a sketch artist to draw a picture for him." Chris nodded. "You can find someone here. I can help you. After all, he is a dead person." Chris didn't mind helping. Soon, the sketch artist came, and under Chris's description, a sketch portrait that was 90% similar to Jiang Hao was drawn. All I can say is that the sketch artist is very professional. Most took the portrait and took a look. He is indeed quite handsome. So let us find this guy now. Are you so sure that he is the murderer? Chris said from the side. Whether it is true or not, he is at least the one with the greatest suspicion. Sir, the identities of the three people have been determined. This is their information. At this moment, a police officer came over with a computer. On the computer screen was the identity information about the 3MO. Most glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze, because it no longer matters what the identities of these three guys are now. The important thing is that I am the murderer. Chris glanced back. In fact, even without looking at him, he knew that those 3MO were definitely not good people. Sure enough, when I saw that the three of them had been accused of our asterisk 3 times, Chris frowned immediately, although the accusation was dismissed due to insufficient evidence. But what is certain is that these three guys have definitely done this. Otherwise, he would have no problem suing them. In the bottom of my heart, I felt a good feeling about the death of the three people. At the same time, Jiang Hao was suspected of being the murderer, currently sitting in a high-end restaurant in the busiest business district of Manhattan. At this time, he had already changed into a decent suit and wore the same hairstyle as Gao Jin, the god of gamblers, with his forehead exposed. But as he possesses super genes, his charm is enhanced even more by doing this. His movements were gentle and graceful, giving the impression that the other party was a rich young man from a certain family. Because of this, no less than 50 girls have come to chat with him in the half hour he has been sitting here. 2 come in about a minute. Some were direct, without saying a word. He handed Jiang Hao a phone number and left. The explicitness and directness also opened Jiang Hao's eyes. After all, including before and after time travel, this is his first time going abroad. In the past, I learned more about foreign countries from the news network. They say the lighthouse country is open, but I didn't expect it to be open to this extent. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table in front of Jiang Hao suddenly rang. Jiang Hao took the phone and connected it. There was no sound coming from the other end of the phone, but Jiang Hao knew it was King Ada who called. Moreover, although she made no sound, Jiang Hao heard her breathing. Jiang Hao didn't specifically look out the window at a building in the rear right direction, because Jiang Hao knew that King Ada was standing over there at this moment, looking at her with a telescope. It has to be said that King Ada is indeed a top senior spy and agent. Well, this is called professionalism. After waiting quietly for almost 10 minutes, a woman with a good figure wearing a silver-white hip-hugging dress, a goose-yellow coat, black high heels, and a pair of black sunglasses appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many men in the restaurant. Although her face can't be seen clearly, her figure is so good. Her front and back are curved, her legs are long and straight, wrapped in black stockings, and she has the benefits of leg control. She can probably play with her for a lifetime. Every time her high heels hit the ground, it seems to hit their hearts. Wherever you walk, you will be carried with a fragrant breeze. This is a fragrance that is not pungent, and you can't pinpoint it, but you will never hate it. You may even like it. Under the gaze of many men, the woman walked to the table where Jiang Hao was sitting. He took off his sunglasses and sat across from Jiang Hao. "Sorry, I'm a little late. There's a traffic jam outside." Jiang Hao smiled and did not expose King Ada's lie. "It's okay, you're not late. It's just that I came early," Jiang Hao said casually. Then he continued, "This is not the place to talk about things. How about we have a meal first and talk somewhere else? Miss Ada Wong." "Okay." King Ada nodded and did not refuse. Then the two started ordering food. To be honest, Ada Wong was a little surprised that the person who asked her out was such a young and handsome guy like Jiang Hao. Especially Jiang Hao is an Asian. It's not that she discriminates against Asians, but this is a lighthouse country after all, not in Asia. It's a bit special for a rich man like Jiang Hao to appear in New York like this. Bioterrorism attacks are happening everywhere in countries around the world, and wealthy people generally don't go out. Even if you go out, there must be a lot of bodyguards following you. I don't know what to call it yet. Jiang Hao, are you for Daxia? At this time, King Ada was really surprised. Not bad. Jiang Hao nodded without denying it. A pair of eyes looked at King Ada without saying a word. According to the timeline, King Ada must have been in his 30s during this period. But she didn't look old, only about 24 or 5 years old. The skin is very white and the face is very delicate. I don't know if she has taken good care of herself or if she has been modified and strengthened by the virus. During the meal, the two barely communicated. Just look at each other occasionally. After I watched the meal, the two left directly. "I have a room in the hotel next door, so we can go directly." "Okay." King Ada still nodded in agreement. Although the location chosen by Jiang Hao is strange, the hotel is indeed more suitable for talking about things than a coffee shop. Especially the things they talked about should not be simple. $100 million was given as a mere face-to-face gift. It is easy to imagine that what Jiang Hao asked her to do when she came to find her was probably not easy. If it were simple, Jiang Hao would have given him $100 million as a face-to-face gift. Such a large amount of money is not a small sum for anyone. How much is a human life worth? The topic of conversation is not simple, and naturally it is not suitable to talk in public. The hotel is indeed the most suitable place. As for whether Jiang Hao is interested in her, when they were in the restaurant just now, the way Jiang Hao looked at her, she could clearly tell that no other man had such a strong desire for her. King Ada is still very confident about her appearance. After all, there are quite a few men who fall under her pomegranate skirt and are willing to be lickers and tools. Among them are elites, scientists, wealthy businessmen, and even government officials. As long as it is a man, few people can ignore her appearance. In particular, she is not only beautiful, but also has a first-rate figure. Jiang Hao is the only one among all the men she has ever met who is not moved by her beauty in the slightest. She didn't know whether her charm was no longer working or whether Jiang Hao's acting skills were so good that she couldn't tell. Of course, if it were her, she would be more inclined to the latter, because she doesn't feel any less attractive. But Jiang Hao is not bad either. Jiang Hao is at least in the top 10 in appearance among the men she had ever seen. As for charm, so far, Jiang Hao is the most charming man she has ever seen. So much so that a woman like her, who has never been a nymphomaniac, would cast her eyes on Jiang Hao from time to time. Soon, the two arrived at a 5-star hotel nearby and opened a presidential suite. The presidential suite is very large, with 3 bedrooms, a large living room, a large kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a large bathroom. There is an oversized bathtub in the bathroom, which can accommodate at least 4 people taking a bath at the same time. After the two entered the room, they did not go to any bedroom, but directly sat down on the sofa in the living room. "Mr. Jiang now," Tell me why you came to me. After sitting down, King Ada went straight to the point. Because she didn't know what Jiang Hao wanted her to do, she couldn't make plans for the next time. If Jiang Hao asks her to do something too difficult, she will consider refusing. Although $100 million is not a lot, Ada Wong is not very interested in money. Because she is not short of money, at least she is not short of money. After all, she has a lot of dog lickers. And among these licking dogs, there are many with status. So King Ada is not short of money. Even if Jiang Hao gave her the $100 million, she wouldn't feel any distress at all. I want you to work for me. King Ada got straight to the point. Jiang Hao did not hide his purpose, but directly stated his purpose. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, King Ada was stunned for a moment. This time, she was really surprised. Mr. Jiang should have some understanding of my identity, Ada Wong said. She believed that since Jiang Hao could find out her information, he probably knew something about her identity. I have already had several bosses. Anyone with a bit of discernment can tell that she is a spy agent. Ask her to help find people and things, and she can still do it. Let her work for Jiang Hao. Even if she is willing, would Jiang Hao dare to trust her? Moreover, she has no idea of working for others now. If the only bargaining chip Jiang Hao can offer is money, then she has no interest in working for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. I know you better than you think, Ning Jia. When he heard the word Ning Jia, King Ada's expression suddenly changed, and the indifference on his face just now was gone. Especially when Jiang Hao said these two words, he still used a Yuan dialect. Ning Jia is her real name. In other words, it was her name before she was 10 years old. Apart from her dead parents, the only people who knew her name were her younger sister, whose life or death was uncertain. The reason why she said her life or death was uncertain was because her family experienced a change when she was 10 years old. She saw her parents die in front of her, and her sister was taken away. Then she became an orphan. Later, he was taken in by an orphanage. Worried about being found, she simply changed her name to Wong Li. This was her name after she turned 10. When she was 11 years old, she was adopted by a family named Zhou because she was pretty and cute. Renamed Zhou Yuzhu. Her adoptive parents were unable to have children, so they treated their adopted daughter just like their biological daughter. Give what you have. King Ada, who has been smart since he was a child, is naturally not bad at studying. Later, he was admitted to a prestigious university and entered the army after graduation. Because of his strong psychological quality, good skills, and smart brain, she was chosen by the organization, was secretly sent abroad. She didn't expect that Jiang Hao came to her to ask her to work for him. During her mission, her adoptive parents died. After she returned to Daxia, she investigated her enemies and discovered that the person who killed her adoptive parents was the same murderer who had killed her biological parents. But the identity of the other party was not simple, and it was well hidden. She had no evidence to prove that he was the one who killed him. But it is certainly impossible not to take revenge. Her biological parents died in their hands, and her adoptive parents who treated her like their own daughter also died in their hands. How could she not take revenge? So, she made a detailed plan to kill all her enemies. But they couldn't get any news about their sister Ninghe. Because she killed someone, she would definitely not be able to stay in the country. So he fled out of the country and arrived in the lighthouse country. Relying on her own abilities, she first became an information merchant. Later, in order to find her sister, she started to work as a bounty hunter and help others. Going to Raccoon City in 1998 was when she first started becoming a bounty hunter. In the blink of an eye, she has been doing this for more than 10 years. But my sister has not found any information about her until now. It was as if her sister had vanished into thin air. She looks like she's only 24 or 5 years old, still very young. But in fact, she is already 38 years old. The reason why she looks so young is because she takes good care of her skin. It's also related to the fact that she was strengthened by the virus. After all, she often took on tasks related to biochemical viruses. It is inevitable that you will contract a virus along the way. The more serum is used, the more antibodies will naturally be produced. Then the body naturally gains some strengthening. Not a lot, but better than nothing. At least the effect is still there. Their physical fitness is almost 2 to 3 times that of ordinary people. It doesn't seem like much, but for people like them, a 2 to 3 times improvement in physical fitness is not small. This can put them at a considerable distance from ordinary people. As for flowers, the protagonists like Jill, Chris, Leon, and Claire are basically like King Haida. They have developed some antibodies in their bodies because they have been exposed to the virus too many times. After being infected with the virus, you will be more or less strengthened. These enhancements also make their recovery, endurance, strength, etc. much stronger than ordinary people. After all, not everyone can survive being pinched by a tyrant. Jiang Hao already knows all the information about King Ada's life experience. Although it is a temporary assistant, it is indeed very practical. It's as if Jiang Hao has an extra mind-reading ability. Jiang Hao can directly read all information about King Ada. This is the black technology from the super god world. This is why Jiang Hao was able to tell King Ada his original name. This is also the reason why King Ada's expression changed drastically and he was so surprised. Because Jiang Hao told a secret that no one else could possibly know. Who are you? Why do you know this name? What do you know? King Ada asked 3 consecutive questions. It stands to reason that her psychological quality would not make her lose her composure. But what Jiang Hao just said was the deepest secret in her heart. A secret that no one else can know. It was precisely because of this that she was so out of sorts. Moreover, Jiang Hao knows her name. Does it mean that Jiang Hao may have met her sister? Or the two of them are simply familiar with each other? I know everything about you, because I can read all the information in your brain. As for who I am, you and I are both from Daxia, so you can call me immortal. When King Ada heard Jiang Hao's words, he frowned first, and then stared at Jiang Hao with his eyes. An expression like, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Jiang Hao knew she didn't believe it. Therefore, Jiang Hao directly stretched out his hand and clicked on the crystal table between them. The next second, the almost 3-meter-long crystal table, under the gaze of King Ada, quickly melted as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. In a moment, nothing was left. King Ada, who did not believe in evil, even stretched out his hand and touched it, but found nothing. But she still suspected that she might have been hypnotized by Jiang Hao, and what she saw now were hallucinations. After all, King Ada himself is a materialist and does not believe in the existence of gods, Buddhas, demons, and ghosts. Of course, Jiang Hao could tell that she still didn't believe it. Therefore, in one breath of air, a pistol was condensed. Boom! Gunshots rang out. King Ada looked down at his left shoulder, where a bullet had penetrated a wound. Blood continued to flow from the wound. The severe pain was immediately transmitted to her brain. But this is not the first time that King Ada has been injured, although the pain made her frown. But she gritted her teeth and didn't let herself make any sound. He touched the bleeding blood with his hand. At this moment, she was certain that she had not been hypnotized or entered some illusory world. Everything she had just seen was real. With a wave of his hand, the pistol in midair flew into King Ada's hand. The cold metallic texture let her know that this gun was real. At the same time, she felt an itching coming from the injured shoulder wound. Looking slightly sideways, the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 seconds, the wounds that looked a little hideous just now had completely recovered, and no scars could even be seen. But the blood that had just flowed out and the gap in the clothes that had been punctured by bullets were still there. These clearly told her that everything just happened was not an illusion. From the very beginning when he came to this world, Jiang Hao never planned to keep a low profile. For Jiang Hao, a brand new world represents a brand new resource. The universe is so big. Even if the universe is different, there are rare metals in this world, but there is no other world. But light and heat are present in every world. Those stars are resources. Jiang Hao naturally has no reason to refuse. In a Dragon Ball world, Jiang Hao's strength is not the strongest, so naturally he can't be the one who makes the rules. But the Resident Evil world is different. With his current strength for this world, he is a god on Earth. Strong strength, so that he can easily destroy the Earth. At the same time, the void-level weapon Jiang also made Jiang Hao omnipotent. Creating things out of thin air is simple. Even if it is a resurrected creature, he only needs one thought. Such a Jiang Hao doesn't need to be low-key at all. So he didn't intend to hide anything from King Ada at all. Of course, he cannot say that he is from another world. It is undoubtedly the most suitable to use the identity of gods and immortals to cover up one's true identity as an external image. In this case, Jiang Hao naturally didn't need to pretend to be an ordinary person in front of King Ada. After experiencing such a thing, King Ada naturally no longer doubted Jiang Hao's identity. But she was very surprised. Since Jiang Hao is an immortal, why should he still look for him if he can't do what he wants Chi-san to do? And Jiang Hao's answer to her was, "Have you ever seen any immortal who always did things personally?" Which immortal did not have a few Taoist boys around him? King Ada is also from Daxia, so how could he not understand what Jiang Hao meant? Obviously, Jiang Hao found her to be her Taoist priest. Then King Ada asked Jiang Hao why it was her. Jiang Hao's answer was that she was pretty, and when she was with him on weekdays, she looked pretty to him. Another point is that she is smart and experienced. In the end, Ada Wong naturally agreed to become Jiang Hao's Taoist boy, but she begged Jiang Hao to help her find her sister. As for resurrecting her parents, she had thought about it, but she didn't dare to bring it up. Because in King Ada's view, even if Jiang Hao is an immortal, it is definitely not that easy to resurrect a person who has been dead for many years. What's more, she is a little greedy. In addition to her biological parents, if possible, she also wants to resurrect her adoptive parents. But she hasn't done anything for Jiang Hao yet, so she doesn't get any credit. The condition for asking Jiang Hao to help her find her sister was a bit excessive. With 4 more excessive conditions, she felt that Jiang Hao would simply make her get out. In fact, King Ada didn't know that it would be easier to find her biological parents and adoptive parents than to find her a younger sister. As for finding King Ada's biological sister, it would be a bit troublesome for Jiang Hao. After all, he can't use Grand Mist in this world. Otherwise, Jiang Hao wouldn't need even a second to find King Ada's biological sister. As a celestial-level supercomputer, Hongming's computing power is so terrifying that numbers can no longer express it. Of course, trouble doesn't mean it can't be done, although the little assistant can't do it. But Jiang Hao can use chi perception to identify and find King Ada's biological sister. Since the two are biological sisters, their genes are similar. Jiang Hao can use this to identify people with genetically similar bloodline to King Ada and thus find her biological sister. Of course, the premise is that the other party is still alive if the other party is already dead. Then Jiang Hao can't help it. After all, the prerequisite for being able to sense chi is that you have chi. If people are dead, they have become corpses. Or can I still be angry? Jiang Hao can sense the ghost. But Ada Wong's luck seems to be good, because Jiang Hao sensed the existence of her sister. Later, Jiang Hao directly used micro-wormhole technology to bring King Ada over. Although King Ada's sister is only 4 years younger than her, she is already 34 now. Ada Wong's sister is called Ninghe. Of course, this was her previous name, and her name is Qian Shuidan now. Ninghe was taken away by her enemies when she was 12 years old, which was the 6th year. Escaped. It sounds like God's will. Logically speaking, she was just a little girl at that time and couldn't jump out. But she happened to be very lucky and escaped. After escaping, Ninghe changed his name. Changed his name to Qian Shuidan. After wandering for 2 years, she was adopted by a kind-hearted rural couple. After that, her life was more ordinary. Unlike her sister Ada Wong, she was not very good in studies, her grades were somewhat poor, and she was not admitted to college in the early years. Because of her beauty, she did not go to college and got married early. At the age of 19, she gave birth to twin daughters and later a son. A pair of twin daughters are now 15 years old. Her husband was very kind to her, and although the family had little money, they lived a good life. When he saw his sister again, Ninghe didn't recognize King Ada at all for the first time. Even if they are biological sisters, their appearance when they grow up is quite different. If we say that King Ada's appearance is 90%, it is excellent. Then my sister Qian Shuodan's appearance is only in her early 80s, which means she is a good person. One of the two people has a beauty that is only 1 in 100, and the other has a beauty that is only 1 in a million. The difference is still a bit big, but her two daughters are much prettier than her. At the age of only 15, she already has a beautiful body, and she will be a beauty with a score of at least 85 or above in the future. Qian Shuodan's home is in a town. Their family is not a wealthy family, and the husband works in a factory in the town. Although 1 month's salary is not high, it is not low either. In addition, Qian Shuodan also occasionally goes to the street to do business, and the money he earns is enough for the family's expenses. When Jiang Hao and King Ada came, Qian Shuodan was in his yard preparing things to sell at a street stall the next day. "Who are you looking for?" Qian Shuodan asked as he looked at Jiang Hao and Ada Wang who came in. She didn't know either of them, but it could be seen from the clothes of Jiang Hao and Ada Wang that they were not ordinary people. Especially Jiang Hao. His temperament is so special. It feels like he is the eldest son of a big family. Ada Wang is also very beautiful. Those who didn't know it thought she was a female star from somewhere. Obviously, Qian Shuodan, Ninghe, did not recognize his sister Ada Wang. On the other hand, King Ada recognized Qian Shuodan at a glance. Ada Wang's current appearance is completely different from her childhood appearance, but Qian Shuodan is at least 60% similar to her former childhood appearance. It just looks a bit old. 34-year-old Qian Shuodan looks as if he is almost 40. Although she is still beautiful, there are already many wrinkles on her face. "I'm looking for Ninghe." Looking at Qian Shuodan, King Ada said directly. When speaking, his tone was also a little hoarse. It was obvious that her emotions were out of control. You are?" Qian Shuodan looked at King Ada and said in disbelief. At this moment, she already had some guesses, but she was not sure. "I'm Ningjia, your biological sister." "Why? I haven't seen you for decades, and you don't recognize your sister anymore." After saying this, King Ada suddenly lost control of her emotions. Hearing this, Ninghe's emotions got out of control, because she really didn't expect that her sister was still alive and found her. She never thought that one day their sisters would meet again. Her family is very ordinary, and she has long given up on avenging her parents. She didn't even pay attention to what her enemy was doing, because she knows that paying too much attention will easily attract the other person's attention. If the other person discovers her, her current family will probably be broken up. So she didn't pay attention to her enemy's movements, and naturally she didn't know that her enemy had died more than 10 years ago. Naturally, she didn't know that her sister Ada Wang was still alive. Elder sister, Ninghe. The two sisters hugged each other uncontrollably. Jiang Hao naturally did not stand where he was, but walked directly to Qian Shuodan's house, leaving space for the sisters. Entering Qian Shuodan's house, Jiang Hao saw Qian Shuodan's two twin daughters. The two of them were doing homework in the living room. It's obvious that he loves to learn. Because they are twins, they look almost identical. It is probably difficult for ordinary people to tell which of them is the elder sister and which is the younger sister. "Who are you?" When they saw Jiang Hao walking in, the two sisters were stunned for a moment, and then Wang Ting, the older sister, asked with a wary look. While speaking, she looked towards the door. "Xiaoya, go out and see if your mother is outside." Because she couldn't see her, she pushed her sister next to her. "I'm your mother's sister's friend. Your mother is crying with your aunt outside right now." Mother's sister's friend. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, but he still pushed his sister. Wang Ya also immediately got up and ran outside. Jiang Hao didn't stop him either. When she came outside, Wang Ya saw her mother crying in her arms with a very beautiful woman, still shouting, "Sister, sister." Immediately confirmed that what Jiang Hao said was true. So he trotted back to the house and told Wang Ting the situation. Only then did Wang Ting put away the vigilance on her face. Jiang Hao's words are not nonsense, which means that Jiang Hao is really their mother's sister's friend. It's just that they are a little curious. When will their mother have an extra sister? Because Qian Shuodan told them before that she was an orphan and had no relatives. So, this sister came out of 2.8 again. I'm sorry. We were a little rude just now. Wang Ting took the initiative to apologize to Jiang Hao. It can be seen that this girl is a very sensible and polite person. You don't need to apologize to me. It's good to be vigilant. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Then I started chatting with the two girls. Because Jiang Hao's identity is a friend of their mother's sister. Whatever Jiang Hao asked, the two girls would basically tell Jiang Hao what the two girls could answer. In fact, even if they don't tell, Jiang Hao knows everything about them. After all, he is a man with mind-reading skills. Outside, it took almost half an hour before the two sisters, Ada Wang and Ada Wang, calmed down and walked in. Shouting, "Xiaoya, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to you. This is your biological aunt. Your mother is my biological sister. She is called Aunt." Qian Shuidan introduced her two daughters. Auntie, *2. Hearing what their mother said, the two girls immediately spoke up. Okay. King Ada didn't expect that he would become someone else's aunt in a blink of an eye. She didn't even expect her younger sister to have two daughters of this age. But her heart is happy, because my sister has at least lived happily these years. At least when she was gone, someone would protect her. Not long after, Qian Shuidan's husband, Wang Dahai, came back from get-off work for dinner. My son Wang Jindong, who went out to play, also came back. I learned that my wife has a biological sister and that I also have an aunt. Both father and son were a little stunned, because in their impression, Qian Shuidan was an orphan. This was what she said herself. She had no living relatives for a long time. As a result, a biological sister suddenly ran out at this time, and it was normal for the two of them to be stunned. Moreover, when Ada Wang and Qian Shuidan stand together as sisters, Qian Shuidan is more like that sister. Because King Ada looked too young, he looked about 24 or 5 years old, and he was also very beautiful. Her skin is also extremely white, and you can tell at a glance that she must be living a very good life, otherwise she wouldn't be able to maintain such good health. Moreover, Jiang Hao, who came with King Ada, could tell at a glance that he was a person of status and wealth. It is conceivable that the identity of the two people is not simple. Suddenly, there was a powerful relative. To be honest, Wang Dahai was stressed, but also happy. And Wang Jindong was even happier, because he received a gift from his aunt, a mobile phone. He is only 12 years old this year, still in 6th grade, and will only enter junior high school next year. Things like mobile phones are completely out of his reach. Except for a few students in the class whose families are very wealthy, none of the other students can afford a mobile phone. And now, he also has a mobile phone, and it is the 5S Taheo Gold from the Fruit brand. You know, this mobile phone is the latest model just launched by the Fruit Company this year. P.S. The launch date of 5S here has been advanced. The reality is that it will be launched in September 2013. Because it is mainly made of 11 gold colors and is expensive, it is also called Fruit 5S Taheo Gold. Officially, the cheapest one costs more than 5,000 yuan, and the top-end version costs almost 7,000 yuan. In this 12 years, the per capita salary is only 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Such an expensive mobile phone is simply not something ordinary people are willing to buy. That's why it's called Taheo Gene. When it was out of stock some time ago, I heard that the price was even increased to more than 20,000 for one unit. These are all what he heard from his classmates who had mobile phones. For Wang Jindong, who only had 2 yuan of pocket money a day, 20,000 yuan was such a huge sum of money. And now, Wang Jindong received such a mobile phone as a gift, and he couldn't be happier. Of course, Wang Jindong does. Naturally, there are also sisters Wang Ting and Wang Ya. Because he had just reunited with his sister, Qian Shuidan was very happy, so he did not stop his sister from giving his children mobile phones. I just told them to study hard, even if they have mobile phones. Both daughters are very sensible, so she has nothing to worry about. She is worried about her son Wang Jindong. In the evening, Jiang Hao and Ada Wang both stayed at Qian Shuidan's house and had a meal together. After Qian Shuidan's husband came back in the afternoon, he called the factory and asked for a leave. He did not go to the factory again, but stayed with him at home. After all, there are guests at home, and as the host, he has to be at home. What's more, The one who came was his wife's biological sister. I haven't seen my sister for over 20 years. Naturally, King Ada cannot come and leave in one afternoon. They have so much to say. Jiang Hao is in no rush to study the G virus. In addition, the town where Qian Shuidan and the others are located is not bad, and Jiang Hao has no eyebrows. The two of them stayed in the town where Qian Shuidan and the others were located for 3 days before leaving. King Ada was very grateful to Jiang Hao. He not only helped her find her biological sister, but also did not rush her. He gave her 3 full days for the sisters to repeat themselves and enjoy their family affection. This made her very grateful to Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao didn't say anything, she took the initiative to leave after staying for 3 days. Anyway, the person has been found and the phone number has been left. If you want to hear the voice, just call. If you want to see the person, just come over when the time comes. After seeing Jiang Hao's extraordinary methods, she completely trusted him because she saw Jiang Hao create things with her own eyes. She didn't buy the mobile phone she gave to Wang Zhendong and the others before. It was created directly by Jiang Hao in front of her. I would like to ask, would a god who can create things out of thin air be unable to resurrect the dead? In her opinion, it is definitely possible. It may not be easy, but Jiang Hao can definitely resurrect people. So she fully believed in Jiang Hao's promise. And Ada Wang's first task is to help Jiang Hao get the original solution of the G virus. This task is not difficult. It was not difficult for the former Ada King. It is not difficult for the current King Ada. Jiang Hao has an assistant. Although he cannot see the specific loyalty value of King Ada, he also knows that King Ada is completely loyal to him. In this case, Jiang Hao naturally doesn't mind Ada playing a trump card. He has the Super Gene Serum on site in his hand. He had a lot of these things with him. There's no need to do it freshly, just inject it directly. Bring one to King Ada. Give her some high-tech equipment made of dark iron. In just half a day, Ada Wang helped Jiang Hao get the G virus stock solution back. There are quite a few people in Lighthouse Country who have this thing. King Ada picked someone at random and snatched it away, although these people generally have biochemical monsters. But after Jiang Hao strengthened her a bit and presented several pieces of high-tech equipment with dark iron as gifts, even a biochemical monster like Tyrant can only be instantly killed in front of her. It's really easy to grab a copy of the original solution. As for why Jiang Hao wanted the stock solution, King Ada never thought about it. She only knows what Jiang Hao asked her to do, and what she does now is fine. After getting the G virus stock solution, Jiang Hao also directly started to study the G virus. He keeps all the laboratory data in mind, created directly out of thin air using Zhengyang. In a high-end laboratory, it didn't take half a minute from beginning to end, and Jiang Hao got it done. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chris and Leon are still struggling with how to rescue Rebecca. 3 days ago, Chris and Rebecca investigated the Glenn Medical Research Institute that was attacked by Glenn Arias. Knowing that this guy is a lunatic, this attack is just an appetizer. In order to prevent this guy from launching another biochemical terrorist attack on the Lighthouse Country, Chris and Rebecca plan to find him and arrest him. But finding people is not their strong point. And Chris remembered a person, and this person was none other than Leon Scott Kennedy. Leon is a very powerful agent. Leon is very good at finding people. So he and Rebecca went to Leon for help, who knew that after finding Leon, they were attacked by that fellow Glenn Arias. I have to say that that guy is indeed a lunatic, even daring to use heavy weapons in the urban area. Because he didn't have any weapons. They were suppressed miserably, and in the end, they could only watch Glenn Arias' men take Rebecca away. Rebecca was taken away, so they naturally wanted to save her. But the question is where to save people. In the end, Lion had a channel, and he found out that the fiancée of Glenn Arias was very similar to Rebecca. This means that Rebecca will not be in danger in the short term. Later, he discovered that Glenn Arias was preparing to launch a bioterrorist attack on New York City. This time, his target is the entire New York City. He plans to take revenge on the entire Lighthouse Country, starting from New York City step by step. And they got the exact news that Glenn Arias had arranged a large tanker truck all over New York City. 527. But the tanker truck is not filled with gasoline, but with liquefied virus gas. Once these things are erupted, they will spread through the air. Anyone who smells it can contract the virus. And because it is a new type of virus, its infection speed is also faster. It doesn't take half a minute to completely mutate. Those with weaker health can mutate in even 10 seconds. The situation was so urgent that Leon and Chris could only call the people from BSA, Biochemical Terrorism Defense and Assessment Alliance, for help. Of course, BSA itself is the organization that deals with this kind of thing. Even if they don't shout, the BSA people will take action. Because this time Glenn Arias was so crazy that he actually wanted to spread the virus throughout New York City. This is no longer an ordinary bioterrorist attack. I really want him to be. By then, the entire lighthouse country will be affected. They cannot stay out of it either. However, in order for Glenn Arias to succeed in this virus launch, he did more than just prepare the virus. He also specially spent money to purchase a batch of biochemical monsters. These were purchased from his friend, Dylan Black. Of course, it is better to say that we are friends than collaborators. The friendship between the two was not deep. But they have a common enemy, which is the lighthouse government. They all want revenge on them. Therefore, the two became friends and allies. Dylan Black used to be the guy who protected the company. Later, because of the Raccoon City incident, he had to make a decision and killed his friend. Therefore, he hates those high-ranking officials who do not take the lives of those below them seriously. At the same time, Dylan Black is also the villain boss in Resident Evil Dead Island. Of course, it will have to be at least 3 years before the plot of Death Island unfolds. Until then, Chris and Leon will also be managing the plot of the Resident Evil game. Because the plot of the Resident Evil 6 game took place in 2014. There's still 2 years to go. In the Research Institute, Jiang Hao didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. At this time, he was removing the shortcomings of the G virus. He has already completed the analysis of the G virus. This is no difficulty for Jiang Hao. The G virus is simpler to analyze than the super gene. However, because of its diversity, the complexity of G virus is much higher than that of super genes. But this is good news for Jiang Hao, because the more complex it is, the more useful it is. It is just that the elimination process is more troublesome, but it is only more troublesome than the previous analysis work. In fact, Jiang Hao only spent a few minutes on the elimination work. After eliminating all the disadvantages, the G virus only has advantages left. Only the advantages of the G virus were left, and Jiang Hao named it the G virus. It is an optimized version of the G virus. After the virus is researched, experiments are definitely needed. Since it was developed for humans, it must be tested on humans. The experimental subject is very good to Jiang Hao. The crime rate in the lighthouse country has never been low. Especially drug traffickers, there are countless of them. There is no shortage of people like this in prison. The gas sensor locks the prison where serious criminals are held. There's basically no good person locked up in this kind of prison. Either they entered by killing people, or they enter by selling large amounts of drugs. For this kind of people, calling them human beings means looking down upon them. Using them as experimental subjects for experiments, Jiang Hao would have no mercy at all. The 10 heavy prisoners had no idea what was going on. Then I found that they appeared in another place. Then he walked uncontrollably into the high-tech, transparent cabinets. Such a strange scene would scare them, even if they were drug dealers or murderers and rapists. Everyone will be afraid in the face of death, and they are no exception. But Jiang Hao was definitely not in the mood to explain to them. After all, he went to explain something to some experimental subjects smoothly. Inject the optimized GY virus into these people's bodies, and the next thing to do is to wait for their changes. With the help of his assistant, Jiang Hao can keep track of their changes at any time. Although these criminals did not know what Jiang Hao did to them. But think of the various biochemical virus terrorist attacks that have broken out around the world in recent years. They also realized that Jiang Hao might have injected them with some kind of virus. These people are experimental subjects obtained by others. Thinking of this, everyone was frightened. Individual criminals who were sent there for our **** thought of this possibility. I was so frightened that I became incontinent. Looking outside, Jiang Hao was speechless. The GY virus he injected them with was not the G virus. The GY virus can cause humans to mutate, but they will never turn into inhuman monsters. And even if there is a mutation, it will maintain the human form of the celestial body. Soon, the changes brought about by the GY virus began. The bodies of the 10 prisoners began to swell. Under their skin and flesh, it looked like there were bugs running around. It still looks scary, and the process of change will certainly not be pleasant. After the change began, Jiang Hao released the telepathy that suppressed them. This is done so that they can move around, because the strengthening process of the GY virus will be very painful. If you suppress them, they may not be able to listen. If you can make some noises, it might make them feel more comfortable. Anyway, the sound insulation effect of this metal transparent cabinet is very good. Jiang Hao can't hear a sound outside, whatever they call it inside. After Jiang Hao lifted the restrictions on them, the prisoners inside began to slap the metal transparent cabinet vigorously and kept opening their mouths. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he was probably asking Jiang Hao to let them out, or he was insulting Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao didn't care. Instead, observed the changes in them. Soon, the transformation and changes were completed. The 10 prisoners who were originally ordinary people have now turned into giants with a height of 2 meters and 2. Each muscle is solid. It looks extremely scary, just like those training demons from the hot-blooded fighting comics. At this moment, they were tapping the metal transparent cabinet where they were bundled. Just try to break the opaque cabinet and get out from inside. And Jiang Hao's assistant was also there, presenting their data in front of Jiang Hao. With an assistant, if Jiang Hao wants to know a person's physical data, he doesn't need to ask the other person to test it. He can see it directly. The strengthening effect of the G virus is still very strong. These 10 prisoners were just thrown in by Jiang Hao. Just the physical fitness of ordinary people, although there is a gap in strength. But the strongest one has a strength of less than 100 kilograms. And now the strength of these guys is no less than 5 tons each. Compared with the enhancement of the super soldier gene serum, it is not bad. Compared with the strengthening of the T virus in this world, it is even more crushing. Resilience and endurance have also been greatly improved, almost 8 to 9 times that of normal humans. Moreover, their muscles are very dense and their skin is more resilient. This means that it is difficult for ordinary thermal weapons to cause damage to them, let alone kill them. But if the GY virus only has this effect, then it has little value to Jiang Hao. Dion, there is a crisp sound, which turned out to be a button on the console being pressed. Along with this button is pressed. Under the metal cabinet, a small sprinkler head suddenly appeared. Before the group of prisoners could wonder why there was such a nozzle. The next second, red flames spurted out from it, wrapped 10 prisoners in it. The temperature of the terrifying flames was extremely high, and only these 10 guys, who had just been strengthened by the GY virus, could withstand it. Ordinary people, I am afraid they have been killed at this moment. With the help of his assistant, Jiang Hao could clearly see that the GY virus in these 10 prisoners was changing under the stimulation of the flames. But at the same time, their own biomass energy is also being consumed rapidly. The biomass energy ensures that even if they are wrapped in flames, they will not die in a short time. Although painful, as long as the biomass energy is not exhausted, they will not die. And Jiang Hao discovered that their resistance to flames was gradually improving. This is the evolutionary response of organisms to environmental changes. But now, under the influence of the GY virus, this evolutionary process speed has been greatly improved. Seeing that the biomass energy of the 10 prisoners was almost exhausted, they were burned to death. Jiang Hao didn't continue to look. Letting them be burned to death like this was not Jiang Hao's purpose. Jiang Hao stretched out his hand, and a stream of energy gathered at his fingertips, then divided into 10 streams and shot towards the 10 prisoners. Being so close, Jiang Hao didn't need any medium to transmit the energy in his body to the 10 prisoners. After all, Jiang Hao had no intention of burning them to death. As the 10 prisoners gained Jiang Hao's energy, the evolution of cells suddenly reached a new level again. The flesh and blood that had been burned open, exposing the organs inside, were recovering in the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a minute, the 10 prisoners have recovered as before, as if they were bathed in a high-temperature flame of 1 to 2,000 degrees. Of course, although none of the 10 people died, but 8 of them have gone crazy. Not everyone can bear the huge pain. Under the stimulation of severe pain, the spirits of 8 of them had long been stimulated into confusion. The result of chaos is that everyone becomes crazy. There were 2 people who were not crazy, which surprised Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao didn't care whether he resisted or not. At most, it was just a little unexpected. After all, Jiang Hao had no intention of letting these people survive. Along with the movement of thoughts, Zhengyang activates. The 10 people who had just resisted being burned by the scorching flames were immediately decomposed, and nothing was left. The GY virus made Jiang Hao satisfied. At least the initial shelf he built had been successful. All that's left is to enrich the shelf and then build a big house that satisfies him. Compared with building a shelf in the front, building a house in the back is obviously much simpler. At this moment, King Ada walked in from outside. "Sir, there is some chaos outside. Someone has released a virus in New York City. Do we need to take care of this matter?" Young Master is the name given to Jiang Hao by King Ada. This is what Jiang Hao asked her to call her. Since he has to pretend to be an immortal who has lived for a long time, Jiang Hao naturally pretends to be an immortal to the end. It sounds weird to ask King Ada to directly call him immortal or something. In comparison, it doesn't seem so weird for King Ada to call him son. Yeah, Jiang Hao nodded. When he saw Rebecca and Chris before, he knew that the plot would progress to this point. I just didn't expect it to be the day Glenn Arias put the virus on New York. Jiang Hao naturally has no interest in saving New York. But to join the fun, he has that interest. And because of Chris's move that day, Jiang Hao had some affection for him as the protagonist. If Jiang Hao were an ordinary person, Chris' appearance that day would have been a great help. Jiang Hao is still willing to accept this sentiment. What Jiang Hao doesn't like is the government of the Lighthouse Country, those white supremacist racists. Jiang Hao has never been prejudiced against kind people. New York, under a building. Chris and Leon just met here. The virus has spread throughout New York City. The only way to stop it is to release the virus serum antidote. And this antidote serum was in the possession of Rebecca, who was taken away. That was the latest virus serum antidote she developed. It is also effective against the latest biochemical viruses currently on the market. Chris and Leon can both confirm this, because it was precisely because they had been injected with the virus serum at this moment that they were not infected by the biochemical virus gas that can be seen everywhere in New York. Therefore, if they want to save the entire New York, they must first rescue Rebecca. Moreover, they also want to arrest the culprit this time, Glenn Arias, that he is fundamental. If he is not dealt with, even if the biochemical terrorist virus attack is resolved, next time he will do a virus drop in New York. So, they have to deal with Glenn Arias. Just now, they had received news that Glenn Arias and Rebecca were on the top floor of the building in front of them. But if they want to go up, they must first deal with the zombies in the building that have been infected with mutations. But now, the weapons and ammunition in the hands of the 2 people are running out. As for supplies, they have no time at all. Every minute and every second is very important to them now. Just when the 2 finished checking their weapons and were about to enter the building, 2 figures suddenly walked out of the darkness on the side. Chris and Leon naturally noticed the 2 people who appeared suddenly. When you see the faces of those 2 people clearly, Chris and Leon both look surprised. Chris was surprised to see Jiang Hao here. Apart from the infected, there are no normal people to be seen on the streets now. He and Leon came here, and it took a lot of effort to come here. Although he guessed that Jiang Hao is not an ordinary person, he didn't expect to see Jiang Hao here at this time. Leon, on the other hand, was surprised by King Ada next to Jiang Hao, because he didn't expect to see King Ada here. Jiang Hao had a faint smile on his face. Looking at Leon's stupefied expression, Jiang Hao felt a little wicked. Perhaps it is because of the integration of the world of CG movies. Ada Wong and her in the game have some differences in experience. The kiss in Raccoon City disappeared. At that time, she just said some words of concern for Leon, which made Leon, who was just in his early 20s and still a young man, turn into a licking dog. After Raccoon City, they haven't seen each other for almost 7 or 8 years. But almost 5 years ago, the two met again in a village. That time, Lion went to save the former president's daughter, Ashley Graham. King Ada took an order and went there to collect a virus. As a licking dog, Leon has not seen Ada Wong for 7 or 8 years. Even though there is no contact information between the two, she still chooses to continue to be a licking dog. The two cooperated for a while and achieved their goals. After the task is completed, Leon returns with the daughter of the former president. He gained the trust of the former president and was promoted to a senior agent. After that, a lot of things happened. Time has passed in the blink of an eye, and several years have passed. Because there is no contact information, Leon cannot contact King Ada. Unexpectedly, this time under such circumstances, 367 would meet King Ada again here. Of course, in addition to being surprised, Leon also had some worries. As a senior dog licker, he must have thoughts about King Ada. It's a pity that King Ada has no idea about him. The person I had worked with twice didn't even have any contact information. Every time King Ada appeared before, she was in the first zone. This at least gives Lion some room for fantasy. I feel that King Ada has no one he likes, and I feel that he still has a chance. But this time, King Ada appeared with a man. That man was very handsome, and like her, he was Asian. This made him start to have some thoughts. Could that man be Ada Wong's boyfriend, or even her husband? Jiang Hao is very good-looking and has a good temperament. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that Jiang Hao is definitely not an ordinary person. So his guess is not impossible at all. Thinking of this, Leon felt heartache. He was not in the mood to save the world or anything. Chris also noticed changes in Leon. Leon, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly. Leon didn't respond to Chris. But after Jiang Hao and Ada Wong came over, he took the initiative to say hello. Ada, long time no see. Everything just happened was just his guess after all. He felt that a proud woman like King Ada would not surrender to a certain man. It doesn't matter if the other person is handsome. After all, he himself is very handsome. King Ada doesn't even look down on him. Although Jiang Hao is no worse than him, he won't be able to win King Ada. He could only comfort himself in his heart. King Ada was actually quite surprised to see Leon here. After all, the world is quite big. Hello, Leon. King Ada did not greet Leon in an overly affectionate manner. Next to it is Jiang Hao. King Ada was quite concerned about Leon, the dog. After all, this guy's dog-licking ability is pretty good, and he might be able to put it to use sometime. But now that she's working with Jiang Hao, there are things she should give up, and she must give up. Therefore, she could only say sorry to Leon. Hearing that King Ada had no extra emotions, he greeted him very formally. Leon thumped suddenly. Although Chris doesn't have a girlfriend, it doesn't mean that he is stupid and has no emotional intelligence. At this moment, he couldn't see that Leon's face was ugly because of King Ada. And look at the way Leon just greeted King Ada. It is not difficult to see that Leon should be one of King Ada's licking dogs. But now, the person Leon was licking appeared with another man. It was normal for him to look ugly. Look at the conversation between the two again. He knew that Leon might not even have the chance to be a licker in the future. He looked at King Ada. At this time, King Ada was wearing a pink-purple woolen dress and a black leather jacket, with black and somewhat shiny stockings on her slender straight legs. She looked very high-end and charming. Oval face, delicate facial features, bright and beautiful eyes, very charming. To be honest, even if he were to evaluate her, the Ada King in front of her was a first-class beauty. Even if the races are somewhat different, the aesthetic values are somewhat different. But he had to admit that King Ada was really beautiful. No wonder Leon would treat her like a licking dog. Hello, we meet again. My name is Chris. Chris also took the initiative to say hello. But the person he greeted was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, you can call me Jiang. Jiang Hao also took the initiative to speak out. Jiang, The three Moes who robbed you that day are dead. Chris said directly. The reason why he said this directly was to see the change in Jiang Hao's expression. But I found that Jiang Hao's expression didn't change from beginning to end. Really? That evil is gone. This is a good thing for your lighthouse nation. The environment in New York has been purified. Chris wanted to refute, but he unexpectedly felt that there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Hao said. At the same time, he was almost certain that Jiang Hao should have killed those three inks. Although nothing can be judged from the change in Jiang Hao's expression. But what Jiang Hao said just now had actually told him that he was the murderer. But there is just no evidence. Of course, he is not a policeman, and he has no interest in catching murderers or anything. He now wants to know why Jiang Hao and the others appear here. Jiang, it's very dangerous outside, Beeb. If you can find a place to hide, you'd better find a place to hide. I want to hide, but someone has sprayed poison gas all over the city. Now, where can I hide? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. On the other side, neither Leon nor King Ada spoke. King Ada didn't plan to talk to Leon, the dog licker, so as not to misunderstand Jiang Hao. Obviously, she had forgotten what Jiang Hao said he could read minds. When Chris heard Jiang Hao's words, he immediately understood Jiang Hao's intention. So he directly told what he and Leon were going to do next. Since Jiang Hao and King Ada dared to come, it means that they are not ordinary people. And just then they needed help. If Jiang Hao and Ada Wong are willing to help, then it will be easier for them to go up. And Jiang Hao naturally would not refuse to help. After all, the main purpose of his coming this time was to stop Glenn Arias. Not to mention that he lives in New York now. Chaos in New York is not what Jiang Hao wants to see. Jiang Hao has also taken a fancy to the Resident Evil world and plans to build it into a rear base in the future. If that doesn't work, you can still use it as a resource extraction room. Those who are restless, Jiang Hao will naturally not let them live. Chris was naturally overjoyed to hear that Jiang Hao and Ada Wong were willing to help. The next few people stopped wasting time. Enter the building directly. As soon as they entered the first floor of the building, they encountered a large number of zombies infected with mutations. Chris and Leon shot straight away. Leon is actually in a bad mood now. But even when he was in a bad mood, he also knew that the world did not need anyone to save it. He can't just leave in anger now. Bioterrorism gas is spreading throughout New York City. If the problem here is not solved, there is no point in running away. The shooting skills of both of them are not bad. Basically, 2 bullets can kill all the zombies. Although their marksmanship is good, it is not exaggerated to the point where they shoot 1 bullet at a time. After all, zombies can run quite fast. Zombies in the Resident Evil world don't run much slower than normal people. It's not comparable to the kind of walking zombies in the world of The Walking Dead. A running zombie is not so easy to hit on the head. The 2 of them can kill a zombie with just 2 bullets, which is already very impressive. Of course, they are powerful, and there are people who are more powerful than them. That's King Ada. Bang, bang, bang. P-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F-F. Every time King Ada fires a shot, a zombie will be hit in the head immediately. King Ada's marksmanship is not bad to begin with. After being strengthened by Jiang Hao, her physical fitness was improved in all aspects, and her 5 senses were also greatly improved. Not only can she see more clearly, but she also has dynamic vision because her nerve responses have become faster. She could even see the trajectory of the bullet. No matter how fast the moving zombies are, can they be faster than bullets? The enhanced boss's prediction. King Ada is just 1 shot at a time. In just a moment, the zombies on the first floor were cleared away by the 3 of them. Most of the zombies died at the hands of King Ada, and what she was holding was the silver pistol that Jiang Hao created and gave to her after he injured her. This is no ordinary pistol. Jiang Hao made some small changes to it, making it not only powerful but also has unlimited bullets, because it uses energy bullets. Every time one is used, the small energy pile immediately refills the bullet automatically. Even if you keep firing, this gun can be fired continuously for almost 50 years before the shrinking energy pile in the gun is exhausted. And because this gun is made of special alloy, you don't have to worry about the gun breaking if you fire it too many times. Jiang Hao can create dark iron directly out of thin air, but at most it will consume more thoughts. Creating such a pistol is too simple for Jiang Hao. After dealing with the zombies, both Leon and Chris looked at King Ada. Leon was surprised that King Ada's marksmanship had become so good. Chris, on the other hand, was surprised that King Ada's marksmanship was so powerful. Even though he has experienced hundreds of battles, he can't say that he can always hit the target when faced with running zombies. Especially, King Ada's shooting frequency is so fast. It can be expected that King Ada's power will never be returned. Jiang Hao stood behind King Ada and never made a move from beginning to end. There wasn't even a weapon in his hand. King Ada stood in front of him like a knight guarding the king. Withdrawing his gaze, Chris said, "The first floor has been cleared, and that guy Glenn Arias should already know that we are coming. We have to get up there as soon as possible to prevent that guy from moving and rescue Rebecca." The previous ones obviously also include Jiang Hao and Ada Wong. And the last sentence was obviously said to Leon alone. After all, Rebecca has nothing to do with Jiang Hao and King Ada don't need to go with them to save Rebecca. Save people first. As for the Glenn Arias you mentioned, he is a very conceited person, and he will not transfer. It was Jiang Hao who spoke. King Ada didn't speak, just stood quietly next to Jiang Hao. Without too much expression on her face, at this moment, she was full of Gao Long Yujia. Looking at this scene, Leon felt increasingly uncomfortable. He simply didn't speak, just remained silent. "Okay, I'll trouble you then." Chris responded gratefully. King Ada's fighting prowess surprised him. If it weren't for King Ada, they wouldn't be able to clear the first floor so fast. After thinking about it, with Ada Wong's help, rescuing Rebecca will be much easier. The group then headed to the elevator. This building is more than 60 stories high, and the daylilies are cold just by climbing up like this. To go to the top floor, you must take the elevator. And Chris received the news that Rebecca is now being held in a laboratory on the 55th floor of this building. If they want to go up, they must take the elevator. Fortunately, there is no problem with the electrical system of this building, and the elevator can be used normally. The elevator rises normally. A surveillance room on the top floor of the building. Glenn Arias looked at the Jiang Hao four who entered the elevator on the screen, and there was no change on their faces. Although compared to the plan, Leon and Chris had two more helpers on their side. But this does not affect his plan. He turned around and glanced at the 1 meter, 2 meter tall figure behind him, with muscles all over his body, and at the same time wearing a lot of thick iron armor. Diego Gomez. This guy is a good friend of Glenn Arias. On his wedding day, he and his daughter Marie Gomez were among the guests at the wedding. Compared with those who were directly killed and bombed, the father and daughter were very lucky, and the trajectory of the drone bombing was farther away from them. The two were not killed directly. Instead, he was seriously injured by the explosion. Maria Gomez is better, but Diego Gomez is badly injured. Although Glenn Arias is an arms dealer, how could he not touch biochemical viruses in such a world? Normal treatment could no longer keep Diego Gomez alive. After seeking the consent of himself and his daughter, he revived him with a virus. Of course, he is no longer a normal person because of the virus. But most of his sanity remained, and he knew his daughter Maria Gomez and Glenn Arias at the same time. Now Diego is Glenn's most loyal subordinate. He is also the strongest combat power in his hands. As a virus-enhanced body, Diego is not only powerful, but also has extremely high defense. It is difficult for ordinary thermal weapons to break his defense. When a bullet hits him, it will be directly taken out by his high-density muscles. After Glenn turned his head to look at himself, there are also many saying Diego Gomez who immediately understood the meaning of Glenn Arias. Just walk away with heavy steps. Watch Diego leave. Glenn turned his attention to the surveillance camera again. He put a lot of biochemical transformation monsters in this building. In addition, there's also Diego's bottom card. He doesn't think Chris and the others can succeed. And the other side, after Jiang Hao and the others took the elevator for almost 2 minutes, arrive at the 55th floor. Ding! With a sound, the elevator door opened. Chris walked out first. Then came Lion. Then there are Ada Wong and Jiang Hao. As soon as he got off the elevator, The movement and footsteps immediately attracted the surrounding zombies. The hearing of these infected monsters is more sensitive than that of normal people. They can hear the slightest movement. Wow, wow, wow. A group of zombies rushed towards me. Chris naturally shot without hesitation. Leon followed suit and fired. Because of the joining of Jiang Hao and Ada Wong, King Ada helped them deal with most of the zombies when they were on the first floor. This left the two of them with plenty of ammunition left. It is just right to use it to deal with these zombies at this moment. King Ada also fired. Her shooting speed is faster than both Leon and Chris. The accuracy is also stronger. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, the zombies in the corridor were cleaned up. After confirming that the zombies were all dead, Chris walked ahead and led the way. Everyone walked towards the laboratory. Before coming, Chris had already done his homework. Know where Rebecca's laboratory is located on the 55th floor. While walking, King Ada suddenly stopped, although she was walking behind. But Ada Wong wore high heels. She didn't deliberately lower her voice when she walked. Hit on the hard floor, the sound is very crisp. When she stopped, the tapping sound disappeared. Chris and Leon, who were walking ahead, noticed it immediately. The two of them also turned around. "What's wrong?" Chris asked subconsciously. "Something is coming," King Ada explained. Just when Chris and Leon were confused. Boom! There was a gunshot. Then there was the sound of something being hit. Snapped! A red object fell from midair. When they saw that thing, Chris and Leon immediately realized what they had encountered. After all, this is their old friend. I saw only the walls of the corridor up and down, left and right. 7 or 8 bright red liquors were lying on it. Directly exposed red muscles and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Such a monster can scare the crap out of ordinary people just by looking at it. Of course, the most feared thing about the liquor is that it can extend its tongue with considerable strength. The power of this shot is no less powerful than that of a spear. If you are not careful, you may be penetrated by it. Ho 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 ho! There is no sense in these monsters, just instinctive predatory instincts. After roaring, they immediately took action. But Chris and Leon were faster. Raising the firearm in his hand, bullets were fired at them. Naturally, King Ada will not be stingy with bullets. Moreover, her marksmanship is much better than Chris and Leon. Although the gun in her hand is a pistol, the energy bullets fired are much more powerful than Chris's rifle. Every shot can accurately hit a liquor's head. This monster is very fast and harder to hit than zombies. But for King Ada, it's still one shot at a time. 8 liquors. If it were Chris and Leon, running and fighting at the same time would be inevitable. And it's definitely not something that can be solved easily. But at this moment, the two of them had just dealt with a liquor each. The remaining 6 were still all eliminated by King Ada. The 4 of them continued to move forward and soon encountered many zombies. Asked for flowers, but all were easily resolved. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Hao never took any action, as if he was just here for sightseeing. And Ada Wong's sharpshooting skills also made Chris more and more amazed. I even thought about bringing King Ada into base for a while, because King Ada's marksmanship is really amazing. If base had such masters, it would be much easier for them to perform tasks in the future. Of course, he was just thinking about this kind of thing in his heart. It is basically impossible to get King Ada to enter the base. Base has nothing. How can he win over King Ada? Soon, the 4 of them arrived outside the laboratory where Rebecca was being held. The laboratory door is locked, but this is not a problem for Chris and the others. Just use the gun to break the door lock directly. The door opened naturally. Open the door and go in, and deal with the researcher inside. Jiang Hao and the other 4 saw Rebecca being restrained on the experimental table. Chris ran directly over. "Rebecca, are you okay?" Looking at Rebecca on the experimental table, Chris looked ugly. Because Rebecca's situation at the moment doesn't look like she's fine. I saw a lot of black lines under the surface of her skin. Chris is no stranger to this, because people who were injected with the virus looked like this before the mutation. Apparently, that Glenn Arias guy injected Rebecca with the virus, and it might be the latest virus developed by that guy himself. Chris. Seeing Chris arriving, Rebecca felt a lot more relieved. But her current situation is not good. Her consciousness was very confused. Damn, they injected a virus into you. Chris was very angry. Then he ran directly towards a researcher in the laboratory with his gun. He was not shot to death by Chris and the others. Walking up to the researcher, Chris lifted him up very roughly and pointed the gun in his hand at him. Tell me where the vaccine is. You don't need to think about it to know that the virus in Rebecca's body was injected by the guy in front of her. Didn't kill him with one shot. Calm down. The researcher was held at gunpoint and was also frightened because he could see that Chris really knew how to shoot. He immediately told me everything he knew about the situation, like he was spitting out beans. He was just the person responsible for injecting Rebecca with a new virus. As for the virus vaccine, he did not have it. That thing was only in the hands of Glenn Arias. No need to ask him. I can solve this. Just when Chris was thinking about going to Glenn Arias, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly sounded. I saw him walking towards Rebecca, and he didn't know when there was a syringe in his hand. Inside the syringe is an unknown blue serum. Chris hesitated, but didn't stop him. Although he didn't know Jiang Hao's identity. But he knows one thing. He and Jiang Hao are not enemies, and Rebecca and Jiang Hao are not enemies either. Jiang Hao had no reason to harm Rebecca. The serum in Jiang Hao's hand is a virus serum he developed while studying the GY virus. It has strong phagocytosis, and even powerful viruses will be killed in front of it. Even the G virus is no exception. At the same time, it also has the effect of strengthening the host to a certain extent. Of course, it is definitely incomparable to the GY virus, but it is still possible to strengthen the physical fitness by 3 to 4 times, and it also has some strengthening effects on the brain. For Rebecca, her experience this time can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Serum injection. Rebecca immediately noticed the changes in herself. Opening her eyes, she found that the person standing next to her was not Chris, but a handsome Asian guy I don't know. Just when she was wondering, Jiang Hao had already walked away, and Chris came over. Rebecca, how are you feeling? Chris asked concerned. Both of them had been in the SDARS team. Although they were not in the same team, they were still teammates. We have known each other for more than 10 years and have a good relationship. They are not only friends, but also comrades in arms. I feel like I'm better now, and all the viruses in my body seem to have been eliminated, and my body seems to be healthier. Rebecca said aloud. She could clearly feel that her body was changing. If there wasn't much improvement, Rebecca's feeling wouldn't be so obvious. But her strengthening this time has almost quadrupled her physical fitness. For ordinary people, she is already considered a little Superman. How could she not feel such a big change? Chris didn't understand what Rebecca meant. After all, time is running out now. He was relieved to learn that Rebecca was okay. It's okay. Now we have to deal with that guy Glenn Arias. He has already released biochemical virus gas in New York City. 227. The poison gas is still spreading throughout New York City. If we want to save New York City, we must get a vaccine for the virus from him. Chris said, although Jiang Hao's serum solved Rebecca's problem. But this does not mean that Jiang Hao's serum has an effect on the biochemical virus introduced by Glenn Arias. Even if it worked, how could he ask Jiang Hao to take out more serum? We can't let Jiang Hao get the serum for free to save New York. If it's not free, who will pay? BASE is a non-governmental organization with no official endorsement. They have no money to give Jiang Hao. So if you want to solve New York City's current problems, you still have to go to Glenn Arias. He didn't know the afterthought that the person who tied the bell had to untie it, but he knew the truth. Chris's words just fell. There was a sudden sound of footsteps coming from the direction of a laboratory door, and there were some slight vibrations on the ground. Boom! A big hand grasped the door of the laboratory. Seeing this scene, Leon frowned, because this situation reminded him of some bad memories. Fortunately, the bald head he imagined did not appear, and a big face wearing an iron mask appeared in front of everyone. It was a monster that attacked them before and captured Rebecca. The answer to why he appears here is already obvious. Saw Jiang Hao and his team in the laboratory. Diego has no nonsense at all. He rushed directly towards a crowd. The huge body is more than 2 meters high, like a small mountain. Running around is quite scary. Leon and Chris also just raised their guns and shot. The bullets were released and shot toward Diego. Diego raised a hand to protect himself. The bullet hit him in the arm. Apart from breaking a superficial layer of skin on the outside, it didn't cause him any injuries at all. After the bullet falls off, his broken skin will recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Diego himself is not a normal person. He is a biochemical modification. Because of the C virus, his resilience is extremely strong. Leon and Chris attacks posed no threat to him at all. Boom! Only about 10 meters away. Even if Diego is not fast, such a moment of effort is enough for him to cross. The huge body bumped into it, just like a hill. His first target is Lion, because Lion is closest to him. Lion, I mess with whoever I mess with. However, as the protagonist of the Resident Evil series, Leon's agility is full of points. Before Diego hit him, he had already taken a step away. But Diego is not afraid of bullets, which also gives him a headache. Chris also realized that Diego was difficult to deal with. If you're not afraid of bullets, then you can only use other weapons. Just thinking about it. King Ada has already taken action. I saw her running on high heels. The speed was so fast that Chris only saw an afterimage. The next second, King Ada whipped the leg. Diego was whipped away directly. Boom! Diego's huge body hit the metal wall, creating a huge gap in the wall. This scene directly dumbfounded Chris, Leon, and Rebecca. Diego is huge, and with that amount of muscle, it would be no exaggeration to say he weighs 600 pounds. In addition, the guy has a metal mask, metal wrist guards and armor, and iron knee pads on his knees. Such a piece of equipment plus his own weight is estimated to be half a ton. As a result, such a guy was whipped away by King Ada. The scene was as shocking as if they saw a 3-year-old child being kicked by an adult. The most dumbfounded of them all. Of course it's Lion. After all, there are 3 of them. He is the person who is most familiar with King Ada. At least compared to Chris and Rebecca. He was more familiar with King Ada. When did King Ada become so powerful? Why didn't he know? The genetic improvement of a generation of super warriors has greatly improved King Ada's power. When her kick is completely exploded, the force can reach almost 8 or 9 tons. Not to mention Diego. King Ada can kick out even a small car. And Diego was also a little stunned by King Ada's kick. After coming down from the wall, he did not act immediately. It's not that his brain was damaged by King Ada's kick, but he had just been hit in the left chest by King Ada, and his head had been broken off. He's still waiting for the virus to repair his body. That's why I didn't act immediately. The strengthening of Superhuman Serum is comprehensive. Internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin, these are all included. The virus strengthening in the Resident Evil world tends to strengthen muscles. As for the strengthening of the bones, it's not that big. It's okay if they're small, but once they become super large monsters, they will completely lose their human appearance. This is because the virus does not strengthen bones very much. If you're too big, you have too much muscle mass. If the density of bones is not enough, it will be difficult to maintain a human appearance. Naturally, it was impossible for King Ada to just watch like that while Diego was recovering from his injury. I saw her touching her thigh, take out a long black handle. She didn't see any movement, and a black iron piece suddenly protruded from the lower end of the long handle. In a moment, a long sword with a length of 1 meter and 2 meters appeared in the hand of King Ada. King Ada walked towards Diego with a long sword in hand. I saw King Ada coming. Diego, who has not yet recovered from his injury, will naturally not sit still and wait to die. He endured the pain. He punched King Ada with his right hand. The huge fist carries a whistling wind. This punch must be strong one by one. It is estimated that it can smash people to pieces like a watermelon. But King Ada is much faster than the bulky Diego. It is impossible for Diego to hit King Ada. King Ada just twisted slightly and escaped Diego's attack. The long sword in his hand was swung out. Poof! Needless to say, the weapons made by Jiang Hao are sharp. Not to mention that Diego is still a silicon-based creature, even if he is a monster made of titanium alloy. If King Ada strikes with his sword, he will be cut straight. Boom! The huge severed arm hit the ground. But King Ada's actions did not stop there. Instead, another sword slashed across Diego's neck. Boom! What fell to the ground this time was Diego's head. Even if Diego is a virus-modified monster, with the head gone, it is obviously impossible to continue living. Chris and Leon were already dumbfounded, because the two of them never expected that Diego, who could not be killed by their bullets, would be easily killed by King Ada. King Ada didn't feel any difficulty the whole time. That kind of relaxed and freehand feeling is so unreal. Chris looked at Jiang Hao again. He didn't know whether Jiang Hao and Ada Wong were boyfriend or girlfriend. But one thing is certain, that is, King Ada is headed by Jiang Hao. King Ada is so powerful. Then Jiang Hao, who has never made a move, is even more powerful. Let's go, it's time to find the culprit of this incident. Jiang Hao's voice also brought the surprised Chris, Leon, and Rebecca back to their senses. Monitoring room. Seeing Diego being touched so easily. Glenn Arias also looks shocked. He knows how powerful Diego is, but he didn't expect that he would be solved so easily by King Ada. And just now Jiang Hao took a special look at the hidden camera in the laboratory. The two of them looked at each other as if they were separated from each other. He was obviously not afraid of death, but he felt fear because of that look. He knew that with Diego being dealt with, it was only a matter of time before Chris and the others found him. Now he has to escape and look for opportunities to release viruses in the lighthouse country. 2. Wait here to die. Stop tossing. After hesitating for 4.6 seconds, Glenn Arias decided to keep his life. Continue to take revenge on the lighthouse country. It's not okay to just die like this. Those damn politicians aren't dead, after all. How could he die here first? Thinking of this, Glenn Arias stood up and walked towards the rooftop. He naturally had a way out for himself. That is a helicopter parked on the roof. Whenever he wants to leave, he could leave on that plane at any time. When Jiang Hao and the others also came to the rooftop, Glenn Arias had already boarded the plane and it was already flying. It was about 100 or 200 meters away from them. At this distance, even if they had guns, there was nothing they could do against Glenn Arias. Because the bullet hits so far away, it is impossible to bring down the helicopter unless it hits the helicopter's fuel tank. It's night again now. At such a long distance, who can hit the fuel tank of the plane from a distance of several hundred meters? Even King Ada shouldn't be able to do it, right? Boom. As soon as this idea came to an end, King Ada had already fired. The bullet precisely hit the fuel tank of the helicopter. The helicopter in the sky suddenly turned into a huge fireball. No need to think about it. The people inside are dead. After Glenn Arias was dealt with, the aftermath became much easier. As for the biochemical virus that has spread, it is not a big problem. Rebecca is an expert in drug refining and blending. She had previously successfully developed a virus serum that was effective against the C virus developed by Glenn Arias. However, before the virus serum could be mass-produced, her research institute was attacked by Glenn Arias with a biochemical virus. But fortunately, all the knowledge is recorded in Rebecca's head, and this building has a ready-made laboratory. Soon, a virus serum targeting C virus was developed. Chris contacted people from base to fly in a plane and spread the drugs throughout New York City. Lituan has passed this crisis. Leon, where are Jiang Hao and King Ada? By the time Chris and Rebecca finished their work, Jiang Hao and King Ada had long disappeared. Chris and Rebecca also planned to thank Jiang Hao and Ada Wong. After all, if it weren't for the help of Jiang Hao and Ada Wong, this crisis will not be overcome that easily. Especially Rebecca. She has noticed huge changes in her body. This made her want to know what kind of serum Jiang Hao injected her with before. As a result, before he could ask Jiang Hao, Jiang Haoran had disappeared. They have left. Leon looked a little depressed. Chris said he understood. Do you have their contact information? Leon. Chris asked again. He wanted to know if 11 Dao Lion had Jiang Hao's contact information. It would be best if there's a phone number or something. Leon shook his head. No. Where would he have the contact information of Jiang Hao and Ada Wong? If he had King Ada's contact information, he wouldn't have this expression at the moment. I still have something to do. Now that the matter here is over, I'll leave first. After saying that, he left without giving Chris a chance to stay. Chris looked at Leon leaving, a little speechless. But he didn't ask to stay. He could see that Leon was not in a good mood now. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During these 2 months, Glen Arias' impact has mostly faded. The people of the Lighthouse country who have become accustomed to bioterrorism attacks have almost forgotten the culprit who made a big splash in New York 2 months ago. On this day, Chris was dealing with a biochemical terrorist attack, as usual. At this point, the battle is over. Chris and his teammates are cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, a scream sounded. Chris and others were shocked. The next second, someone screamed again. Damn it, someone is attacking us, hide away. Chris, a big man, called his team members to find cover. No one expected that someone would deliberately attack them at this time. Moreover, the men who screamed were not dead, just fell to the ground and screamed. And the screams became louder and louder. As Chris took a closer look at their situation, his pupils immediately shrank because he saw that his team members were undergoing rapid changes. Obviously, they were infected with the virus. The people who attacked them did not kill them, but put viruses in their bodies. Thinking of this, Chris was very angry. The most annoying thing is that they don't know where the man attacked them from. Soon, the infected team members transformed into ferocious monsters. Obviously, this is a new type of virus. Chris and his team members had to endure the pain and kill their teammates who had mutated. But the man hiding in the shadows didn't just leave. Teammates who had just solved the mutation. Then they carried out a sneak attack on them. In the end, Chris and his group were wiped out except for Chris. And because Chris was injured, he forgot what happened that day and who had attacked them. This devastated Chris, and he quit base altogether. Because of this, Rebecca called him to give him some advice. But it's of no use. Chris's sister, Claire, didn't know what happened to her brother. At this time, she had just gotten off a plane at Will International Airport. She just flew over from Europe. She now works for an organization called Save the Earth. This organization is mainly related to protecting the environment. She came to Will this time, not on a business trip, but to visit a friend here. That was someone she had helped before. The two of them agreed that they would come over to play with her when she was free. She came here to keep an appointment. After all, she just had a rare few days off. And it just so happened that Claire didn't know where to go this vacation. Just come to a city. As soon as Claire got off the plane, she saw the person who came to pick her up. See you, Claire. You two, long time no see, Franny. Claire warmly hugged Franny. Franny is a Middle Easterner who is almost 50 years old this year and is a middle-aged aunt. Claire had rescued her. Lori, this is Sister Claire. Please say hello. Hello, Sister Claire. Hi, little girl. Is your name Lonnie? What a lovely girl. Claire greeted Lonnie Cora with a smile. Claire, Lonnie is my niece, and her mother's my sister, but something happened to her. Franny didn't explain too clearly, but Claire immediately understood what she meant. The look in his eyes towards Lonnie suddenly became pity. What a poor girl. She lost her parents at such a young age. For a time, Claire was overflowing with maternal instincts. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go. It's your first time in Will City. I have to show you around here. Will City is still very interesting. Franny changed the subject. It is obviously not suitable to continue talking about the topic just now. After all, we just met. Claire also came over to play. It's too disappointing to say such sad things. Okay, let's do it. Just as she was about to leave, Franny suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach, feeling like she was about to squirt out. Then what, Claire? I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Please help me look after Lonnie first. I'll go to the bathroom first. After finishing speaking, he trotted directly towards the toilet. She was afraid that if the ink stained again, it would spurt out. Looking at Franny's antics, Claire was a little amused. Then, she looked at Leonie. Lonnie, I can call you that. Certainly. Let's go. Let's find a place to sit and wait for your aunt. She will probably take a while. Claire said. Yeah. Leonie nodded. Afterwards, the two found a place to sit down and started waiting for someone. Not long after, Claire was attracted by a movement. Look up. She saw a man with a bowel movement coming out, escorted by several people in black suits who were obviously bodyguards. There are many other things to remember next to it. This immediately made her realize that the identity of the middle-aged man was not simple. It's definitely not possible for a big star. After all, with his dignity, no one would ask him to make a movie. Then there's only one possibility left, that he is a government official. Member Davis, do you admit that you accept bribes and open the door to certain companies that are circulated on the internet? A female reporter asked Long Davis with a microphone. This beautiful lady, these words are obviously slandering me. As we all know, I don't have a luxury car in my name, which means I don't have any money at all. How can I accept bribes? It must be some people my slander. Member Davis, do you have any comments on the recent frequent biochemical terrorist attacks in various places? Do you think such things will happen and will? He asked again. I don't think this is possible. After all, the security in our city has always been very good. Then what is your assessment of those who protest against the government's inaction? Sorry, I have something to do and am in a hurry. I'm sorry. This interview will end here. Ron Davis looked at the watch on his wrist. Say it directly. After speaking, he directly motioned to the bodyguards following him to push away the reporters. 293. Protect him and walk outside. Seeing this scene, Claire felt a little funny. Not because of what Davis said, but because of the funny way he said it. She thought it would be better for her to be a circus performer than a politician. Withdrawing his gaze, Claire looked aside, but found out that Leone was missing. Claire was startled and stood up immediately. Then look around. Bad guy. Davis was walking when something hit him on his chest. It turned out to be a piece of paper. The one who hit him was a little girl who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. Big bad guy. Lonnie shouted again. Davis is not a nice guy. Being scolded like this by a little girl, he was still a little angry. Several bodyguards of Davis did not notice that such a little girl suddenly appeared. When Lonnie came over just now, they didn't pay much attention. After all, Lonnie is too young. This is not the Middle East. There are no kid bombers. So I didn't care. She didn't expect that the MP they were protecting was thrown a ball of paper by her. Naturally, they couldn't pretend they didn't see this kind of thing. After all, this is what they eat. If Davis is not happy, they will lose their jobs. 2 bodyguards stepped forward and were about to catch Leone. The next second, a figure stood in front of Leone. Member Davis, children are ignorant. I apologize on her behalf. As a member of parliament, you wouldn't be angry with a child, Claire said with a smile. As soon as she said this, Davis couldn't ask the bodyguards to do anything. What's more, this is still in a public place like an airport. There are people all around. If he cares about a little girl, it would be shameful to spread the word. Of course not, but the child's education should be started from an early age, and she must learn to be polite. After saying that, Davis stopped talking nonsense. He signaled the bodyguard to continue protecting him from the airport. Obviously, he didn't intend to waste time at the airport. Wait until Davis leaves. Claire knelt down and looked at Lonnie. The latter was a little afraid of Claire, obviously worried about Claire's blame. But Claire didn't blame her. Instead, he smiled and said with concern, Leone, are you scared? Lonnie shook her head. It's okay if you don't. Let's go back and sit down. Your aunt should be back soon, Claire said with a smile. Lonnie nodded obediently. Claire not only did not blame her, but also asked her in a very caring tone. This made Lonnie feel a deep concern and also made her favor Claire greatly. Lonnie, why did you go to throw that guy away? Claire asked Leone after returning to her seat. Aunt said that the death of father and mother was caused by that guy just now. I have seen his photo in the newspaper. When Claire heard this, she didn't know what to say. After all, it was hard for her to comment on this matter. But she felt that she might have to talk to Franny about this, because a child cannot always live in hatred, and Lonnie already has the seeds of hatred, which is not conducive to her growth. Just as he was thinking about it, a panic suddenly came from not far away. Because of the biochemical terrorist attacks around the world in recent years, many people are dissatisfied with the government's inaction. There are often protests. Davis is a councilman in Will, but he has done nothing but accept bribes. Many people on the platform are dissatisfied with him. No, just now, someone pretended to be a zombie to scare Davis. Davis, who was timid to begin with, was frightened for a while. But soon his bodyguards revealed that the man was lying to them. The person pretending to be a zombie also ran away in order not to be caught. Then the story of the boy who cried wolf happened. The front is fake. Later, a real zombie came. Davis's bodyguard also said that the other party was another liar who came to deceive people, stepped forward to drive people away. As a result, as soon as he passed, he was knocked down by a real zombie. For a time, the entire airport was in chaos. Davis was also frightened. That's when he asked bodyguards to escort him out of the airport. A plane full of infected crashed into the airport. The whole airport was in chaos. In the VIP lounge of the airport, Jiang Hao and King Ada were also taken aback when they heard the commotion outside. Ada Wong was traveling with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't do much during this time, just traveling back and forth between the lighthouse country and Europe. After all, before coming to this world, he hadn't traveled abroad yet. As for why not use wormholes directly? When traveling, the most important thing is the people you accompany and the scenery you see during the journey. Without these, direct travel is pointless. So Jiang Hao didn't travel through a wormhole. Instead, take an airplane as a means of transportation. While knowing the Resident Evil world, bioterrorist attacks are the norm. But Jiang Hao didn't expect to encounter a second case so soon. If memory serves me correctly, the attack on City International Airport was a CG movie exacerbation. The main character is Chris's sister Claire, and the secondary character is that guy Leon. However, Jiang Hao remembered that during this period of time, the deteriorating plot should have already happened. Because the deteriorating plot happened when Lion had just experienced the plot of 4, from the time when a small policeman was promoted to an agent by the president. Jiang Hao remembers that this time period is also the period when the endless darkness of CG movies takes place. Why is the worsening plot only unfolding now? Of course, Jiang Hao is just slightly curious. In fact, it doesn't matter to Jiang Hao when the deteriorating plot happens. Sir, it seems that the Weir International Airport was attacked by bioterrorism. Do we want to leave directly? King Ada asked directly. There was no trace of panic on his face. In the past, King Ada would probably be a little nervous when he encountered a bioterrorist attack. Now, she has been able to make the mountain collapse without changing her appearance. The confidence comes from her current strength, and also from Jiang Hao beside her. The longer I spend time with Jiang Hao, the more I feel that Jiang Hao is omnipotent, no matter what the problem is. Whenever Jiang Hao takes action, everything is easily resolved in the end. King Ada already has blind trust in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is also becoming more and more a fanatical believer. No, let's go outside and have a look. Jiang Hao's eyes moved slightly. He thought of something and said, "Okay." King Ada nodded without asking Jiang Hao why. But listen to this guy's words. The two left the VIP room. The airport outside was already in chaos. There were people screaming and running away everywhere, and monsters that had been completely infected and turned into zombies were biting people everywhere. Anyone bitten by it will completely transform into a zombie in about 10 seconds, and then become a member of the zombie army. The mutation speed is extremely fast. It can be seen that what is released here is not an ordinary virus. After Jiang Hao and Ada Wong came out, many zombies rushed towards the two of them. Without Jiang Hao saying anything, King Ada took out his pistol. Shoot directly at the charging zombies. Needless to say, King Ada's marksmanship goes without saying. Bang, 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 bang. With the sound of gunshots, the zombies were eliminated one by one. Soon, the entire corridor was cleared of zombies. Quick, it's safe over there. Run over there. Someone saw Jiang Hao and others with guns. Run directly to Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao didn't stop him. King Ada didn't pay attention to those running towards them. For zombies, she kills them directly. If it were a human, she would generally not take action without Jiang Hao's order. Soon, Jiang Hao saw the obese Davis coming here escorted by 2 bodyguards. Then he went directly into the VIP room. The airport lounge door locks are pretty strong. If you hide inside and wait for rescue, it is a good idea. Behind Davis, Jiang Hao saw a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Claire has burgundy hair, wearing a red shirt, a white coat, and slim jeans. because her image is exactly the same as in the CG movie deterioration. Logically speaking, she should be in her 30s at this time. But she looks young. He looks like he's 23 or 4 years old. It seems that she must have been indirectly infected by the virus. So they age more slowly than normal European women. After all, she is one of the heroines. When Claire appeared, there were several infected people following behind her. They were obviously attracted to Claire and the others. There was no need for Jiang Hao to take action. King Ada shot directly. With a few gunshots, she easily eliminated the infected who were chasing Claire and the others. Help Claire and the others resolve the crisis. Thank you. My name is Claire Redfield. Claire said gratefully after coming to Ada Wong and Jiang Hao. The hall outside is basically full of infected people now. It is very dangerous. If you want to leave, my suggestion is to wait for the rescue team to rescue you, Claire said. When she said this, she naturally did not want King Ada and Jiang Hao to go out, because now the hall outside is full of infected people. Conservative estimates put the number of infected people at no less than 500. With such a large number of infected people, the best thing they can do is wait for support. Even if Jiang Hao and the others didn't help her just now, she would still say it. Not to mention that King Ada saved them just now. Claire Redfield. What's the relationship between Chris Redfield and you? Claire is still worried about whether Jiang Hao and the others will listen to the advice. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao suddenly said such a sentence. Claire was stunned, but she quickly realized that the other party was asking her something. After hesitating for a second, she said, "Is my brother. Do you know me, Gao Yang? We could be considered friends." Jiang Hao nodded. Claire was startled. I didn't expect to see my brother's friends here. Moreover, Jiang Hao and Ada Wong knew they were not ordinary people just by looking at their temperament. Although I know that my brother has a lot of friends, I never heard when he made such extraordinary friends. But Claire had no doubts, because Jiang Hao and Ada Wong are not ordinary people at first glance. There is no need for such a person to pretend to be her brother's friend and have a relationship with her. We are going out now. Do you want to go out? Waiting for rescue here is not a good choice. This is obviously a biochemical terrorist attack. This may be just an appetizer for the other party. Jiang Hao said, but the hall outside is full of infected people now. If you go out now, it doesn't matter. We can solve it. I just asked you if you want to go out with us. If you don't want to, you can wait for rescue here. Jiang Hao said. This, Claire hesitated immediately. She definitely wanted to leave. After all, no one wants to be in an airport full of infected people. But the airport hall outside is not safe. There are infected people everywhere. They can really do it by just killing them. But Jiang Hao and Ada Wong both looked confident. The temperament of the two is not like ordinary people. Thinking that the two of them knew their brother Chris and would say such things, they must have the confidence to do so. She finally nodded. Okay, I'll go out with you, and if things get too bad, we'll do the same thing when we come back. The three of them communicated loudly. And because King Ada has a gun, although many people ran to the VIP room, but no one dared to close the door. After all, they don't want to offend King Ada and the others who have guns. And people have guns, it's useless for them to close the door. So the conversation between Jiang Hao and Claire was heard by many people in the room. But no one in the room joined Jiang Hao in their thoughts. In their view, leaving the airport now is completely stupid. It is wisest to hide here and wait for rescue honestly. Jiang Hao didn't care what the survivors in the VIP room thought. Jiang Hao had no idea of taking them out together. I brought Claire purely because Claire is one of the heroines. Because of the game, Jiang Hao had an innate crush on her. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to meddle in other things. Jiang Hao has never been a nosy person. When he meets someone who needs help, he will only help when he is in a good mood. Under normal circumstances, he is too lazy to meddle in zero. After Claire responded, Jiang Hao nodded. No need for Jiang Hao to speak. King Ada knew exactly what to do. The four of them walked outside. Just came to the corridor outside. I encountered a lot of zombies. Claire was not afraid, but a little worried. She was worried about whether Jiang Hao and the others could cope with this situation. The next second, gunfire rang out. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. The zombies that rushed up were all shot in the head by King Ada. Claire can also use a gun, and her marksmanship is pretty good, but she was still surprised when she saw King Ada's marksmanship. Even her brother couldn't match this kind of marksmanship. After all, we are shooting at a moving target. Zombies don't move very slowly. It's not easy to get a headshot with one shot, not to mention a headshot with a gun. King Ada never needs to fire a second shot to kill those infected. But she soon discovered a strange point. That is, except for shooting, Ada Wong had never changed bullets. Along the way out, Wong had already fired more than 20 shots. But Claire did not see Ada Wong change bullets. Could it be that her gun is a modified special gun with a large ammunition capacity? It shouldn't be, because King Ada is holding the gun in his hand. It doesn't look like a modified gun. Of course, even if she felt strange, Claire didn't ask at this time. Now is not the time to answer her doubts. Soon, they arrived at the airport hall. After coming to the hall, there were more infected people, and King Ada fired faster. Claire was a little nervous. After all, there are too many infected people in the hall. Because of her surprise, she forgot to remind Jiang Hao and the others to find a place with fewer infected people before leaving. But it was too late to remind him at this time. 647. Because the infected people have already rushed towards them. Claire is a survivor of the Raccoon City incident and has experienced bioterrorism attacks, not once or twice. This small scene would not scare her. But then, King Ada's power really surprised her. Because Ada Wong's shooting speed was not only faster, and she also took the initiative to rush towards the zombies that rushed towards her. Those who can shoot will be dealt with one shot, and those who cannot shoot will be kicked out. No infected person can stop her. Under such circumstances, King Ada forced his way out. At this time, Claire's heart was shocked beyond measure, because she has never seen such a powerful person. In Claire's opinion, King Ada's marksmanship and skill are definitely no worse than those of her brother Chris. And she is now completely sure that the gun fired by King Ada has unlimited bullets. Because from the beginning to the end, she never saw King Ada change bullets. She could still use King Ada's pistol inside, just now, because it had more bullets, so she didn't need to use it as an excuse to convince herself. Now after arriving at the airport lobby, King Ada has fired more than 100 rounds. In this case, she still didn't see Ada Wong change bullets. So it's certain that King Ada's gun is weird. King Ada leads the way. Soon, Jiang Hao and the others arrived at the entrance of the airport. Go out from the entrance. They arrived outside the airport smoothly. Outside, the people from the Huxiao side have not yet come to set up defenses. Jiang Hao and the others did see scattered police officers. Judging from the situation, they should be the airport police. A number of infected people were being shot at this time. When I saw Jiang Hao and others rushing out of the airport, they were obviously stunned for a moment. As far as they know, the current airport has basically been completely destroyed. But Jiang Hao and the others were able to fight their way out. It can be seen. Moreover, Jiang Hao and Ada Wong can tell from their temperament that they are not ordinary people. A few young policemen didn't even have the courage to come forward and talk to him. Especially King Ada was holding a pistol in his hand arrogantly. They even dared not go up. Claire was also a little stunned at this moment, or rather shocked, because she never thought that coming out of an airport full of infected people would be so simple. She did nothing the whole time, just holding Leonie and following behind Jiang Hao and Ada Wong. Then it came out. "Thank you for bringing us out. By the way, I don't know what to call us yet," Claire said gratefully. Until then, she realized that she still didn't know what Jiang Hao was called or how to call him. The situation at the airport was so tense just now that she forgot to ask Jiang Hao their names. She is King Ada. You could just call her Ada. As for me, you can call me Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao said. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Ada, thank you very much for your help this time." After knowing how to address them, Claire sincerely thanked them. "Mr. Jiang, are you going to leave next?" Claire asked immediately after thanking her. "Why? Do you have anything else to do?" Jiang Hao immediately heard that Claire's words had other meanings. Actually, I want to treat you to a meal if possible, and thank you for saving us." Claire really wanted to invite them to a meal, and thank them just because Jiang Hao and the others saved her. Claire works at the United Nations, and one of her colleagues is from Daxia, and they told her some about the way people from Daxia get along with each other. For example, if you help someone, the person being helped will treat the person you helped to a meal and thank them for their help. Just now she couldn't determine which country Jiang Hao was from. But after Jiang Hao said that she could call him Mr. Jiang, she was already sure that Jiang Hao and the others were innocent people. Hence the present invitation. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded and did not refuse. Later, Claire found Lonnie's Aunt Franny in the crowd outside. Claire is thankful she's okay. Otherwise, the little girl's only relative will be gone. Franny is also thankful that Claire and Lori are okay. Just after the chaos at the airport, she thought about going to find Claire, but too many people are infected. Being timid, she ran out immediately. She felt that Claire should be able to escape with Lonnie. Maybe it's because I feel sorry for Claire. Although Claire didn't blame her. But after Franny apologized, she left with Lonnie, because she felt that she had no face to be in front of Claire. Claire was also a little helpless. We can only let Franny leave first. I'll look for her later when I have a chance. Afterwards, Jiang Hao and the others left the airport and headed to the city. They are not government personnel, so the City of International Airport naturally does not have to worry about them. After finding a pretty good restaurant, the three of them ordered some dishes and sat down. King Ada basically doesn't talk much. Before meeting Jiang Hao, Ada Wong himself was not a person who liked to talk. Because of her childhood experiences, she actually doesn't like to be in contact with people. She doesn't like to be in contact with people, so naturally she doesn't like to talk to strangers. In front of outsiders, she basically acts like a cold and aloof lady. Only in front of Jiang Hao or people close to her sister's family would Ada Wong have a smile on her face. That smile that truly comes from the heart. In most cases, her smile is more for those licking dogs. Mr. Jiang, may I ask, what do you guys do? Of course, if you can't tell, forget it. I'm just curious. After the order came, Claire asked aloud. If you don't say a word while eating, you'll look awkward. And Claire is indeed very interested in Jiang Hao's identity. Ada was a bounty hunter before. As for me, I don't have a specific job. Why do depends on my interests. I occasionally research viruses. Claire was a little surprised. No wonder King Ada is so skilled. He turned out to be a bounty hunter. If you're an ordinary person, you definitely don't know what a bounty hunter is. But her brother is Chris. She has been exposed to this matter before. These days, it's impossible to be a bounty hunter if you don't have any skills. And Jiang Hao said that she was studying viruses, which also surprised Claire. To be honest, Jiang Hao's temperament looks more like the heir of a big family, a powerful young master or something. The temperament of Mount Tai collapsing on the top without changing the color is not something normal people can have. He doesn't seem to get along with researchers at all. If Jiang Hao hadn't said it, she really wouldn't have thought about it. Does Mr. Jiang run a pharmaceutical company? Jiang Hao shook his head. I study viruses purely as a hobby. After all, there are too many biochemical terrorist attacks in the world now. Only if you understand the virus, it will not harm you. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Jiang Hao has an innate affection for Claire, so naturally he won't put on a cold face. Besides, Claire is not bad looking either. At Jiang Hao's place, beautiful women still get a little bit of preferential treatment. Claire heard this and nodded in agreement. Indeed so. By the way, Mr. Jiang, you said that you and my brother are friends. How long have you known each other? Just over 2 months. 2 months ago, someone released a virus in New York. I met your brother at that time. The New York virus terrorist attack 2 months ago. Claire was a little surprised. She heard what happened 2 months ago from her brother. After all, it happened in New York, and she was in Europe when she got the news for such a big event. I even made a special call to Chris. I learned something from Chris. Jiang Hao and King Ada Kriba mentioned it, and also complained to her that he forgot to ask for contact information at that time. I didn't expect such a coincidence that I would meet Jiang Hao and Ada Wong here today. In fact, Chris is also looking for Jiang Hao and Ada Wong now. But he was looking for it for Rebecca. Rebecca was seen 2 days after the bioterrorist virus attack in New York. I noticed changes in my body. This made her realize that the vaccine serum Jiang Hao injected her with was not simple. She drew a tube of her own blood for study. She found that her blood cells were extremely active, and ordinary viruses were no match for her cells at all. This made her even more convinced that the vaccine serum Jiang Hao injected her with was not simple. So she wanted to find Jiang Hao and see if she could learn some information about the vaccine serum from Jiang Hao so as to develop a more effective virus serum. As we chatted, the topic quickly turned to the bioterrorist attack on Will International Airport. Mr. Jiang, who do you think was responsible for the bioterrorist attack on Will International Airport this time? Claire thinks Jiang Hao is a very smart person. Or rather, very smart people. So she asked the question. Of course, she was just chatting at dinner. Who did it? It doesn't matter to her, and she doesn't need to know who did it. In Daxia, there is a saying that everything in the world is prosperous. It means that behind everything, there is no escape from the word profit. A good international airport. Why would someone release a biochemical virus in a place like this? What's the point of doing this? Claire looked at Jiang Hao without speaking, but looked like she was listening carefully, obviously waiting for Jiang Hao's next words. What's an airport? A lot of people. Claire thought for a moment and gave an answer. Not bad. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Well, airport is an international airport with a lot of people. Even in a shopping mall, there are not as many people as at the airport. The most important thing is that airports are larger and not as easy to block as shopping malls. Once the virus spreads, it will be difficult to control it. The more people there are, and the more serious the situation is, the more attention everyone will pay to biochemical viruses. In this case, who will get the greatest benefit? Those companies that make virus serum. Claire almost blurted out. There are some things that you may not be able to understand when you think about them yourself. But when someone points out the topic for you next to you, it's easy to understand. For those capitalists in the lighthouse country, Claire really knows too well. As long as they can make money, they can do anything insane. Do you still remember the fat man in front of you today? Claire froze for a moment. Then I realized that Jiang Hao was talking about Ron Davis. You're talking about Congressman Davis. Jiang Hao nodded. That Davis has something to do with a pharmaceutical company in Will City called Will Wait. He owns 15% of that pharmaceutical company. Will Wait Pharmaceutical Company is a company that specializes in developing and selling virus serum. When global biochemical virus terrorist attacks were not frequent, it was still a small company. At present, Will Wait Company has become a listed company with a current market value of around $9 billion US. Of course, it wasn't that Jiang Hao went out of his way to investigate the Will City councilman named Davis. It was the information that the little assistant automatically read at the airport. Jiang Hao is not interested in getting to know a fat congressman. Claire looked surprised when she heard this. How do you know? Claire asked directly out of surprise. It wasn't until she asked that she realized how impolite she was. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, It doesn't matter, I don't care. But how do I know this information? I won't tell you. But I can tell you clearly that the biochemical terrorist attack at Will International Airport was caused by Will Wait Pharmaceuticals. And this is not the first time they have done this, and it will not be the last time. When Claire heard this, she didn't know what to say. She actually had no reason to believe Jiang Hao's words. After all, they had only known each other for a while. But for some reason, she felt Jiang Hao's words were trustworthy. Because Jiang Hao looks like a big shot. There is no need for such a person to lie to her as an ordinary person. Thinking of the faces of those capitalists, Claire suddenly felt desperate and wanted to cry. Because obviously many people want the world to be better, but there are always people who are trying to make the world worse for the sake of profit. And these people are very powerful. Why, Claire, you look depressed and unhappy. Who would be happy to hear such news? Those damn capitalists. Claire couldn't help but cursed. You know, she has always had a good temper. You just believe what I say. What if I lie to you? Jiang Hao asked. Because I have nothing worthy of your deception, Mr. Jiang. I am just an ordinary person. Besides, you don't look like the kind of person who would lie. Jiang Hao smiled. So what do you want to do? Claire. If you want to do anything, I can help you. Jiang Hao GY virus is actually not perfect yet. Because now it is like a game account that has been upgraded to the full level, but does not have the matching skills. It can only level A, and it cannot exert any power at all. And it also requires skill. Skill is to let it grow infinitely. The evolution of GY virus is somewhat different from that of blacklight virus. The blacklight virus evolves based on its own ideas. For example, I need powerful and sharp weapons to destroy things. Then the hands will become sharp swords. But the evolution of the GY virus is more passive. In other words, GV virus needs a host to passively grow. Jiang Hao himself is naturally not interested in doing this. So I came up with the idea of releasing the GY virus. No matter how fast the GY virus grows, it cannot grow faster than him. When the growth of the GY virus satisfies him, he can completely recycle it. And recycling does not mean that he needs to kill the host of the GY virus. And what better person to be a host than these protagonists from Resident Evil? That's what Jiang Hao said now. Help me. That's right. I just don't know if you're interested, or rather you. I think your brother should have mentioned me to you. But he doesn't have my contact information and can't contact me. Claire nodded. You can call him and ask him to come over now. Okay. Claire nodded after hesitating for 2 seconds and did not refuse. Afterwards, Claire went outside to make a phone call. And now Chris, blaming himself for the death of his teammates, chose to quit the base team. Now, I am in a small town in Europe, getting drunk every day and feeling depressed. In a tavern, Chris' cell phone rang on the table. Chris didn't want to answer at all. I took the phone and wanted to refuse, but found that the caller was my sister Claire. Chris still cares about his sister Claire. The two brothers and sisters lost their parents when they were young and died in the care of relatives. When he was older, Chris went to the army. Claire's college tuition was paid for by his army stipend. There was no one he cared about more than Claire. Claire, why did you call me? Brother, where are you now? Claire said straight to the point. She was unaware of Chris's recent depression. Chris would never tell her this kind of thing, which made her worry. Asking for flowers. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? My sister asked. Chris was so excited that he sobered up a little. He was worried that his sister would be in danger. Well, there's something more important. Do you remember the 2 adults you mentioned before who helped you in New York 2 months ago? 2 months ago? Chris's mind was immediately drawn to the biochemical terrorist attack in New York City 2 months ago. Remember, what happened? I met them in Will. Someone dropped the virus at the international airport in Will, and then I happened to meet them and was saved by them. After I told my name, they mentioned you and said they were friends with you. One of them, Mr. Jiang, told me that he could help us deal with the current situation in the world and asked if we were willing, so I made this call to you. Chris on the other side had a look on his face. Chris was deeply impressed by Jiang Hao and Ada Wong. Although 2 months have passed, he still has fresh memories of Jiang Hao and Ada Wong, especially King Ada's powerful skills and weapons. 0. When everyone was together, he didn't pay much attention. After the incident was over, he thought about it carefully. It was discovered that King Ada's skills were not powerful, but that they were completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. King Ada is no ordinary person. This reminded him of Weskier, his captain in the SDRS team. Weskier has been strengthened by the virus. Whether it is strength or speed, it is not comparable to ordinary people. King Ada's performance that day was no worse than Weskier's. And that long sword is simply unusually sharp. Monsters like Diego were easily defeated by King Ada. As the leader, Jiang Hao must be even more powerful. Although Jiang Hao didn't take any action during the whole process. But he can be sure that Jiang Hao is definitely not the kind of person who sits behind the scenes and plays with his brains. His skill will definitely not be worse than that of King Ada. This is his intuition. He also trusts his intuition, because his intuition has saved him many times. Okay, where are you now? Chris has seen King Ada's run. It is not easy to know Jiang Hao and others. If they help, he is confident that he will avenge his teammates who died before. But the only trouble now is that he still can't recall the memory of that day. I just don't know if Jiang Hao can help him remember it. After learning his current location from Claire, Chris immediately booked himself a direct flight ticket to Will. Of course, he made 2 phone calls on the way there. One of the calls was to Rebecca, because Rebecca is also looking for Jiang Hao now. Since Jiang Hao is willing to help them, Jiang Hao will definitely not mind if there are one or two more people. The other call was to his old team member, Gil Valentine. The other side, after Claire finished the phone call, she returned to the dining table. Mr. Jiang, my brother, and the others are on their way here now, and it will be tonight at the earliest. After eating, we can find a hotel to stay and wait for them to come. Jiang Hao responded. Claire nodded. After eating, the three of them found a 5-star hotel to stay. Of course, it was Jiang Hao who made the money. This also gave Claire another understanding of Jiang Hao, Yu Qian fan. When Chris and the others arrived in Will City, it was completely dark. Chris first called Claire, after learning the address of the hotel where they stayed. The three of them took a taxi directly to the hotel where Jiang Hao and the others were staying. Of course, Rebecca came. She had wanted to meet Jiang Hao before, so she would not let go of the opportunity this time. As for Jill, she came because of Chris. She didn't know much about Jiang Hao or the others, but after Chris's strong invitation, she came anyway. This time, she was ready to go on a mission. But because of Chris's call, she temporarily gave up her mission and bought a plane ticket to Will. Just arrived at the hotel gate. The three of them saw Claire. Claire is Chris' biological sister. Of course, Rebecca and Jill also knew her. Claire, long time no see. Hello, Rebecca and Jill. Several people greeted him warmly. Then Claire took the three people into the hotel. Soon, the three of them met Jiang Hao and Ada Wong. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. And Ms. Ada Wong. Chris was very polite to Jiang Hao. After all, they came here to ask Jiang Hao for help. Mr. Jiang, thank you very much for clearing the 190 for the previous one. Rebecca also expressed her thanks. Although Jill didn't know Jiang Hao and Ada Wong, she took the initiative to say hello. After both sides said hello, Jiang Hao asked a few people to sit down, then go straight to the point. I have a strengthening serum in my hand called GY Strengthening Serum. I wonder if you are interested. Why have I never heard of GY Enhanced Serum? Because this is a serum I extracted from the G virus and developed. The serum that was injected into Miss Rebecca before was a semi-finished product. Jiang Hao said. Chris and others were shocked, because they didn't expect that Jiang Hao was also studying viruses. But soon he was relieved that there is no pharmaceutical company in the world that is researching bioviruses. It's just a matter of not admitting it. Jiang Hao directly stated that he was researching viruses, but he seemed sincere. At least he didn't lie to them. Semi-finished product? Chris was surprised. That's right, the real finished product is what I call the GY Enhanced Serum. Miss Ada Wong is so powerful. Could it be that she was injected with GY Enhanced Serum? Jiang Hao nodded. Naturally, the GY Strengthening Serum used by King Ada was not used. It's the Super Gene Serum. After all, when Ada Wong strengthened, he didn't have the GY Enhanced Serum in his hand. However, in terms of strengthening effect, there is not much difference between the two. Of course, the GY Enhanced Serum in Jiang Hao's hands is definitely not the original version in the laboratory. In terms of changes, there are still some. Jiang Hao tuned GY Serum for muscle strengthening and density, so that people who have been injected with the GY Enhanced Serum will not directly become muscular giants. Being big is not a good thing. It is better to be strong and healthy. Hearing that Jiang Hao has been used by his own people, Chris couldn't hide his longing. Chris is not the kind of person who likes to pursue power. But with the frequent occurrence of biochemical terrorist attacks, more and more biochemical monsters appear. Chris felt more and more that his power was not enough. He's still not strong enough. If he was strong enough, all his team members would not have died in the mission a month ago, but he survived. So, now Chris is extremely thirsty for power. Then, what do we have to pay to get the GY Enhanced Serum in your hands, Mr. Jiang? He has seen the power of King Ada before. Whether it is strength, speed, or reaction force, they are all in human existences. Such a strengthened serum must be precious. As for Jiang Hao giving it away for free, he has never had a daughter-in-law. In his opinion, even if Jiang Hao really wanted to send them off, there would definitely be conditions. You don't have to pay anything, I give it to you for free. Chris raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? Mr. Jiang, why did you give us such a precious thing for free? If you say it's because of friends, I don't believe it, because we are not friends. Chris is not expressing dissatisfaction, but stating a fact. That is, he and Jiang Hao are not friends yet. After all, apart from Jiang Hao's name, he didn't know any other information about Jiang Hao. The two hadn't even spoken more than 10 sentences before that. Such a relationship is naturally not considered a friend. The GY Strengthening Serum is a very powerful serum. I'm not proud of it. Apart from me, you will never find anyone else in the world who can create the GY Serum. Even if you copy it, you can't do it. The GY Enhanced Serum is an addition to the initial gold-enhanced strength, resilience, endurance, speed, nerve response, epidermis, and bones of the injector during the initial injection. It will continue to evolve. The instinct of living things is to adapt to the environment, and the same is true for GY Serum. In the process of its adaptation, as long as there is enough biomass energy, it can speed up the adaptation and evolve. To use a metaphor, if you're shot through by a bullet, your skin and muscles will automatically strengthen. Next time, the bullet may only be able to penetrate your muscles, but it will not be able to penetrate you. Next time, it might not even be able to break through your skin. If you're in the depths of the ocean, as long as your body is not crushed by the huge water pressure in an instant, and you have enough energy, then your body will gradually adapt to the high water pressure in deep water. If you are in the flames and have enough energy, you will slowly adapt to the temperature of the flames, and the flames will not be able to burn you. Jiang Hao looked at Chris and explained. The latter person was stunned, because Chris had no idea that the GY Enhanced Serum would be so powerful. It's not just Chris. Claire, Jill, and Rebecca were equally shocked. Claire and Jill are outsiders, but they only think that the listening effect of GY Enhanced Serum is extremely powerful. Rebecca is an expert in pharmaceuticals. She also has a PhD in genetic engineering and is a super academic. Compared to laymen like Claire, Chris, and Jill, she knew better how difficult it was to do what Jiang Hao said. Rebecca even suspected that she had heard wrongly, because this is simply impossible to do. But if the finished product is really that great, that could also explain why Jiang Hao only used a semi-finished product for her that day, and she changed so much. The semi-finished product Jiang Hao gave her before served as a warning. It's not that Jiang Hao can't believe it. I admire Jiang Hao even more in my heart. If she is a genius, there is a super genius above the genius. And Jiang Hao is beyond a super genius. Such a person can no longer be described as smart. And every once in a while, I will recover some of your genes and upgrade the GY Enhanced Serum, so that the latter serum could directly give the injector some superpowers, Ba. If you have to give me a reason why I am free, this is the reason you want. Oh, by the way, the good news is that if you choose to get the GY Serum from me, after the injection, you can directly gain the ability to resist high temperatures. At least temperatures below 3,000 degrees cannot hurt you. Jiang Hao told another piece of good news. Not being afraid of high temperatures is not a powerful ability at all in the superhero universe. But in a world like Resident Evil game, this ability is still very practical. In the end, Chris and the others naturally chose to obtain the GY Serum from Jiang Hao. Chris didn't fully believe Jiang Hao's words, but he needed strength now. On the contrary, Rebecca trusted Jiang Hao the most among them. After all, she had used a half-finished serum before. Jill, Jian, and Chris had similar ideas. As for Claire, she saw that Chris and the others wanted it, so she followed suit. Moreover, she also believes in Jiang Hao. GY's strengthening serum, Jiang Hao naturally has it. After Chris and the others made the decision, Jiang Hao took out 4 of them and injected them. By the way, I forgot to tell you. The 4 people who had just received the serum injection looked at Jiang Hao. I thought they had just received the injection, and Jiang Hao wouldn't say there was anything bad about this GY Enhanced Serum. After being injected with GY Serum, you will become immortal species. As long as you're not physically destroyed by humans, you will definitely be able to live for 500 or 600 years. 11. And because of the serum, you won't age much until you actually die. At the same time, no virus can infect you anymore. When those viruses enter your body, the more powerful adaptive cells in your body will swallow up those viruses and will not affect you. Jiang Hao is a more responsible person. After the things are sent out, what needs to be said will definitely be explained clearly. This is conducive to the growth of Chris and others. Their fast growth also means that the GY-enhancing serum he cultivated is fast. Leave things to others. You don't have to do anything. Just sit back and enjoy the results, which is actually pretty good. Jiang Hao also found that he was 0.5 lazy. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with being lazy. Laziness is human nature. No one is lazy unless they are deliberately suppressed. If there was no need to work and someone would deliver meals and go to the toilet every day, it is estimated that many people would never get out of bed for the rest of their lives. Jiang Hao is certainly no exception. Jiang Hao is actually a very lazy person at heart. He worked hard before, but that was because he was under pressure. Now that there is no pressure, he will naturally not force himself to do things. Isn't it good to leave things to others to do for you? And after the injection of GY-enhanced serum, Chris and the other strengthening was quickly completed. Chris could clearly feel the powerful force within his body. It's not clear how much it has improved, but what is certain is that the improvement will never be returned. At the same time, Chris' previously forgotten memories were also revived. He saw the person responsible for the annihilation of his team a month ago, King Ada. But the enhanced Chris was not impulsive, because the Ada King in his memory was not as powerful as the one in front of him. King Ada is very skilled. He saw it with his own eyes 2 months ago. If the people that day were really King Ada, there was no need for her to use a virus to attack them if she wanted to kill them. Just take action yourself. In addition, the Ada King he remembered a month ago was completely different from the Ada King in front of him now, both in terms of temperament and clothing. If you look carefully, you can see that they are exactly two people. Then the situation is clear. The person who wiped out his team a month ago was not King Ada in front of him. Either it is King Ada's twin sister, or someone pretends to be King Ada, or has a grudge with King Ada and wants to blame King Ada for the bad things he did. To kill someone with a borrowed knife. After thinking about this, Chris was suddenly stunned, because in the past, he would not have thought so carefully. He knew that this should be related to the GY-enhanced serum he had just injected. His brain may have also been strengthened, making him less impulsive and more calm. "Mr. Jiang, I have something to tell you," Chris said out loud. After receiving such great benefit from Jiang Hao, it is said that eating people has a short mouth and taking others with a soft hand. After receiving such a big benefit from Jiang Hao, he also changed his name to Jiang Hao and respected him even more. After all, apart from respect, he has nothing else to offer. You say, it's like this. A month ago, my team members and I carried out a mission in Europe. In that mission, except for me, all my team members died. We originally completed the mission, but after the mission was completed, someone attacked us. You specifically mentioned this matter. Could it be that the person who attacked you has something to do with me? Jiang Hao said with a smile. He didn't say so, but he already knew the answer. Obviously, this is the beginning of the plot of Resident Evil 6 game. Chris had just looked at King Ada frequently, and he had seen it all. He believed King Ada felt it too. She just didn't say it. Chris shook his head. Because of the injury, I lost my memory before, and I just remembered it. That's what I thought at first, because the person who attacked us looks exactly like Miss Ada. But then I thought about it. Her skills are much worse than Miss Ada. Moreover, their temperaments and clothing are completely different. That person will definitely not be Miss Ada. Chris said, Derek C. Simmons, do you know this person? Jiang Hao suddenly said a name and asked Chris, Drake C. Simmons? Hear the name. Not only Chris was surprised, but Jill was also very surprised. Naturally, the two of them are familiar with this name. After all, this is the Chief National Security Advisor of the Lighthouse State. They had met this person when they formed the base organization. A rich and powerful man. For them, it is the kind that they cannot afford to offend at all. Moreover, I heard that his family is an old family, very powerful. The Chief National Security Advisor of the Lighthouse government. Chris answered Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. You know he's not surprised. After all, that guy's a big shot. But one thing you definitely don't know is that that guy is actually one of Ada's licking dogs. Puppy licking? You can relate to someone like Leon. Chris. Hear Jiang Hao's explanation. Chris didn't know whether to laugh or not. Is this adding salt to the brother's wounds? Simmons likes Ada very much, but she is not interested in him. Simmons has been studying viruses and researching cloning technology. If he couldn't get Ada in person, he wanted to clone Ada. He conducted an experiment and cloned a woman he loved deeply into the appearance of Ein. That woman's name is Carla Radames. She got a doctorate in genetics at the age of 15. She is a pretty good genius, but she is just average looking. She worked for Simmons and slowly fell in love with him. But she is too average looking to attract Simmons at all. And Simmons' love for Ada made her extremely jealous. After she was transformed to be like Ida, while she hated Simmons in her heart, she hated King Ida even more. I think he attacked you because he wanted to kill you with a knife, and you were the one he used to deal with Ida? A knife. It's a pity that she doesn't know what happened to Evo. I didn't know that you had just met Ada not long ago before you were attacked. After listening to Jiang Hao's words, Chris was shocked, because he really didn't expect that even the chief national security advisor of the Lighthouse country was also studying the virus. And not surprisingly, the viruses in many biochemical terrorist attacks must be related to the chief national security advisor. Thinking of this, Chris felt a little cold in his heart. Even the chief national security advisor is making trouble. No wonder the world is in such chaos. Because no one is doing anything serious at all. As for whether Jiang Hao's words are credible, he thought it was credible, because Jiang Hao had no need to lie to them. At the same time, he was also curious about where Jiang Hao's information came from. This news channel is really amazing. Are you surprised that a chief national security advisor is doing these things behind the scenes? But what I want to tell you is that he's not the only one who does these dirty things behind the scenes. Even your current base benefactor is also doing these things behind the scenes. Impossible. Chris was shocked. Even Jill's face was full of disbelief. Claire and Rebecca looked relatively calm. After all, they don't belong to base. Nothing is impossible. Of course, you can also choose not to believe it. Isn't it always like this in the Lighthouse country? Shouting democracy and freedom. Freedom is freedom, but is it really democracy? It's just a verbal declaration from those capitalists. From beginning to end, this country has nothing to do with you ordinary people. By the way, I just heard about something these days. Just last week, there was a fire in a small town on Hawaii Island. All the Aboriginal houses on the island were burned down. What's more interesting is that these fires have eyes, and all the houses of the indigenous people were burned down, but none of the villas built by the wealthy people on the island had any problems. Even the trees and lawn in front of their villa were not burned. There's something even more interesting. When the fire broke out, the alarm was not sounded. At the same time, the island was cut off from water and electricity. Rescue and food supplies did not arrive immediately. I heard that the government used text messages to notify them to jump into the sea to avoid the fire. But because the fire was so strong, the smoke still blew towards them, and I heard that there are sharks in the sea on Hawaii Island. What's even more interesting is that even today, there are still many indigenous people on Hawaii Island still soaking in the sea. After the fire burned for 3 days, the fire brigade arrived at Hawaii Island and saved many kittens and puppies. As for people, I'm sorry, they couldn't save any of them. Oh, by the way, there's also the Housing and Land Acquisition Bureau. These people are also powerful. After landing on the island, they immediately found the people in the ruins. The size of their houses is also very clear. Tell me, is this a natural disaster as your government calls it? Or is it a man-made disaster? At this point, Jiang Hao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he is a professional, so he can still laugh at this point. As for Chris and others, their faces turned the color of pig liver. I can't help it because I'm embarrassed. Moreover, they have also heard about this matter. This matter is handled by the government. It is indeed very speechless, and it is difficult for people not to believe that there is no conspiracy in this matter. This is why Chris and the others' faces turned as red as pig liver, because they were so embarrassed. Your country has long been decayed from top to bottom. Do you still think this country is democratic? Ordinary people are nothing more than consumables to the rich. They don't care what the world is like because no matter what the world becomes, their lives will still be comfortable. Besides, you can't resist them, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Chris hesitated to speak. Finally, just sighed. The faces of Rebecca, Jill, Claire, and others were not very pretty either. 867 because they can't refute Jiang Hao. Okay, let's end the story here. I plan to go down for dinner. Do you want to come with me? Chris and others did not refuse. They have just completed strengthening and now have a lot of energy needs. And eating is the easiest way to obtain energy. After eating, Chris was about to go to the front desk to get a room for himself and several others. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. At this time, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. I can only stay here for one night. They definitely can't afford a presidential suite like Jiang Hao's. They're not as rich as Jiang Hao. I was about to book a room. Chris' cell phone rang. Take out your phone and take a look. The caller made Chris stunned for a moment, but he quickly answered the phone. There is no way. Who knows that the person calling is Leon Kennedy? Before, he went all the way to find people for help, but now when people call, he will definitely not be able to answer the phone. Where are you? As soon as the call was connected, Leon came over with a breathy voice. Chris was stunned for a moment, but then there was gunshots coming from over there, and Chris immediately realized that he was overthinking. Where's City? Chris reported that he was also in Will City. What? You're also in Will City? That's great. Come and help me. I'm also in Will City now. I'm dealing with a biochemical terrorist attack. I need help. Okay, where are you now? Give me your address, and I'll come right away. Chris agreed directly. His relationship with Leon is still very good. Even with such dangerous things before, people came to help without even saying anything. This time Leon needs help, so he will naturally not ignore it. After getting the address, Chris hung up the phone. Tell Jill and the others about the matter. Jill, Claire, and even Rebecca, who had just been strengthened, all looked eager to try. Without hesitation, I chose to go with Chris. On the other side will Waits. Leon and Angela Miller face numerous biological monsters. With insufficient weapons and ammunition, they chose to evade first. The main thing was that Leon told her that their support was coming soon, and they could hide first with some ammunition left and wait for the support to arrive. Although the timeline has changed, the person sent by the Lighthouse Country government to handle this matter is still Leon. Chris has always been resolute. So Lion and the others just waited for more than half an hour. Just wait until Chris and the others arrive. Originally, Leon thought Chris was the only one coming. Unexpectedly, Claire, Jill, and Rebecca were also there. This was something he didn't expect. They are all in the same circle, so Chris naturally knows Jill. As for Claire, she was an old acquaintance of his. With Chris and the others joining, Lion's combat effectiveness has greatly increased. But soon, Lion felt that this increase in combat power was a bit outrageous, because Chris and the four of them directly transformed into Superboy. It gave him a dream that brought back the scene of watching Ada Wong perform 2 months ago. The marksmanship is perfect with every shot. The strength, speed, and reaction are all better than normal people. The biochemical monsters from Will Wait Pharmaceutical Company are simply not enough for them to kill. Frederick Downing, the executor of the behind-the-scenes incident, was also quickly arrested by them. And Curtis Miller, who was injected with the G virus, also died in the hands of Chris and the others. The G virus is indeed powerful, but its evolution is not unlimited because it requires energy. There is not enough biomass energy. After its energy is exhausted, it will die. So it's not difficult to kill it. Even Chris and the others could do it before they were strengthened. What's more, this strengthened Chris and the others. Naturally, Leon couldn't help but feel curious. I don't understand why we haven't seen each other for only 2 months. Chris and others are all outrageous to this extent. Then, he heard the name Jiang Hao from Chris's mouth. If anyone's name was mentioned, it was the one he least wanted to hear. Then Jiang Hao is definitely at the top of the list. It's not that he hates Jiang Hao or anything. I just simply don't want to hear it. Then soon, Jiang Hao saw Leon Kennedy in the hotel. He didn't want to come originally, but I thought I could see King Ada here. He came anyway by some strange coincidence, even though he knew that it was impossible for him and King Ada. But he came anyway. Jiang Hao did not stingy with a GY-enhanced serum. Now that Leon is here, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't let him go back empty-handed. But even though I got the enhanced serum, but Leon was not happy at all. The previous King Ada at least greeted him when he saw him. When I saw him again, I didn't even look at him. Leon has completely given up. And Angela Miller, the female sergeant of the Weir City Police Department, had just lost her brother, and it was a sad time. Two hearts that were sad for each other somehow met together. 3 months later, Jiang Hao received an invitation letter. It was a wedding invitation. The inviter is Leon, and the wedding was his and Angela Miller's. Leon is not young anymore, already in her 30s. Normally, a child at his age will be almost 10 years old. But because he could never forget King Ada, Leon never found a girlfriend. This time he gave up completely. No, I chose to marry the blonde Angela Miller. Angela Miller is a typical blonde, but it doesn't fit Jiang Hao's aesthetic. How should I put it? Angela belongs to the typical old-fashioned white people, although she is a very good figure. But people in their 20s look the same as those in their 30s and 40s. As for the wedding in Lion, Jiang Hao and Ada Wang naturally also went to attend. There's nothing to do anyway. Jiang Hao spends most of his time playing around. I have nothing to do but watch movies or go camping in the wild by myself, run around to see the scenery and so on. To ordinary people, the world, which is like hell, has become Jiang Hao's resort. Jiang Hao, who likes to be lively, naturally did not refuse the invitation. After the wedding, Jiang Hao also generously presented a GY strengthening serum. It can be regarded as a blessing to the two of them, and Leon naturally accepted it with a smile, because he who has used it is very clear about how precious and good it is. In other words, Jiang Hao doesn't care as much as a huxia cabbage. Putting it outside, the preciousness of this thing cannot be bought with much money. More than 8 months have passed in the blink of an eye. A lot has happened in these 8 months. The plot of Resident Evil 6 has already happened, but compared to the original work, it is because of Jiang Hao. There have been great changes. The more powerful protagonist team easily wiped out Simmons and Carla Radames, the fake Ada King. And relying on their strong strength and ability, Chris and Jill quickly took over base. Kicked the former shareholders of base out of the team. Let the base organization become more pure. In terms of funding, Rebecca provided it. Because Rebecca has become Jiang Hao's subordinate like King Ada. After Rebecca chose to work for Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao founded a company. Rebecca is responsible for running the company, and he is responsible for providing some technical support. There is technical support provided by Jiang Hao. The company quickly developed several high-tech products. The company also made a lot of money and became very rich. Jiang Hao doesn't value money. Full power was directly given to Rebecca to invest in charity medical care. It is mainly targeted at Dachau people and those who really need help. And that's exactly what Claire is good at. So Rebecca hired Claire into their company. Let her be specifically responsible for this aspect. Chris was able to kick out Base's shareholders because of the financial support provided by Rebecca. Base is not a small organization. There are still many members. More people means more mouths to feed. Fortunately, with the funds provided by Rebecca, Chris kicked out all the bugs in Base without expending much effort. Let Base become truly pure. During this period, Chris also asked Jiang Hao for GY Enhanced Serum. But Jiang Hao didn't give it. Jiang Hao gave Chris and the others not only the need for them to help GY strengthen the serum to evolve more powerfully. Another reason is that Jiang Hao believes in Chris and the others. As the protagonists of the Resident Evil series, there is no doubt about their character. For such people, Jiang Hao even gave them the GY virus serum. There won't be any trouble. But he cannot give complete trust to people who are not the protagonist. The upper limit of the GY Enhanced Serum is huge, no worse than the Blacklight virus. Jiang Hao doesn't want the next time he comes to the world of Resident Evil, the world will have changed beyond recognition, or has simply been destroyed. So later Chris asked him for GY-enhanced serum, but he didn't give it to him. But he still gave it to the semi-finished product of GY strengthening serum. It does not have the terrifying growth limit of the GY-enhanced serum, and at the same time, it cannot strengthen the body at all compared to the GY virus. It can only strengthen the physical quality 4 to 5 times. In addition, it is to give people the ability to be immune to any virus. For Jiang Hao, this thing is naturally rubbish. But for ordinary people, this is still a good enough thing to make people crazy. And Jiang Hao also relies on tool people like Chris. Continuously upgrade GY strengthening serum. So far, GY enhanced serum can already give people many abilities. High temperature resistance. This is there from the beginning. Rapid. You can control the muscles of the thighs, making the thighs thicker, thereby speeding up the speed, reaching half the speed of sound at the fastest. With great force, you can control your hands to turn into hard sarcomas like hammers. The destructive power is amazing, and it can smash a tank to pieces with one hammer. Copper skin and iron bone. The body's skin toughness and hardness are greatly improved. Even heavy sniper rifle bullets cannot penetrate it. In addition, the bones are also strengthened. Even weapons such as depleted uranium bullets and armor-piercing bullets, which are extremely penetrating and destructive, cannot kill the person who injects the serum. Super recovery, powerful recovery ability, allows the injector to complete rebirth of a broken arm within 3 seconds. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of energy. Hidden, you can change your skin color according to the environment, allowing you to perfectly blend into the surrounding environment without being discovered. In addition, physical fitness has improved even more. If we talk about the time when Chris and the others injected GY-enhanced serum at the beginning, the physical fitness is only 10 times that of ordinary people. The force reaches tons. The current GY-enhanced serum, after injection, can give people a physical fitness that is almost 30 times that of ordinary people. The power can reach 50 or 60 tons. Dismantling a tank with bare hands is no longer a problem. In 8 months, the GY strengthening serum was able to strengthen to this point, and Jiang Hao was quite satisfied. Not bad anymore. The most important thing is that GY enhanced serum is different from super genes. This thing can be used by people in the Xiongbing company in a superimposed manner. And because the people in the Xiongbing company themselves are super soldiers, the superposition of GY virus will make them improve exponentially, not as simple as 1 + 1. Earned by money, and he himself can naturally use it. There is no need to worry about safety at all, although the GY enhanced serum is extracted from the G virus. But this thing can no longer be called a virus, and it is not as infectious and aggressive as the G virus. Those things have long been eliminated by Jiang Hao. GY enhanced serum and G virus have long been two completely different things. In use, there is no need to think about it at all. As for the latest GY enhanced serum, Jiang Hao will naturally not forget King Ada. In addition to the GY enhanced serum, Jiang Hao also upgraded the super gene in King Ada's body. Although there is no dark plane in this world, the second-generation super gene is completely different from the first-generation super gene in terms of improving physical fitness. There are the upgrades that Jiang Hao gave King Ada after Jiang Hao left the Resident Evil world. King Ada is the #1 strongman in the Resident Evil world. She has what Chris and the others have, and she has what Chris and the others don't have. Of course, Chris and the others couldn't compare with King Ada. Returning does not mean that Jiang Hao no longer wants this world. After he left, King Ada became the agent. As for King Ada's biological parents and adoptive parents, as early as half a year ago, Jiang Hao used Xingyang to resurrect them. Moreover, they were all given GY-enhancing serum as a gift. It can be said that King Ada's loyalty level has been directly brushed up to 100. After everything was arranged, Jiang Hao also chose to return to procrastination. Cross the gates of the world. Jiang Hao returned to the Super God universe. He spent a year in the world of Resident Evil, and for the Super God universe. In fact, just over a day has passed. Open a wormhole. Stepping in, Jiang Hao has returned to his home in Jusha City. Qilin and Liang Bing are both at home. I was a little surprised to see Jiang Hao, but I was more happy. Jiang Hao said before that he was going to go for several days, but he didn't expect that Jiang Hao would come back after just over a day. It was unexpected, and at the same time, naturally I was happy. I stay with Jiang Hao every day on weekdays. Jiang Hao had only been away for a little more than a day and a half, and they were already feeling a little uncomfortable. Seeing the two of them, Jiang Hao first hugged them. For Qilin and Liang Bing, they just haven't seen Jiang Hao for more than a day. But Jiang Hao actually hasn't seen them for a year. Jiang Hao still misses them very much. As for Su Xiaoli, that girl is still the same as before, playing games in the room. In the evening, Jiang Hao cooked by himself and had a barbecue at home. Needless to say, his craftsmanship goes without saying. Even if it was cold ice, I ate a lot, and each one had his mouth full and his hands full of oil. So unhappy. Feeling all this warmth, Liang Bing had the idea for the first time to let go of everything and just live a good life. Naturally, all Liang Bing's developments cannot escape Jiang Hao's eyes. Returning to the super god universe, Jiang Hao naturally contacted Hong Meng again. There is Hong Meng, a celestial-level supercomputer. He became the omniscient and pseudo-omnipotent Jiang Hao again. Even if he doesn't specifically observe the things around him, the huge information data will serve as his all-round eyes to help him understand all the information around him. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Nothing major happened during this period. 377, although except Daxia, other countries are currently very active. But no matter how active they were, Daxiao ignored them and didn't want to play with them. Close your own door and do practical things seriously. Jiang Hao has only been to Xiongbing Company 3 times in the past 3 months. One time, I brought the GY Strengthening Serum to upgrade everyone in the Xiongbing Company. The GY Enhanced Serum is different from the Super Gene Serum. When people in the Xiongbing Company are injected with the GY Enhanced Serum, the improvement in strength is not an exaggeration. After all, the super soldiers of Xiongbing Company are also second-generation super soldiers. Physical fitness is beyond the strengthening effect brought by GY Strengthening Serum. But the greatest help that the GY Enhanced Serum brings to everyone in the Xiongbing Company is not to improve their strength, but to speed up their improvement. Because the super god world is special. The super soldiers of the Xiongbing Company can all connect to the dark plane by themselves. Dark energy can be extracted from the dark plane at any time to replenish itself. Of course, the premise is that no one forcibly blocks the space. Dark energy is also a type of energy. It can replace biomass energy as the energy needed for the evolution of GY Enhanced Serum. In this case, the evolution speed of GY Enhanced Serum will far exceed that of the Resident Evil world. Moreover, because the people in the Xiongbing Company are all second-generation super warriors, a good foundation means that the foundation is stronger. The built house will naturally be stronger and more beautiful. Except for the first time, I went to get GY Strengthening Serum. The next 2 times, I went there to check out the training of the Xiongbing Company. At present, Jiang Hao is not very satisfied with the progress of Xiongbing Company, because the current Xiongbing Company is compared to the Xiongbing Company in the original work. The combat effectiveness is at least 100 times stronger. This is not an exaggeration by Jiang Hao, but it is true. In the original work, D. Lena, as the captain of the Xiongbing Company, was unqualified in Jiang Hao's opinion. After teaching for more than a year, he taught Geshaluan how to escape from the battlefield. Jiang Hao really wanted to know what D. Lena, as the captain in the original book, taught them. Looking at Du Qiangwei again, she has been in the military for 6 or 7 years, and her national standards are very good. Although the Xiongbing Company is a squad of super soldiers, it is different from ordinary armies. But there are also soldiers. As for soldiers, discipline is the most important thing. Whether an army is strong or not depends on how disciplined it is. A modern army and a disciplined army will definitely not be bad at fighting. An army without discipline will definitely not fight a war. This is why Jiang Hao chose Du Qiangwei as the captain of the Xiongbing Company. Under the management of Du Qiangwei, a person with a very tough military style, There has never been any trouble in the training of the Xiaombing company. Everyone is training hard every day. Even Di Lena and Wu Zhao, two people from the Liang Star, would not be lazy or complain at all during the training of the Xiaombing company. In this case, the progress of Xiaombing company will naturally not be bad. It is said that it is 100 times stronger than the heroic company in the Battle of Tianhe City in the original work. How could this not be Jiang Hao's nonsense? This makes sense. Of course, although the men of the Xiaombing company train hard. But after going through the toughest period of training in the first 3 months, they were given 1 day off per week. On this day, they can arrange freely and go wherever they want. Even if you just go home, as long as you can show up at the super seminary on time the next day and participate in training. And this is naturally nothing to everyone in the Xiaombing company who has basically mastered the micro-wormhole technology. Using wormholes to transport a large number of things is currently only Du Qiangwei's ability to do so. But if they just use wormholes to catch up, they can still do it. Jiang Hao only went to the Xiaombing company 3 times a month. At other times, Jiang Hao either goes back to his hometown to spend time with his parents, or takes Qilin, Liang Bing, and Su Xiaoli out to play. At first, it was just in Daxia. Occasionally, I also take them to other planets, after being upgraded to a second-generation super soldier. Both Qilin and Su Xiaoli have the ability to survive in a vacuum environment. There is no problem in leaving the Earth and go to other planets. And on this day, another guest came to the Earth. This guest is very special because she comes from the angelic civilization and is a beautiful female angel. Her name is Yin Fa. After Yin appears on Earth, Dakeo naturally received the news immediately. When he learned the news, he immediately felt a headache. When Liang Bing came to Earth, he had already expected that angels would also come to Earth. But he didn't expect the angel to come so quickly. The current Earth, should be said to be the Daxia civilization because of Jiang Hao. The strength is already very strong. Even when facing angels, they don't need to be afraid. And because of Jiang Hao's existence, they can even have a try with the angel civilization. But war is never a trivial matter. No one will easily start a war unless necessary. Because war is cruel, once it starts, death is inevitable. So Dakeo called Jiang Hao immediately. As a result, the phone was not connected. You don't have to think about it to know that Jiang Hao is probably no longer on Earth. Dakeo also knew that Jiang Hao ran away from the Earth when he had nothing to do. I just didn't expect Jiang Hao to leave at this time. But before Dakeo arranged for someone to find Angel Yin, it was time to find the super seminary by himself. She landed directly in the super seminary in a swaggering manner, because she came at 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the Xiaombing company is still reading and studying by himself at the super seminary. I haven't gone to the gravity training room on the border yet, so they quickly noticed this beautiful angel who fell from the sky. I rely on Shaolin, so there are really angels in this world with blonde hair and long legs, white and thin, really top-notch. No need to think about it. It must be Xian Zhao who spoke. Although Xian Zhao has changed a lot. But he is a man, and men come and go, and the fact that he likes beautiful women will definitely not change. No, when I see a beautiful woman, my mouth can't be idle immediately. Xian Zhao, shut up. Du Qiangwei's voice sounded. Xian Zhao immediately shut his mouth honestly. The current Du Qiangwei is still very prestigious in the Xiaombing company. She may not be the most powerful one, but it is still very simple to deal with him. Especially the micro-wormhole control technique. In the entire Xiaombing company, there is no one who can match her. Except for the instructor, everyone else was far behind Du Qiangwei in terms of micro-wormhole transportation technology. What's more, there is Jiang Hao standing behind Du Qiangwei. He didn't want to be dealt with by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was frightened to death when he started beating people. And they're super soldiers and cannot die easily. Jiang Hao was able to save him even though he was beaten to death. What he is most afraid of now is that Jiang Hao will fight with him. But Xian Zhao kept his mouth shut. But everyone in the Xiaombing company still stared at each other curiously. Even Reina and Mai Zhao are no exception. because the Liang civilization and the angel civilization have not had any contact. They also had never seen an angel. Hello, Shongbin Company, super warriors of the earth. This is the first time we meet. My name is Yin. I come from the angel civilization. I am a female angel. I am the king of angels and the left-wing guardian angel of Holy Kesha. You may not know much about angel civilization, but you only need to know that angel civilization is a powerful civilization. I came to the earth without any malice. We are here for the devil. I came to your super seminary just to come and have a look. Then what? Who among you is the power of the galaxy? Yin is very familiar with it. He didn't seem shy at all and said what he wanted to say directly. Yin naturally has her own dark matter mastermind, which is the portable supercomputer. Computing power is okay. After coming to the Earth, she read roughly all the information on the Earth. This also led her to discover traces of demons on Earth. Let her confirm that Morgana should be in the Chiwu star system now. This matter she has reported to her Queen Keisha. Now coming to the Super Seminary, it is entirely because of the heroic company of the Super Seminary. In other words, it is mainly due to the history of the Milky Way. Because of the power of the galaxy, he can be regarded as half a male angel in a certain sense. As for why she doesn't know who is the power of the galaxy, naturally, she couldn't read the relevant information in this regard, compared with the heroic company in the original work. The current Shongbin Company has one more Jiang Hao. After Hong Meng was born, Jiang Hao used the information of everyone that Meng had given to Shongbin Company to lock it. As long as Jiang Hao doesn't let go of the lock, with that bit of computing power, he won't be able to read the relevant information of the Xiong Binglian people at all. Naturally, we don't know who the galaxy power is. Although Yin was also curious about who made her unable to read the information of everyone in the Shongbin Company. But obviously there's no way to ask about this matter openly, so I can only investigate it secretly. As for the power of the galaxy, she had heard Queen Keisha mention it many times before she came to Earth. Therefore, I have long been curious about the power of the galaxy. The power of the galaxy? In the crowd, Gu Xiaoluan moved dash. She didn't expect that this beautiful angel who fell from the sky would ask him. Everyone in the Shongbin Company was already looking at Gu Xiaoluan at this moment. Lena's face now had a smirk on her face, and her eyes were looking back and forth between Gu Xiaoluan and Du Qiangwei. The entire Shongbin Company has long known that Gu Xiaoluan likes Du Qiangwei. After all, Gu Xiaoluan would always find free time to chat with Du Qiangwei. It was okay once or twice. I asked every day. It was obvious that Gu Xiaoluan liked Du Qiangwei and went out of his way to talk to her. Everyone else had noticed it, so it was impossible for Du Qiangwei not to notice it. But Du Qiangwei had no interest in Gu Xiaoluan at all. Right now, she doesn't want to fall in love. And even if she talks about it, people like Gu Xiaoluan are not her type. For this reason, she also specifically told Gu Xiaoluan not to talk to her. Except for matters related to training, she did not want to answer his other questions. This is considered a clear rejection. Logically speaking, Gu Xiaoluan should give up. But he didn't want to give up. There are many beauties in Shongbin Company. He Weilan, Rui Meng Meng, Di Lena, Wu Zhao, and later joined by Wei Lan and Ran Jing. Anyway, the women in the Shongbin Company don't have a field. She is a beauty herself, but after awakening the super gene, she becomes even more beautiful. And the figure is also very good. Put it outside, every one of them is at the level of a goddess. Although Gu Xiaoluan is not particularly handsome, after activating his super gene, he is strong, and he still looks quite upright with his Huxia character face. No bad habits either. It's not impossible to chase someone else, but he just wouldn't give up. Although I didn't talk to Du Qiangwei as often as before, but his eyes would often be on Du Qiangwei. Let be known that he hasn't given up yet. Gu Xiaoluan come out. Du Qiangwei's voice sounded. Arrived. Gu Xiaoluan responded loudly, then walked out of the team. Are you the power of the galaxy? Yan's eyes immediately fell on Gu Xiaoluan. Yes, I'm the galactic power you mentioned. My name is Gu Xiaoluan. What can I do for you? Yan's gaze was very aggressive and bold. Gu Xiaoluan had never been stared at so carefully by such a super beauty, and he was still a little nervous. but he has been trained by Jiang Hao. There is still some growth. At least I'm not as dumb as before, nor as dumbfounded as before. No matter how nervous he was, it didn't show on his face. Gu Xiaoluan? That's a pretty good name. Child, you're okay as a human. Do you want an angel wife? If you want, I can help you arrange it. Yin looked at Xia Xiaoluan with a smile. Her words made Gu Xiaoluan stunned. The rest of the Xiaobing company were also stunned. What's the situation? It's time to shut up the wife. Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang looked at each other, as if saying, why no one wants to give our brothers a wife? Gu Xiaoluan's mind went down a bit. Only Delana knew why Yin said this. It was nothing more than trying to win over Gu Xiaoluan, although it is one of the 3 major god-making projects. But Lena had heard some rumors about the power of the galaxy. Among the 3 major projects, in terms of damage, the sun's light is the strongest. In terms of strength, Nuashin God of War is the strongest. But in terms of the upper limit, the power of the galaxy is the strongest. Because the power of the galaxy has great prospects, its upper limit is so high that even the super seminary that created it cannot make a clear judgment. Before coming to Earth, Delana came with the idea of winning over Earth's super warriors. And the primary goal is the galaxy calendar, followed by Nuashin God of War. But after coming to Earth, Delana changed her mind. If you want to win over, you must win over Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is the strongest. Although she didn't know that Jiang Hao was considered the power of the galaxy, she knew that Jiang Hao was very powerful. And even now, his upper limit cannot be seen. She already knew Liang Bing's true identity. After all, they did not lose contact with Liang civilization after they came to Earth. Occasionally, they would communicate with Pan Zheng and tell him about their situation on Earth. Through Pan Zheng, they have learned that Liang Shui is actually the so-called Demon Queen. This also solved the mystery of the Xiaobing company that Liang Bing joined with them. They had to train, but Liang Bing didn't need to. If Liang Bing is the Demon Queen, then she does not need to participate in the training of the Xiaobing company. Because she knew Liang Bing's true identity, Delana's assessment of Jiang Hao's strength improved again. Although she has never seen the Demon Queen, but also heard some rumors about her. Jiang Hao can make Liang Bing follow him faithfully and even join the Xiaobing company. It has been proved from the side that he is very strong. Moreover, she also had actual combat with Jiang Hao. No, it should be them, because Jiang Hao is a man against a group of them. As a result, they were completely crushed. The battle was completely one-sided. It is precisely because of this that after coming to Earth, Delana's primary target has long since changed from Gu Xiaoluan to Jiang Hao. When I heard Yan's words at this moment, I naturally understood what the other party had planned. I don't understand what you're talking about. Also, I am not a child. I am already 22 years old and have been an adult for 4 years. Yin said that he would make arrangements for his wife, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Of course, what left him speechless the most was that Yin actually called him child. He had to refute this. Otherwise, Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang would laugh at him to death. As a super soldier at the age of 24, he is no different from a normal human newborn baby. And I'm already over 7,000 years old this year. Are you a child? Yin responded to Gu Xiaoluan with a smile. Also, I just said I was serious about arranging a wife for you. If you agree, I will really arrange a beautiful angel as your wife. I think there should be quite a few angels who agree. In other words, you still don't know what you represent. Gu Xiaoluan, he knows a thing. He still doesn't know where the super gene in his body comes from. No one knows what it represents. But it sounds good to arrange an angel as his wife. Looking at the beautiful Yin in front of me, all angels should look like her, without tea on. Looking at Gu Xiaoluan, he seemed to have some emotional expression. Du Qiangwei suddenly spoke at this moment. Gu Xiaoluan returned to the queue. As for flowers, 0. Yes. After a long period of training, Gu Xiaoluan responded like muscle memory. Then returned to the queue. Zhao Xian and Lu Chuang on the side immediately gave him a look of incompetence. Gu Xiaoluan just pretended not to see it, because his goddess Du Qiangwei is still looking at him. Interesting. Yan's eyes fell on Du Qiangwei. Unfortunately, she couldn't read the information about everyone in the Xiaobing company. Otherwise, We can also make a judgment on their strength. Unfortunately, it cannot be read. Okay, that's it for now, but I will come back to you. That Xiaolin, you can think about what I just said. Let's go. After saying this, Yin didn't stop. Fly away directly. Her speed was very fast, exceeding the speed of sound. In just a few seconds, even the Xiongbing company with good eyesight could no longer see her clearly. After leaving Super Seminary, Yin flew all the way and soon came to the airspace of Asen Kingdom. At this time, Asen Kingdom was in complete chaos because of the demons' civil strife. Many states have even been completely occupied by demons, and a demonic civilization order has been established. She came here to determine the identity of these demons. When she came down from the sky and saw those demons, it was immediately determined that these demons were demons created by Liang Bing using demon genes. Yin fell from the sky so arrogantly. The group of demons naturally noticed her. After all, they're not blind. However, the strongest of these demons is only the second generation. As the left-wing guard of the sacred Kesha, Yin is also known as the thundering god of war. Naturally, it won't be that weak. Yin is not only a third-generation super soldier, but also a stronger third-generation fighter among the first-generation super soldiers. Looking at the group of demons surrounding him, Yin had a smile in his eyes, but more of it was disgust. She is more than 7,000 years old and has participated in 3 wars between angels and demons. The number of demons who died in her hands started at least 1 million. She will not have any mercy towards these demons. In a cold smile, Yin directly used the micro-wormhole transport technology to take out a flaming sword and hold it in his hand. The flaming sword is a revolution in weapons for the angelic civilization. Because of its ability to resonate with solar energy, the physical power and radiation effects produced by the flaming sword are extremely powerful. It looks like a sword, but it's actually a heart-level weapon with a supercomputing core. With the support of sufficient stellar energy, huge interstellar battleships can be easily destroyed. And if the computing power is sufficient, a large amount of thermal energy can also be summoned to carry out space-based strikes, which is what angels call justice. Very powerful, and the angels are even more powerful. There are many flaming swords, which does not mean that this thing is clean. On the contrary, because it is powerful and numerous, which further highlights the power of the angelic civilization. Kesha said that the angel civilization is the strongest civilization in the known universe. Not bragging, but is indeed the case. A high-level angel, third-generation super soldier, with a flaming sword is enough to destroy the Earth's civilization alone, without Jiang Hao and the Xiongbing company. It sounds exaggerated, but in fact, it is not exaggerated. And this group of high-level demons can't find a single demon. Their fate has already been determined. In just a few minutes, he flew away. And what she left behind was only demon corpses and charred earth all over the ground. It was almost 2 hours after Ji Yin left the earth. Jiang Hao took Qilin, Liang Bing, and Su Xiaoli back to Earth. This time, they left the solar system, went to a place called Blue Ice Civilization. The Blue Ice Civilization is far away from the solar system where the Earth is located, with dozens of small galaxies in between. This is a very long distance, because humans can't even get out of the solar system, not to mention spanning dozens of small galaxies similar to the solar system. Blue Ice Civilization is a very interesting civilization. There is a civilization of villains living there, because the people there only have the size of a normal person's hand. When Jiang Hao and the others first arrived there, they thought they were in the Lilliput Kingdom in fairy tales. Although Blue Eye Civilization is a Lilliputian country, their technological level is not low, at least not worse than Earth. One of the technologies surprised even Jiang Hao. That's a technology called equiparticle amplification. You can enlarge an item from its size to its quality. Jiang Hao named it the magnifying beam. It means that with a little light, things can change. However, this technology can only be used on dead objects and cannot be used on living creatures. Jiang Hao is very interested in this technology, so he exchanged this technology with people from Blue Eye Civilization. Of course, he can also directly steal 493 or rob, but this is not Jiang Hao style. As soon as they returned to Earth, Jiang Hao immediately knew what happened on Earth during the half-day they left because of Hongmeng. He didn't expect such a surprise. Just for a short while, when they were away, an angel descended on the Earth. And when they came back, the sky was gone again. Angel Yinji is the pioneer of pathfinding. You don't need to think about it to know that the next time an angel comes, it will be when Kesha comes to Earth. In this regard, Jiang Hao is not panic at all, because Kesha has long been ignored by Jiang Hao. However, as the angels are about to come to the Earth, the Taotai civilization will almost arrive in the Chiwu star system. Later, Jiang Hao told Liang Shui about the angels' arrival on Earth. If it were before, Liang Bing might still have great mood swings. But after following Jiang Hao for a while, Liang Bing's personality changed a lot. At least in terms of his impatience, he has changed a lot. What are you going to do next? What should I do? If Kesha wants to fight me again, I will definitely accompany her. But I have invested all my resources in you, so you must be on my side. Of course. Looking at Liang Bing, Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. But I can only represent myself. As for the Xiongbing Company, I don't make decisions for them. Jiang Hao said, you alone will be enough. Although those little brats are not bad in strength, you alone can defeat them all. You are confident in me, Jiang Hao said amusedly. Don't worry, if Kesha starts a war with you, I will definitely be on your side. Of course, if we don't start a fight, that will definitely be the best. I don't like killing. Jiang Hao has no ill intentions towards Kesha. If it is possible not to start a war, he definitely does not want to start a war. Of course, if he really takes action, Jiang Hao will not show any mercy. I don't want to fight either. It's because Kesha used her B******ch to force me to fight. Liang Bing said, originally, I wanted to call Kesha B******ch, but then I remembered that Jiang Hao said that he didn't want to hear too many curse words from her mouth. She held back again. Liang Bing sometimes surprises herself at this point, because she, Liang Bing, would one day change because of a man. But what she had to admit was that Jiang Hao was indeed the most special man she had ever met. Originally, she didn't like men because of some experiences in the past, and she already had a tendency to develop into a L******************. But after meeting Jiang Hao, I was finally pulled back by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is a very gentle person most of the time. There's always a warm smile on his face. It was different from Carl's soft voice with an expressionless face. Carl gave her the feeling of hypocrisy, and Jiang Hao gave her the feeling of sunshine and sincerity. When they first got along with Jiang Hao, the two were more like a pair of friends who had known each other for a long time. And when Jiang Hao is domineering, he is very domineering. It just so happens that Liang Bing is a woman who is very good at this. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself after spending a long time with Jiang Hao. Her character has been changed subtly, although Liang Bing has lived for tens of thousands of years. But most of her time is actually spent fighting Kesha. When it comes to emotions, it doesn't mean that you will understand more as long as you live. This is not the case. Liang Bing seems to understand emotions, but in fact she is just Zhao Kuo. On paper, it works. Let her practice it. No way. Don't worry. With me this time, she can't force you. But what are you going to do with your subordinates? Jiang Hao said the most domineering words in the calmest tone. And Liang Bing also believes that Jiang Hao has that ability. When Kesha comes, as long as she promises not to cause trouble to me in the future, I will send them all back to the Kunsa civilization and let them go back to live in the Kunsa civilization. We were chased by Kesha before, so we had to leave the Kunsa civilization. As long as she doesn't trouble me anymore, I won't bother leading a bunch of demons around. Kunsa civilization is the civilization where Liang Bing originally conquered the demons. In the original book, after Kesha's death, Liang Bing did lead her demon men back to Kunsa civilization. But then Tianjia Huaya came to visit him, fall into a black hole. Compared with the death of the Holy Kaisa, Liang Bing's fall into the black hole is more like a real fall. After all, the holy factor of the Holy Kaisa is scattered in the universe, And although Liang Bing is also a fourth-generation divine body, it is no different from Kaisha's holy body. But the place where she fell was a black hole. The ghost knows where her divine body factor was taken by the black hole. But this time with Jiang Hao, Liang Bing will definitely not follow the old path in the original book. Yeah, Jiang Hao nodded. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During this period of time, Jiang Hao did not travel outside the Earth much. Even if they run, they will only run out of the Earth and will not run outside the solar system. On this day, Jiang Hao is playing games with his 3 daughters. When he is free, Jiang Hao occasionally takes his 3 daughters to play games. For example, now, he takes a woman to eat chicken in the 4th row. The chicken eating game was released a year ago because of the National Superman project. In today's buildings, most people work in 1 day and rest for several days. It's not that they are lazy, but because of their super physical fitness, they can complete the workload that used to take several days in 1 day. And because of the reduction in material needs, people's desire for money is far less than it used to be. Some people who are too lazy to cook simply go to the charging station every day to recharge with the gene charging device. And the gene charge can go without food for 3 days at a time, and the price is not expensive. In this case, the entertainment industry has become more and more developed. Both the film and television entertainment and game industries have experienced unprecedented explosions. Because everyone has more free time. I have time to watch movies and TV, and I have time to play games. Under such circumstances, it is normal for these 2 industries to explode. Nowadays, if a game has less than 100 million real-time online users in a day, it cannot be said to be popular. The chicken game is a popular game. The highest number of people online in real time every day is around 150 million. The average is around 110 million. Jiang Hao is fine and will take the 4 girls to play together. And because of the National Superman project, the neural responses of the new humans are much stronger than those of the old humans. When playing games nowadays, you rarely see Dish B. This type of person is either a foreign player or a foreigner who has not been injected with genetically enhanced serum. This kind of people are already very rare, so rare that they are rarer than winning a lottery ticket, because everyone is stronger. So it is no longer that simple to win in playing games. However, no matter how fast they react, how fast can they get past Jiang Hao and the others? The last ones are second-generation super warriors like Su Xiaoli and Qilin, not to mention Jiang Hao and Liang Bing. Nervous reactions are faster. When playing games, as long as you are serious, it is difficult to lose. Having just finished eating a handful of chicken, Su Xiaoli, as the captain, was about to continue the next game. And the man on the side suddenly stood up. "Aren't you going to play anymore?" Su Xiaoli looked at Jiang Hao and asked. She hasn't had much fun yet. These are all games played by masters, so they are not very interesting to play. "Well, I have something to do, and I have to go out. You guys should play first." "What happened?" Qilin asked doubtfully. "Nothing happened. It's just that a civilization came to the solar system to cause trouble, and I need to go to the super seminary." "Has the Taotai civilization arrived?" Liang Bing was the one who asked. "Yeah." Jiang Hao nodded. "That guy Carl is very sinister. Be careful. He may already know about the situation on the Earth, but he has also sent people here, and he is probably causing trouble secretly. Don't worry. Are you still worried that I can't handle a Carl?" Jiang Hao said with a confident smile. "Okay, compared to Carl, you are much smarter than him." Liang Bing nodded, not saying anything. Carl is Een and is not easy to deal with. But compared to Jiang Hao, it is still far behind. In Liang Bing's heart, Jiang Hao is 2.8 more difficult to deal with than Carl. The more I learn about him, the more I understand how outrageous Jiang Hao is. Even she felt that Jiang Hao was outrageous, so she could imagine how outrageous Jiang Hao was. This is Jiang Hao. She really doesn't need to worry. Open a wormhole. After stepping into it, Jiang Hao appeared directly at the super seminary. Of course, because of my afternoon time, the current Xiongbing company basically trains in the gravity training room on the border. Jiang Hao sent a message directly to Du Qiangwei through Hongming. Let her bring the Xiongbing company back. At the same time, he also called Northern Star and talked about it. For Jiang Hao, Taotai civilization is nothing. But the Taotai civilization came to the Earth after all to wage war. I have to tell them about this matter. After learning about this, Northstar also directly handed over the decision-making power to Jiang Hao. Since the implementation of a national Superman plan, it can be said that Bezixing's trust in Jiang Hao has greatly increased. This time, they also said that Jiang Hao watched the arrangement by himself and asked them for instructions if he didn't need anything. If anything happens, just inform them when possible. Jiang Hao can decide the rest by himself. Because everyone understands one thing, that is, times have changed. Gravity Training Room. The members of the Xiongbing Company are training in training rooms with different gravity. Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan's physical fitness is the best in the Xiongbing Company. The adaptability of the two is also the fastest. The current training is in the training room with 8 times the gravity. Others are far behind. Xi and Zhao is still getting used to the 6 gravity training room. Not even others. But most of them are trained in the training room with quadruple gravity. After Du Qiangwei received Jiang Hao's message, naturally, it was the first time to convey Jiang Hao's order. Jiang Hao is not only their instructor, but also the commander of the Xiongbing Company. And Jiang Hao suddenly asked them to go back to the super seminary at this time. Without thinking about it, he knew that something must have happened. Because since the training of the Xiongbing Company was on the right track, Jiang Hao rarely came to the super seminary. Basically, I come here once a month. And every time I come here, I give practical lessons to everyone in the Xiongbing Company. In every actual combat class, everyone in the Xiongbing Company will be beaten badly. Also because of this, now they hear the name Jiang Hao, they're a little scared. There is no way. I am afraid. Jiang Hao's actual combat class is still, that's really ruthless. Even if they're all super warriors with strong physiques, they still can't bear it. But they soon reacted. If it were practical class, Jiang Hao would come here to find them himself. Where will they be sent back to the super seminary? So it didn't take long for someone to realize that something must have happened. Wait until everyone from the Xiongbing Company is assembled. Du Qiangwei directly opened the wormhole and took everyone 11 back to the super seminary. In the super seminary, Jiang Hao just put down his mobile phone and saw the Xiongbing Company people walking out of the wormhole. Jiang Hao didn't need to say anything. Everyone in the Xiongbing Company stood directly in front of Jiang Hao. Everyone raised their heads and chests and stood upright. I think you will be wondering why I suddenly called you back today. First of all, you can rest assured that I am not here to give you a practical lesson today. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Jiang Hao say that he was not here for a practical class today. After all, Jiang Hao had just given them a practical lesson a week ago. To this day, they still remember that practical lesson fresh. However, although I won't fight you today, your real opponent is here. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone in the Xiongbing Company immediately realized what was going on. Report. Explain. Instructor, is an alien civilization coming? He Weilan was the one who asked. Everyone in the Xiongbing Company knew the purpose of establishing the Xiongbing Company on the first day they came in. That is used to deal with alien civilizations. After coming to the Xiongbing Company, the first thing they will know is that in this universe, not only the Earth has civilizations, but also the civilization of the Great Emperor exists in other galaxies outside the solar system. These civilizations are strong and weak. Weak civilization is still in the Stone Age when humans on Earth lived thousands of years ago. Strong technology can completely crush the current Earth civilization, just like those powerful alien civilizations in science fiction movies. The purpose of the country's establishment of a Xiongbing Company is to deal with those alien civilizations that will invade the Earth. That's right, a civilization called Taotai has arrived in the solar system, and their goal is the Earth. Our ancestors taught us very early on that we can fight wars, but we can't fight on our own territory. We should defend against enemies outside the country. So this time the battlefield is not on the Earth, but in the universe. Is there anyone who doesn't want to participate in this war? The Xiongbing Company has experience in fighting in the cosmic vacuum environment, because after returning from the world of Resident Evil, Jiang Hao's actual combat training for the Xiongbing Company will be carried out in the vacuum of space. One is to teach the Xiongbing Company how to fight people in the cosmic vacuum. The second is because everyone in the Xiongbing Company has been fused with the GY Enhanced Serum. The strength has once again improved. With the blessing of the GY Enhanced Serum, his already strong physical fitness has become stronger. The adaptability is also stronger, and it has already met the prerequisites for fighting in the vacuum of the universe. With previous experience, Jiang Hao is not worried that the Xiongbing Company will not be able to exert its due strength in the vacuum of the universe. Hear Jiang Hao's words. Many people looked slightly moved. Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and Zhao Xian, who have been in the army for a long time, have been abused by Jiang Hao for almost a year. He had been abused by Jiang for a long time and lost his temper. But when they heard that they could fight alien civilizations, they were not afraid at first, but excited, because it was finally their turn to torture others. Although as long as the actual combat, they are the abused party. But they never underestimated themselves, because they all know very well that it was never that they were weak, but that Jiang Hao was too strong. Facing such a powerful instructor like Jiang Hao, they had no temper at all, even if they were abused. There's nothing you can do about it. They are just better than you, so you can't accept it. After being abused for a long time, their anger is still there, because they know exactly what their strength is. In fact, Jiang Hao had mentioned it to them a long time ago about the Taotai civilization. I just didn't expect that they would wait until now. As Jiang Hao's voice fell, no one from the Xiongbing Company made a sound. If you want to take the initiative and be the vanguard, please raise your hand. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Lu Chuang, Gu Xiaoluan, and Zhao Xian were the first to raise their hands excitedly. Cheng Yaowen, Zhao, and the newly joined Guanfeng also immediately raised their hands. Du Qiangwei, He Weilan, Rui Mengmeng, Di Lena, Wu Zhao, Wei Lan, and other female team members also raised their hand without showing any signs of weakness. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes, I can see that everyone wants to be a pioneer. But there are too many people, so pioneer, I'll order 2 of them myself. Lu Chuang, Gu Xiaoluan, arrived. Asterisk 2. This time the vanguard. Just you 2? Is there any problem? No problem. I promise to complete the task. Xian Zhao was about to speak, but Jiang Hao seemed to expect him to speak. With a glance, the latter immediately shut up. If it was Du Qiangwei, occasionally he would dare to say a word or two. Jiang Hao, I really don't dare to say a word. Report. Du Qiangwei. Say. Jiang Hao looked at Du Qiangwei. Report to the instructor. As the captain of the Xiongbing Company, I request to join this vanguard team. Request to disagree. Why? Because you're the captain. Du Qiangwei had nothing to say. Report. He Weilan. Explain. I am the vice captain, and the captain alone is enough to command the team. I request to join the vanguard. Disagree. Why? He Weilan was a little puzzled. Because Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan are tough enough, and their physical fitness is the best among you, bar none. No matter how much they charge, they won't be able to die. Tao Ye's weapons are not capable of killing them. Do you understand? War will definitely cause death, but if death can be avoided, then how to avoid death is what I, the commander, need to consider. I need to be responsible for your life, understand? I need you to win this war. But I need you to fight this war alive more. Do I need to say more? Report. No need, I understand. He Weilan said. Jiang Hao was no longer looking at her, but at everyone. Before we leave, I still have something to say. War is brutal, and the worst of you are at least second-generation super soldiers. That means it's very difficult for you to die in this battle. I can tell you clearly that you are definitely the victor in this war against the gluttonous civilization, because I am very confident in your strength. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Don't be careless, even if your enemy is not as good as you. In a real war, even if your enemies are not as powerful as you, they will try their best to solve you. The gluttonous civilization is a relatively special civilization. They believe in a god named Karl, who calls himself the god of death and likes to study death. The gluttonous civilization came to the solar system to create death. So, they're not afraid of death. Your battle will not be difficult, but it will not be easy either. This battle is your first battle since the establishment of the Xiongbing Company, and I only have one request for you. Everyone, stay alive and win this war. At the same time, the other side, solar system, trapped star position. There's a large-scale space teleportation wormhole device left behind when Carl came to the solar system. At this moment, this large-scale space transmission wormhole device has been opened. A giant space wormhole has appeared in the cosmic vacuum next to Jupiter. In the 270 wormhole, white space battleships flew out of the wormhole. Most of these warships are about 500 meters in length. This is Tao Ye's small battleship. They are also the vanguard of Tao Tai. After almost 1,000 small warships came out, kilometer-long battleships began to appear. This is an obsolete, medium-sized battleship. Compared with small warships, there are only about 100 medium-sized warships. And there are fewer large battleships, more than 3 kilometers long. There are only 4 ships in total. On a large battleship, the king of the gluttonous civilization, the gluttonous king who has been completely transformed into a mechanical life, is sitting on his throne. Jiang Hao's overall height is 3.6 meters, with a pair of huge metal wings on his back, equipped with a secondary biological engine. He is the most powerful among the Tao Tai clan. Below are 2 transformed mechanical warriors similar to him. Their body shape is the same as Jiang Hao's. Both are 3.6 meters tall, also equipped with a secondary biological engine. However, they don't have the same metal wings as the Howl. At the same time, they look thicker overall, or in other words, larger in size. Of these 2 people, one's cry is a stag, and the other's cry is a wind and thunder. He is one of the generals under Howl Eater. Because they are equipped with sub-biological engines, the strength of both of them has reached the level of 3 generations of super fighters. But among the 3 generations of super fighters, the 2 belong to the bottom of the list. Sun Wukong has 3 generations of super fighters, but let Monkey King confront the 2, not to mention killing 2 people instantly. But it is still very simple to beat them with 1 against 2 easily. It won't take much time to kill them. In comparison, the 2 of them seem to have nothing. But in fact, the 2 people are actually very capable. Because there are many civilizations in the universe, let alone 3rd-generation super soldiers. Anyone who can produce a 2nd-generation super soldier is considered a relatively powerful civilization. Most civilizations cannot even produce a generation of super soldiers. The Hero Company is special. Because they inherited the legacy of the Dino civilization, they have that configuration. They can also be regarded as the rich 2nd generation in civilization. Stag, wind, and thunder. My king. Asterisk 2. I didn't call you here to start a war, but I want you 2 to go to the Earth and save my god Carl, who was left on the Earth and rescued by the super soldier who was sealed by the angel. That's a super soldier named Thornton who stayed on Earth when my god Carl passed by Earth. Strength, which has been greatly improved. The Tao Tai civilization is a civilization that is not afraid of death. But this does not mean that they have no brains and rely solely on recklessness to fight. In fact, his civilization is a very rational civilization. They deeply understand what it means to know oneself and the enemy, and to be able to fight without danger. Before each war, they would first understand their opponents. And for civilization on Earth, Tao Tai didn't know much about it. Although they received orders from Carl, they were asked to come to the Earth to cause death. But in fact, they don't know much about Earth civilization. Carl also told them about the Xiongbing Company on the way here, because when they set out, there was no army of heroes on the Earth. The Styx civilization was located at the edge of the known universe. That is the maximum distance that a large clock can detect. The distance from where the solar system is located is very far away. Even when advancing by wormhole jumping, this distance cannot be reached in a short time. In fact, the Tao Tai civilization set out from the Styx galaxy 3 years ago. It was not until today, 3 years later, that they reached the solar system. And the Xiongbing Company only appeared in the past 3 years. As for how Carl knew, the guy has a big clock in his hand. He can learn something about the situation on the Earth side through the big clock. Of course, it's really about understanding something, specific information or something, because the distance is too far, even a big clock, the information that can be received is very limited. And their understanding of the Xiongbing Company is limited to knowing that it is a super soldier squad. The members inside are all super soldiers. Other than that, there's not much to know. In this case, they will naturally not rush to the Earth to start a war foolishly. This time they're fighting at a super long distance, not at home. It can be said that it is a lonely army going deep. Once they're all dead, there will be no one left. Under such circumstances, they naturally rushed directly to the Earth stupidly. First figure out the situation on the Earth and understand the Xiongbing Company before they can formulate a battle plan and then launch a war. Although they are animal body civilization, it does not mean that they have no brains. Fenglei, my king, do you want to contact the demon Queen Liangbing on Earth? My god Carl said that the woman Liangbing is also on Earth now. If we can join hands with her, we can definitely get a powerful assistant. Fenglei, we can't talk about things like joining forces with Liangbing. This can only be said by my god Carl. Also, you should know that my god Carl likes cold ice. Don't call her by that woman next time. My god Carl might be upset if he finds out. Also, Liangbing is not easy to provoke. She may already know about our arrival in the solar system by now. If we want to cooperate, we can't take the initiative to find us. We have to let her come to us. Her current situation is not good. Kesha from the Angel Civilization will definitely catch up to the Black Star system soon. Angel Civilization? Those angels who claim to be righteous are not easy to mess with. It's true that they are not easy to mess with, but behind us is my god Carl. As long as Kesha doesn't want to start a war with my god Carl, she won't touch us. After all, the Styx galaxy under my god Carl is not just my own civilization. Okay, you two hide for a while and go to Earth to check the situation on Earth. The focus is on the heroic company on Earth. Remember, your mission is to find out information, not to start a war directly. Yes, Lord. Asterisk 2. Fenglei and Xionglu said in unison when they heard the words. Fenglei and the Bucks are actually very strong. In the original book, during the Battle of Tianhe City, the two men made the fight extremely difficult for the men of the Xiongbing Company. Many people were injured. Gu Xiaoluan was stabbed on the ground by Fenglei's sword. If it weren't for Gu Xiaoluan's invincible body, Feng Fu would be of no use to him. If Gu Xiaoluan is replaced by Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, and the others, it is estimated that there will be people killed in the Xiongbing Company. The two were about to leave. Suddenly, the battleship shook violently. Then, the siren sounded accompanied by a flashing red light. The three of them were all taken aback. Then he looked surprised, just when the three of them wondered what happened. A gluttonous soldier ran in from outside. My king and two generals, the battleship group, just received a high-energy bombing. Through analysis, it was concluded that it was a sunspot bombing. The target is suspected to be the sunlight of the blazing sun civilization. When the three of them heard this, they were all shocked, because they never expected that before they attacked the Earth's heroic company would attack them first. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. The center of the Taotai battleship group. A wormhole suddenly appeared out of thin air. Jiang Hao's figure stepped through the wormhole. Then came Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang. At this time, Jiang Hao had already put on a dark alloy battle suit that was mainly black. It's not just about being cool. Instead, the new dark alloy armor he made has a stealth function, which can make them invisible to signal detection equipment, such as radar, thus becoming invisible. Naturally, Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang also wore handsome black dark alloy armor with a full sci-fi style. There are some differences from Jiang Hao's, but they are pretty much the same. Remember your mission and just rush inside. Have you seen the 4 largest warships? Rush over to me and don't stop along the way. Your mission is to destroy my 4 warships. I don't care what method you use. If you fail to destroy those 4 battleships before the battle is over, I will do it for you alone when we get back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao wanted to open a separate stove for them. Both of them were shocked. Jiang Hao's so-called small stove is not to cook for them, but to get them to practice alone. To practice alone with Jiang Hao is to give Jiang Hao a try. Even if both of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, they are completely unable to withstand Jiang Hao. Coach, don't worry, we promise to complete the task, right, Brother Liu? Gu Xiaolun responded immediately. Ah, yes, Coach, don't worry. I, Lu Chuang, will destroy these 4 alien battleships today. So what, Xiaolun? Stop talking nonsense. Let's get on now. Hurry up. Lu Chuang also followed. Echoed. After finishing speaking, the two of them rushed directly towards Tao Ye's 4 large battle armors under the acceleration of the dark metal armor. The dark alloy armor developed by Jiang Hao naturally has a power system and can fly. Even in an era dominated by super genes and super soldiers, air supremacy is also very important. Naturally, Jiang Hao would not forget to add a flight function to the dark metal armor of the Xiaobing Company, while the two of them rushed out. The rest of the Xiaobing Company also came to the battlefield from the Earth through the wormhole opened by Jiang Hao. The wormhole was naturally opened by Jiang Hao. Although Du Qiangwei's micro-wormhole technology is not bad, she cannot locate the location of the Taotai civilization as accurately as Jiang Hao, so as to open a precise wormhole to achieve the purpose of transporting troops. So this wormhole can only be opened by Jiang Hao. Wow, we came directly to the center of the Taotai battleship group. In your Earth terms, this is called the center blooming, right? Delena looked at the huge group of Taotai battleships around her and couldn't help but exclaimed. The others also looked at the group of gluttonous battleships around them in shock. The huge battleship group still gives people a great sense of shock. After all, even a small battleship is a super giant at least 500 meters long. Compared with such a giant, the height and size of human beings are so small. Is this the alien warship? It's so big. It looks pretty cool, but it's a pity it's not ours. I heard that our battleship is already under construction. The people in the Xiaobing Company did not have the slightest fear of facing the war. There was no trace of nervousness on anyone's face. No way. I have fought Jiang Hao too many times. Every time Jiang Hao beat them up, he would not hold back at all, and every time he would give them a feeling that they were going to die. I have experienced a lot, and I am not so afraid of death. They're not even afraid of death, and there's something that can make them nervous. Reina, use your solar flare to give them something more explosive, and at the same time attract some firepower to Xiao Luan and Lu Chuang. Qiang Wei, the rest of the battle will be left to you to command. Okay, instructor, Du Leiwei responded. Jiang Hao gave everyone a look that said he would behave well next. Then the person flashed and disappeared directly. But they knew that Jiang Hao must have gone somewhere to watch the game. Rena also directly started to calculate the direction of the light energy and then activated her ability, small solar flare bombing. Although it is small, its power is much greater than the explosion of Mahai bomb. If the battlefield is on Earth, don't worry about it. But fighting in the vacuum of space, she naturally doesn't need to worry about anything. Small solar flares directly fill up, accompanied by 2 flames rising into the sky. 2 small warships were directly blown up. The shock wave generated by the explosion was like a big wave hitting everyone in the ocean. However, everyone is wearing dark alloy armor, so there's no need to worry about being shot and sent to the hospital. And when he saw Reina, he blew up 2 small battleships. Everyone had surprise and shock on their faces. Although in previous actual combat training, Reina had never used solar flare bombing. First, the actual combat location is on the Earth, and Reina has some concerns. But in fact, the main reason is that Reina felt that even if she used it, she wouldn't be able to blow up Jiang Hao. And even if she did, with Jiang Hao's physical strength, it probably wouldn't be able to cause harm to Jiang Hao. So she simply didn't use it. Seeing the surprised expressions of everyone in the Xiaobing Company, Reina was very pleased. Then, he bumped Wu Zhao's shoulder again, seeming to ask, "Am I awesome?" As Reina's best friend, Wu Zhao naturally knows what she is thinking. At this time, Du Qiangwei also spoke. "Lena, Wu Zhao, we will cooperate with you two to suppress it with firepower. Zhao Exin, Rui, Meng Meng, Zhao, Guanfeng, He Weilan, and Weilan work in pairs, distribute freely, and attack freely. Li Qing, Chung Yaowen, you two cover the three of US. Don't let us be attacked by the other side. As the captain, Du Qiangwei began to issue orders. After hearing Du Qiangwei's words, everyone nodded and began to act according to Du Qiangwei's arrangements. Lao Guan, come here. I'll take you to beat them to death. Zhao Xian shouted directly to Guanfeng. The latter did not refuse. Directly grabbed one of Xian Zhao's shoulders. Xian Zhao felt that Guanfeng had caught him and ran out directly. Meng Meng, you come with me. He Weilon found Rui Meng Meng as a teammate. Okay. Rui Meng Meng nodded, while holding a machete larger than her own. Then the two of them rushed out. Only Wei Lan and Zhao were left, and they immediately rushed out together. While everyone rushed out, Rina also launched a solar flare bombing again. She planned to blow up some warships before the enemy could react. And Du Qiangwei also opened several wormholes directly next to it. Wu Zhao took out a fiery red bow and pulled the strings along with it. Red energy gathers in it. As a super warrior of the Liang civilization, Wu Zhao can naturally use the energy of stars, although she can't directly activate the solar flare like Reyna, but can also fire energy arrows with a large energy base, and the power of the explosion is still very powerful. 600 and the wormhole opened by Du Qiangwei went directly into the interior of Tao Ye's battleship. In the battleship, some Tao Tai soldiers were frightened when they saw the sudden appearance of the wormhole. Some people who reacted quickly picked up the energy gun and pointed it at the wormhole and fired in a burst. But unfortunately, Du Qiangwei opened a one-way ticket wormhole. Things can only pass through her side, but things on the other side cannot. This requires the operator to have a very sophisticated understanding of micro-wormhole technology. Otherwise, this would simply not be possible. In this regard, only Jiang Hao and Du Qiangwei can do this in the entire Xiaobing company. Jiang Hao is so smart, so it can be done. Du Qiangwei was able to do it because of her own ability, because she is the rose of time and space. For Qiangwei, controlling space is just like Lu Chuang can wield extremely sharp, god-killing energy, or Gu Xiaoluan can counter the void. Before the Tao Tai on the other side could wonder why their energy guns hit them, there was no reaction from the other side of the wormhole. Wu Zhao's energy arrow flew out of the wormhole, fall inside the battleship. The next second, energy exploded. The fierce high temperature turned into a sea of fire, swallowing Zhan. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the warships turned into a sea of fire under the attack of the Xiaobing company. In just a moment, more than a dozen small warships were destroyed. Even medium-sized battleships were destroyed. On a large main battleship, Chu Howling was still shocked, and after the shock, he began to arrange for people to fight back. But the Bucks and Feng Lei were sent out by him to deal with the Xiaobing company. Of course, he himself was not idle either, because he noticed Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang rushing towards the main ship. Although Feng Lei, BBBG, and Bucks are also equipped with sub-biological engines. But in terms of strength, it is much worse than him. If the Bucks and Feng Lei are at the bottom of the 3 generations of super fighters, then he is the top among the 3 generations of super fighters. As the gluttonous king, his secondary biological engine is not only more perfect, but also has more functions. The materials for his body are also more advanced, and the weapons he is equipped with are also made by Carl. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you don't encounter super fighters at the level of the main god, among the 3 generations of warriors, basically no one can kill him, because he had long ago abandoned his physical body and became a student life. Even if his body is destroyed, he cannot be truly killed. If you want to really kill him, unless you also clear his data. But to do that, you'd have to have at least one Astro-class supercomputer. And the supercomputer of the Celestial Machine is not something that the 3 generations of super fighters can play around with at all. There are so many resources needed. Only God-level super warriors can play it. But in the entire known universe, the number of God-level super fighters can be counted with 2 hands. Whereas it's so easy to come across. Even 3rd-generation super soldiers are extremely rare compared to the civilizations in the entire known universe. In the original book, The reason why Gu Xiaolun could kill Hao was so simple. It's because the void-level weapons are too powerful. Although Hao has become a digital life, it has become a different kind of immortality. But when Gu Xiaolun changed the rules and forcibly defined him as dead, he was really dead. Hao is not weak, but unfortunately the opponent he encounters is Gu Xiaolun, a cheating player who can redefine the rules. That's why it was so easy to die. Therefore, he chose to face Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang alone, not because he was arrogant, but because he felt that he really had that strength. After the gluttonous fleet experienced Lena's first round of sneak attacks, respond quickly. Each battleship opened its own star energy shield, but all high-tech civilizations basically know how to obtain and use stellar energy. The stellar energy shield with stellar energy as the core naturally came into being. The power of the stellar energy shield is that as long as the nearby stars whose energy is extracted do not go out, they will have inexhaustible energy to provide energy supply for the shield. Make the shield difficult to penetrate from the front. But it's a pity that there is a vain Jianwei on the Xiaobing Company's side. The stellar energy shield can easily protect against strategic weapons such as Mahai bullets, but it couldn't defend against attacks from within. A wormhole opens into the interior of the battleship. Lena bombed with a solar flare, immediately took away another battleship. Wu shot an energy arrow and immediately took away another battleship. Some gluttonous soldiers noticed the existence of Lena and the others. Start attacking them immediately. Because there are too many battleships, it is easy to cause accidental injury. They can only take small spaceships to attack Lena and the others. But this is precisely their worst choice. Because next to Lena and the others, there are two super fighters, Cheng Yaowen and Ji Qing. Cheng Yaowen had already activated his ability and pulled the meteorite group not far away. Under his control, the meteorite swarm directly collided with Tao Ye's warship. With the blessing of not slow speed, the power of these meteorite groups is not small. Even warships with stellar energy shields turn on cannot be crashed. The huge impact force will also knock the battleship aside. After the meteorite group fell on top of Cheng Yaowen and the others, it begins to dissolve immediately, then condense outside of Lei Na, Du Qiangwei, and the others. Soon, a huge and thick rock castle was formed. The attacks of the Tao Tai troops all hit the rock castle. Although the stone will be crushed, it will immediately recover under Cheng Yaowen's control. And the castle formed by the boulder will be after the gluttonous soldiers approach. Detached spikes, boulders, and the like hit them. Suddenly, many gluttonous soldiers were knocked off the spaceship. Therefore, there are not many gluttonous soldiers who can attack the giant stone castle. Even if there are gluttonous soldiers attacking the stone castle, it will also be solved by Li Qing. Li Qing is particularly talented in close combat. Although he came later, he grew up extremely fast. In terms of fighting skills alone, apart from Jiang Hao, none of Xiaobing surpassed him. His weapons are a pair of special fists specially made for him by Jiang Hao, can unleash a burst of strange shock attacks. Let Li Qing's attack seem to have the dark energy in a martial arts novel. If you punch out, it will be broken on the outside and broken on the inside. The destructive power is not ordinary. Those gluttonous soldiers who rushed in all died at his hands. Cheng Yaowen and Li Qing are responsible for protection. No gluttonous soldiers could attack Xiangwei, Lei Na, and Wu Zhao. On the other side, Zhao Xian and the others rushed out. The destructive power is equally astonishing. If it is them in the original book, except for Qiangwei, who can use micro-wormhole technology to pass through the star energy shield, no one else will. In their current situation, all they can do is numb their claws. But they are not who they were in the original work. Under the teaching of Jiang Hao, all the people in the Xiaobing Company have mastered the micro-wormhole transportation technology. Can't reach Rose Dew's level. But short distance, hundreds of kilometers, micro-wormhole teleportation, they can still do it. What the star energy shield is most afraid of is encountering this kind of enemy who can use micro-wormhole transportation technology. All of them are super fighters, powerful and destructive. How can Tao Ye's warships stop their destruction? The entire group of gluttonous warships directly turned into a huge sea of flames. Jiang Hao above looked at this scene and was naturally very satisfied. He is satisfied with the combat effectiveness of the Xiongbing Company, also happy with their fights. Compare with the battle in Thesis City in the original book. This is called fighting. Damn, super soldiers go to the battlefield and take a helicopter. Brother, I'm going to fight Star Wars with you. Fire support has to be provided by the Juxia City Fleet Group. This is the super soldier of the hammer. Moreover, fighting in the city is a bit of experience, and as the captain, Lena's command of the Xiongbing Company is like a piece of shit. What he sees now is called interstellar war. This is also the strength that the Xiongbing Company should have. Down below, Xian Zhao and Guanfeng soon met the Bucks and Feng Lei, who came to intercept them. Xian Zhao's speed is too fast. The blowing wind can cut off the amazingly destructive wind sword energy. This also puts the battleship destroyed by the two at the top of the list. So Feng Lei and Bucks found them immediately. I plan to deal with them first, and then deal with the rest of the Xiongbing Company. And Zhao Xian and Guanfeng also quickly noticed Feng Lei and Bucks coming towards them. Old Guan, someone is coming towards us, one for each of us. Xian Zhao is naturally unafraid. Okay, Guanfeng nodded. The dark alloy sword in his hand was crossed. In the next second, a strong wind blade swung out, fast and sharp. Feng Lei and Xionglu were killed because they didn't pay attention. If it wasn't for the fact that their bodies were better made, this blow would have been enough to cut them into two pieces. Even so, the two of them still left obvious knife marks on their bodies. Feng Lei, be careful. That guy should be a guy who can control the wind. Be careful not to be cut by his wind too many times. I know it in my heart. You should also be careful about the other one. That guy is very fast. When Xian Zhao and Guanfeng met Feng Lei and Xionglu, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang have also met Jiang Hao. The secondary biological engine gives the Howler more powerful power and also possesses superpowers that ordinary Taotai soldiers do not possess. Fire control, telekinesis, flight, haste, invisibility. Coupled with the fact that Howler was holding a god-killing weapon, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang were stunned as soon as they bumped into him. But the two eventually grew up under Jiang Hao's beatings. In terms of speed, Jiang Hao is more than a star and a half faster than Howl. Soon, Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaolun adapted to the rhythm of howling and began to fight back, as for the god-killing martial arts. Because Gu Xiaolun was invincible, the god-killing martial arts did not cause him any injuries at all, but Lu Chuang was seriously injured. In the original book, Gu Xiaolun was fine when Feng Lei and the others stabbed him to the ground with their god-killing weapons. His current physique is not even a bit stronger than that of him during the Battle of Tianhe City in the original book, and the god-killing martial arts in Howl's hands cannot cause him any effective harm at all. As for Lu Chuang, he was also seriously injured in the first round, but he recovered quickly from his injuries. GY Enhanced Serum greatly enhances the recovery speed of super genes. The injuries caused by the god-killing martial arts looked terrible, but they actually recovered within a short time. After adapting to the rhythm, Gu Xiaolun quickly displayed his ambition for void-level weapons. First, use Xiongxin to forcibly block the space. When a space was blocked, Howl's speed advantage was immediately eliminated. Jiang Hao found that his speed could not be increased. This shocked him very much. I don't understand what's going on at all. Obviously, he didn't expect Gu Xiaolun to be able to block space. Just as he knew in advance that Gu Xiaolun had void-level weapons, he would never come to Gu Xiaolun as his opponent, but would deal with the others first. Unfortunately, he didn't know. When howling loses its speed advantage, the home court becomes Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang's. Especially Lu Chuang. Just now, Jiang Hao took advantage of his speed and used a kiting tactic to beat him to death. It's like playing an FPS game. You want to fight someone head-on, but the other person just acts like a turtle and won't come out to fight you. Just use obstacles to play with you. He can hit you, but you can't hit him, and he can't beat you to death at once. This makes you more and more angry. Lu Chuang is not a good-tempered person. Being chopped down by the god-killing weapon carried by Howl for a long time, I felt so depressed that I was already exhausted. Brother Liu, I've got this guy under control. I've restricted his space. Come on, he can't fly now. Okay, Shaolin, good job. That has finally stopped flying. Let me fly again and see what I do to you. Lu Chuang cursed and climbed up with the giant axe in his hand. His weapon is a double-edged axe. Compared with the one used by Lu Chuang in the original work, the one Jiang Hao built for him was larger and, of course, sharper. The space is blocked. Jiang Hao was also a little surprised but not afraid. First, he is already a digital life. Even if his physical body is destroyed, he feels that he cannot die. The second is that he believes in Karl, the god of death. He has long been brainwashed by Karl to believe that death is not the end and is not afraid of death at all. Moreover, he didn't think Lu Chuang and Ge Xiaolun had the ability to kill him. Looking at Lu Chuang rushing towards him, Chi Hao was not afraid at all. Seeing Lu Chuang strike with an axe, he also raised his big sword to meet him. In terms of strength, he doesn't know Lu Chuang. His body was built by Karl himself. Not only is it harder and more resistant to grass, but it can also increase power due to the secondary bioengine. To put it simply, the calendar is very day. He didn't think his strength would be inferior to Lu Chuang's. Clang! An axe and a sword collided together. An overwhelming force struck. Click! The terrifying force instantly chopped the god-killing weapon in Xie Hao's hand into pieces. How is it possible? Biting Hal exclaimed. That is to say, he is now a pure mechanical life. Otherwise, his face will definitely be very ugly. Naturally, Lu Chuang would not miss the opportunity to beat up the drowned dog. Just cutting off the howling sword is not their purpose. Turning the big axe in his hand, he swung it out again. Poof! This time, it was the body of Jiang Hao. I saw the big axe easily cutting through the mechanical body of Hao. From the chest position, cut the two halves directly up and down. On my body, boom! Lu Chuang stepped on Chi Hao's upper body, which was split into two. TCH, I thought you were so powerful. Is this all? You can't handle my two axes. 17. How? I admit that I underestimated you, but I have long since become a digital life with the help of my god Karl. Even if you destroy my physical body, so what? You can't kill me. Really? Ge Xiaolun stepped forward. Choose a target and start judging. The target has been ruled dead. Jiang had already told him how to use Xiongxin. Faced with the situation of howling, he reacted immediately. How is it possible? How can you? Before he finished speaking, the light in Xie Hao's eyes suddenly disappeared. Obviously, he was directly ruled dead by Ge Xiaolun. This is the power of void-level weapons. That is to say, Ge Xiaolun's mind is not good enough, and the power of Xiongxin in his hands is very limited. If Jiang Hao were to use Zhengyang instead, you can instantly kill him as soon as you meet him. How could Xie Hao waste so much time here? This is dead. I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out like this. Lu Chuang looked disdainful. Okay, Brother Liu, don't forget our mission. The instructor wants us to destroy the 4 largest warships. If this is not destroyed before the battle is over, he will drag us to practice alone. Ge Xiaolun's reminder revived Lu Chuang's memory of his death. The whole person is clever. It is estimated that no one would want Jiang Hao's solo training and the entire Xiongbing company. After all, none of them are MTs and like to be abused. We're all normal people, okay? And lost the greatest combat power of the Tao Tai, King Howling. No one can stop Ge Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. Ask for Flowers 0. The two men quickly rushed to the 4 large battleships and began to destroy them. On the other side of the battlefield, Xian Zhao and Guan Feng were in a stalemate with Buck and Feng Lei. Neither side could defeat the other. It may be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. Feng Lei, my king died in the battle. Suddenly, the stag spoke up. Feng Lei was startled. Then I also received the news that King Tao Tai was killed in battle. I was stunned for a while. But the most taboo thing on the battlefield is the clone. And Xian Zhao is the kind of person who is extremely fast. Seeing the stag and Feng Lei were distracted. Naturally, he seized this opportunity immediately. He rushed forward and knocked the god-killing martial arts out of their hands. The god-killing martial arts could not do much harm to Ge Xiaolun. But for these second-generation super soldiers, the threat is still great. This is also the reason why Jiang Hao and Guanfeng have not won Fenglian bucks for a long time. When Jiang Hao defeated the two god-killing warriors, Guanfeng also seized the opportunity to take action again. There is no god-killing weapon in hand this time. Guanfeng and Zhao Xian were not so scrupulous about them. And in terms of speed, both of them are not slow. Guanfeng arrived immediately and rushed to the two of them. 0. The alloy sword in his hand was swung out directly. The sharp alloy sword is quite destructive. The two of them were immediately cut in half. Then Jiang Hao came in for another last hit. One shot at a time, directly stabbing their heads to pieces. Feng Lei and Xiong Lu both died immediately. Unlike Howl's complete mechanization and transformation into digital beings, the two of them can only be considered semi-mechanized. That is, they also have general biological characteristics. When the body is destroyed, the brain is destroyed. They are truly dead. And after the Stag and Feng Lei died in battle, Tao Tai was even less able to resist. One battleship after another was destroyed. Stop it all. After all the main combat forces of the Tao Tai army were killed, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly rang in the ears of all the Xiongbing company members. Everyone stopped when they heard Jiang Hao's voice. And Jiang Hao also appeared again. I saw Jiang Hao pulling towards the void. The next second, countless Tao Tai soldiers were forcibly pulled out of the battleship by Jiang Hao, gathered into a dense mass. Then with a wave of his hand, a small black hole appeared in the universe. It was originally 1 or 2 meters in diameter, but it expands extremely quickly. In just a few breaths of time, the diameter of the black hole has exceeded 1 kilometer. The terrifying suction force made all the soldiers of the heroic company feel the pressure. Soon, the path exceeded 10,000 meters, and those Tao Tai soldiers who were forcibly pulled out of the battleship by Jiang Hao. Without him, he waved his hand and threw them all into the black cave. After the black hole swallowed up all the Tao Tai soldiers, Jiang Hao also directly forcibly closed the black hole. Although Jiang Hao has mastered gravity, celestial bodies like black holes are too terrifying. It doesn't mean that you can open them whenever you want or send them away whenever you want. But in addition to controlling gravity, Jiang Hao also has an even more outrageous void-level weapon in the super god world, Xingyang. With the cooperation of Xingyang, it becomes easier for Jiang Hao to close terrifying celestial bodies like black holes. It can even be said to be easy. But this move directly suppressed everyone in the Xiongbing company. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the two blazing sun stars, Reina and Wu Zhao, because this was the first time they saw Jiang Hao's hand rubbing a black hole. It's really outrageous to go home after school. It's outrageous to get home. At this moment, Jiang Hao's power was refreshed again. Then, that thing just now was a black hole, right? Reina asked the dancing photo beside her in disbelief. Wu Zhao nodded very seriously. It is indeed a black hole. Educate him, really. Wu Zhao didn't know what to say for a while. Wu Zhao knew that her master Panjun had always had thoughts about the Earth. But who would have thought that a person like Jiang Hao still exists on Earth? That's a black hole. Even if it is as powerful as the sun, it will only be swallowed by a black hole. Among all celestial bodies, black holes can be said to be the most terrifying. Because of its powerful gravity, it is enough to pull everything into its endless abyss. There is a reason why Jiang Hao chose to take action at this time. Because the Tao Tai fleet's resistible force has basically been wiped out by the Xiongbing company, and the rest are basically cannon fodder. For the Xiongbing company, it only takes a while to clean them up. There is no danger at all. In this case, Jiang Hao's next move was to omit the time needed later. In addition, it is to facilitate the recovery of the Tao Tai civilization warship. These are all good things. Even if they are sold as scrap, they are still valuable. A space battleship group is still very valuable. After recycling, take it back to the A120 and modify it so you can use it yourself. Although Dacia is currently building warships. However, limited by materials and resources, only 2 warships have been built so far. if you just make it yourself in a step-by-step manner. The collection of resources and the time for assembly will take at least 30 years to start a space battleship group that has begun to take shape. Of course, if Jiang Hao is willing to help, maybe Daxia will have a space battleship group that has begun to take shape in a few days. But Jiang Hao had no intention of helping. He has already come up with technology, materials, etc., and he has also helped solve the most difficult problems. This is equivalent to cooking the rice, frying the vegetables, and then serving the rice to you in a bowl. Then you can just eat it. But if this is the case, and you still wanted to pick up the bowl and feed the rice in your mouth, that's a bit too much. So Jiang Hao left it to others to build battleships and so on. Didn't do it myself. He can't be both father and mother at the same time. However, it would definitely be too wasteful to lose these battleship groups of Tao-Tai like this. It would not be appropriate to abandon them in the universe and let them become cosmic garbage. It would also be good to take it back to Daxia. Of course, the small head among them belongs to Daxia. Big head, Jiang Hao plans to hand it over to Liangbing. Liangbing invested in him before, and it can be said that it gave him a lot of resources. This time, these gluttonous battleships are handed over to her, which can also make Liangbing return a blood. Making up for it would definitely not be able to make up for Liangbing's investment in him before, but it's still possible to get some blood back. After dealing with all the gluttonous soldiers, Jiang Hao once again used gravity to pull Tao Yi's fleet of battleships to start the round. At the same time, he did not forget to use Xingyang to repair the destroyed warships. Afterwards, all the income in one brain was a space opened by Jiang Hao in the dark plane. Jiang Hao named it Pocket Space Pocket. The space is almost as large as the entire solar system, and it is more than enough to accommodate such a battleship. In the original book, Qiang Wei can use the micro-wormhole technology to create a portable space for herself, which can be used to store some food and sundries. Jiang Hao wants to create a portable space, which is naturally simpler. The only bad thing is that this playground is opened in the dark plane. In other words, this thing can only be used in the Super God world. It won't work if you leave the Super God world. But he also has a storage bracelet after leaving the Super God world. The space has been upgraded again by Jiang Hao. It must be too small to hold the entire group of gluttonous battleships, but just packing some things and materials that he can use is definitely enough for Jiang Hao. After cleaning the battlefield, this time the war against Tao-Tai is over. Many people from the Xiongbing company waited until they gradually came back to their senses. At the same time, he also had a clear understanding of his own strength. Although they had always felt that they were not weak before, it was based on their own strength and destructive power. But after this war, after defeating a powerful alien civilization, they truly realize how powerful they are. After returning to Earth, all members of the Xiongbing company received a commendation for personal special merit. At the same time, he also received an overall special merit award. They earned it, although they won this battle easily. But this is inseparable from their daily hard training. Although they are all super soldiers, if they don't train hard enough, they won't be able to grow so fast, and they won't be able to annihilate the Tao-Tai civilization in one battle. In the original work, the Earth fought with Tao-Tai for several years, but failed to completely eliminate Tao-Tai. From the Battle of Tianhe in 2014, almost 4 years passed before Ge Xiaoluan, with the help of Angel Jixin, came up with the Ambition Corps and killed the Tao-Tai king, Hao, and the war ended in the city. But even so, the Tao-Tai civilization was not completely wiped out because of the death of Hao. There are still quite a few Tao-Tai who have escaped from the solar system. The battle can be said to be very brutal. This battle is simpler than the original. That's because the current Xiongbing company is more powerful than the original. Therefore, people from Xiongbing company must be qualified to receive this special merit. A citation is an honor. Material rewards are definitely indispensable. There are not many rewards in terms of money. It's not because the boss is unwilling to give it. It's because the value of money is much worse than before. Because of the National Superman Project. In today's Daxia, even if you have no money, you can still live quite well. When everyone no longer pursues money, the value of money will naturally be greatly reduced. Therefore, the monetary reward is not much, just 1 million per person. The more rewards are houses, cars, and all kinds of materials. There are also some hidden benefits. For example, if your direct relatives go to the charging station to recharge, it will always be free of charge. There is no charge to enter scenic spots when traveling. Because the medical system is gone, otherwise there would definitely be free medical treatment. The reward house is basically a large villa for each person. You choose your own car, mobile phone, and computer. With the advancement of science and technology, industry has become technologically advanced. Dacia now makes cars, mobile phones, computers, etc. at extremely low costs. So now even sport cars are not expensive. Of course, this is the domestic price. If you put it abroad, the price is still very expensive. However, at present, Dacia is basically self-produced and sold, and all products are basically circulated domestically and digested by themselves. There are very few exports. The demand for resources is also not that great, because most of the resources, Dacia will now choose to collect them outside the Earth. For example, go to Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, and other planets to collect. With the technical support provided by Jiang Hao, Dacia has already built a small space transmission wormhole between other planets and the Earth. It can be transmitted directly from the Earth to other planets. Although the speed of building battleships and other things in Dacia is not fast, but spaceships and other things have been built a long time ago. And there are quite a few. These spacecraft are currently mainly used to collect resources from other planets. Of course, in addition to rewarding the members of the Xiaongbing Company with various materials, Jiang Hao also took the video of their battle with the Taotai civilization outside Jupiter to the TV station. Many people don't know that alien civilization is about to invade. Until the evening newscast, only then did everyone discover that without their knowledge, Dacia had already fought a battle with aliens, and not only won, but he also won beautifully. This is also the first time that the Xiaongbing Company has appeared in the public eye. And with the exposure of the Xiaongbing Company, some new humans who were a little restless in their hearts immediately calmed down. After that, Jiang Hao arranged for everyone from Xiaongbing Company to appear on live TV. Letting them appear on live TV is not to make them famous, but let their families know what they're doing now. Most of them, before coming to Xiaongbing Company, were actually just ordinary people, the kind with little potential. Now, they have the ability and have taken actions to protect the Earth and Dacia. It's also time to make their loved ones proud and proud of them. They deserve it too. After all, they did pay a lot. Although the people in the Xiaongbing Company are all super soldiers. But that doesn't mean their training isn't painful. In fact, the training arranged by Jiang Hao for Xiaongbing Company was extremely difficult. The reason why they were able to resist was because their bodies could bear it and they would not train themselves to death or develop any problems. It's not that training won't be hard because they have good bodies. So what they get now is everything they deserve. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Angel Nebula, City of Angels. It is different from the general civilization system. The angels of the angel civilization are dominated by the Kamigawa body and have reached the peak of evolution of the main biological plane. They have a dark energy driving ability of 4.8. Even the youngest angel is at least starting out as a second-generation super soldier. Such a civilization means that the angel civilization no longer needs to rely on the Earth and planets to survive. So most of the angels have moved away from the planet and came to the City of Angels. This place was created by the King of Angels, Holy Kesha. This is not only a city, but also a war fortress and a transmission center, connecting the centers of civilization. In the very center of the City of Angels, there is a huge palace. It was the palace belonging to the divine Kesha. Yin, I'm back. Queen. Seeing Kesha sitting on the throne, Yin bowed respectfully. Okay, let's get up and tell us what you learned from going to Chiwu Planet. Liang Bing is on Earth, right? Although she was asking, Kesha seemed to have confirmed that Liang Bing was on Earth. It has been determined that there are traces of demons on the Earth in the Chiwu star system. Although Liang Bing is not seen, It is certain that she should be hiding in the Chiwu star system. Keisha nodded. Tell me about your experiences on Earth. Have you ever gone to meet Earth's heroic company? Although Liang Bing is in the City of Angels. But she can also understand some things on Earth through a treasure trove of sacred knowledge comparable to a big clock. Although it won't be too specific, it's a rough idea, she said. Yes, but the strange thing is that I can't read their information. It's like someone has locked their information. Yin said directly. Oh, is there anyone on Earth who can make you unable to read information? Interesting. Kesha suddenly became interested. As her left-wing guardian angel, Yan's configuration is very good. And if she can't read the information directly, the configuration will inevitably be higher. Have you seen The Power of the Galaxy? I met a very interesting kid. I asked him if he wanted an angel wife, and he was immediately stunned. Yin said, thinking of Gu Xiaoluan's silly look, she thought Gu Xiaoluan was quite cute. Queen, when do you decide to go to Earth? It's basically certain that the Liang Bing people are on Earth, but if we go to war with Liang Bing, the people on Earth won't support us. I know. I don't care about what people on Earth think. But this time you went there and couldn't read the information about the people in the Earth's hero company, which shows that things on the Earth side are not as simple as we expected. And, right after your return, there's a battle over there in the Chiwu star system. Carl of Styx sent a civilized fleet called Tao Tai to the Red Crow star system. As soon as they arrived in the Chiwu star system, they were attacked by a company of Earth's heroes. The news I got is that they have been completely wiped out. What? Queen, are you kidding me? Yin looked at Kesha, a little unbelievable. But she knew that Queen Keisha usually never joked. When she said this, it was very close to the truth, so I'm afraid it was true. What level of civilization is this Tao Tai civilization? After a moment, he asked again. With the support of Carl, it can be regarded as a 4th-level civilization. Kesha said, civilization levels can be divided into 9 levels from low to high. The current angel civilization is at level 7. The previous civilization level of the Earth can only be regarded as the 1st level. Even the Earth with its heroic army is still considered a 2nd-level civilization at most, because their level is still pre-nuclear. A level 2 civilization defeated a level 4 civilization. This is basically impossible. Of course, this is also related to Yin not reading much useful information. Most of what Yin reads is useless information. And some useful information she did not read. For example, the National Superman Project is related to Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao locked it with Hongming. After Yin arrived on Earth, he did not read this information at all. Otherwise, she would definitely notice someone like Jiang Hao. It is precisely because he does not know the existence of Jiang Hao. She was so surprised when she heard Kesha's words at this moment. Is this Xiaobing company so powerful? I have to go to the Earth to check it out. The City of Angels is still too far away from the Earth, and the information that can be read in my treasure house of sacred knowledge is also very limited. On Earth, Jiang hadn't known that Keisha was coming to Earth, but he can basically determine that the time for Kesha to come to Earth is not far away. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. After the last war with the Tao Tai civilization, Jiang Hao is very satisfied with the performance of Xiaobing Company. Now they basically no longer care about the Xiaobing Company. The daily affairs of Xiaobing Company were all handed over to Qiang Wei-du. But he was not idle this month. Because 1 year is about to end, the cooling time of the Gate of Dragon Ball world will be refreshed. In order to improve his combat effectiveness again, Jiang Hao has been studying another of the 4 basic forces, the Strong Force, for a month. There's a reason why Jiang Hao chose to study Chong. The 3 major god-making projects, the Power of the Galaxy, and the Nuashin God of War Jiang Hao have all studied, and the Sun's Light god-making project, Jiang Hao is no exception. In the background setting of the Super Seminary, the ultimate ability of the Sun's Light, Sun Incarnation, is not destruction, but Nirvana rebirth. Because the ultimate significance of the Sunlight Project is not destruction, but rebirth. When the light of the sun, that is, Lena, grows to a certain stage, it will awaken the incarnation of the sun and will be promoted to a pure energy body life, that is, a star energy body. In this case, Lena will become an extremely huge pure energy life. Aggression and survivability will be unprecedentedly improved. Its power is far beyond what ordinary people imagine. Such a powerful super gene, Jiang Hao has no reason to let it go. As for Lena, the genetic code lock left by Panjun is the same in Jiang Hao's eyes. Jiang Hao can even break through the password locks left by the Angel civilization and the Kamigawa civilization on the power of the galaxy. The combination lock Panjun left behind didn't matter. Moreover, when Jiang Hao cracked the power of the galaxy before, there was no celestial-level supercomputer called Hongming. Now, with the blessing of primordial origin, it will naturally become simpler. It took a few minutes to crack the combination lock on sunlight. Then copy and merge. Before the light of the sun is fully awakened, it is actually more like a remote control that can control the sun. Whether it is strong or not has nothing to do with itself, but depends on whether there are stars around it. The role of the strong force is manifested in its participation in the interaction and energy conversion between basic particles. It can stably maintain the structure of atomic nuclei and elements, and is the basic force of nuclear reactions and nuclear fusion. Simply put, master the strong force, and you will master the force zone of nuclear fusion. Stars like the sun themselves are manifestations of nuclear fusion reactions. This also means that if Jiang Hao masters powerful force, then he is the sun itself, or in other words, countless suns themselves. When Jiang Hao himself becomes the sun, he becomes a remote control that can perfectly control the power of the sun. So what will become of Jiang Hao? He will transform into a walking energy bomber. Its energy is huge enough to destroy galaxies and even the universe. There are countless stars like the sun in the universe. But they're celestial bodies after all. No matter how big they are limited. And if Jiang Hao has mastered the power, he is a sun that can grow infinitely. His energy can be equivalent to one sun, or the sum of 10,000 suns. Even if it is 100 million, it is not impossible. As long as Jiang Hao's body can hold up, he can continue to stack up indefinitely. This is also the reason why Jiang Hao chose to study strong force for his second 4 basic powers. Because of previous experience in gravitational research. In addition, there is Hongming, a celestial-level supercomputer, to assist. This time, the research on Xiangli was much simpler than Jiang Hao expected. In just 5 days, Jiang Hao successfully figured out the strong rules. Knowing the rules, Jiang Hao can use void-level weapons to use powerful power. After mastering the strength, Jiang Hao's strength was once again greatly improved. How much has been improved? Jiang Hao does not know. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, there has not been much change. Because gravity and force are not Jiang Hao's own power, but the use of regular power, they are not included in Jiang Hao's combat power data. So Jiang Hao doesn't know how much he can achieve at the highest combat effectiveness under the condition of using gravity and force. After studying Xiangli, Jiang Hao just took a break. The only thing that puzzled him was that his normal combat power was already in the tens of millions. However, S-cells did not appear in the body for a long time. S-cells are the key for Saiyans to enter Super Saiyan form. Without S-cells, even if you are a Saiyan, you cannot enter the Super Saiyan state. It stands to reason that Jiang Hao's normal combat strength has already exceeded tens of millions, and he should have cells in his body. After all, the basis for entering the Super Tournament is to reach a combat power of 2 million. Jiang Hao's fighting strength has already exceeded 2 million. It stands to reason that S-cells should have appeared in his body. But it has been almost 2 years since his combat power exceeded 2 million, and there are still no S-cells in his body. Then there's only one explanation. Because he is not in the Dragon Ball world, he cannot form S-cells in his body. But it doesn't matter. The cooldown time of Dragon Ball world is about to end at 24. Just go over there and take a look at the situation. Jiang Hao definitely needs to be in the Super League form. Super Saiyan 1 is the blessing of 50 times the combat power, and Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times stronger. Super Saiyan 3 directly boosts the combat power by 400 times. The 4th update of Super Saiyan is outrageous, with a direct blessing of 4,000 times combat power. The improvement in combat effectiveness is really terrifying. If Jiang Hao can have it, there is no reason not to want it. In addition, half a year has passed, except that the cooling time of Dragon Ball World is up. At the same time, a new unknown world will emerge. However, Jiang Hao does not plan to go through this unknown world for the time being. He planned to go to the Dragon Ball World first, and then go to the new unknown world after coming back. There are too many good things in the Dragon Ball World. Due to his strength, there were some things that Jiang Hao couldn't plan at all. But things are different now. This time, his strength is much stronger than before. The combat power has reached the normal level of more than 30 million. The change after integrating the light of the sun and the Nuashin God of War Super Gene and the GY Strengthening Gene. This is not counting the other two Super Trump cards he has, Gravity and Strong Force. After the cooldown in Dragon Ball World is cleared, Jiang Hao said hello to Liang Bing, Qilin, and the others, then found a place and opened the door to the Dragon Ball World. As for what to do if Kesha comes to Earth after he has been gone for a few days, there is absolutely no need to worry about this, because as early as a few months ago, with the help of Jiang Hao, Liang Bing reached the 4th generation divine body at the regiment level. It's no worse than Kesha's divine body. Even if Kesha wants to kill Liang Bing, it's not that simple. What's more, Jiang Hao also helped Liang Shui perfect his void-level engine. Let her also have void-level weapons. I have a void-level weapon in hand. Liang Bing, who is not much inferior to Kesha in the first place, is no longer much better than Kesha in terms of hard power. The winning rate in a head-to-head encounter is basically 4.9:5.1. The difference is not big. Jiang Hao disappeared for a few days, and it didn't affect him at all. Dragon Ball World, 756 AD. More than 6 years have passed since 750 when Jiang Hao left the world of Dragon Ball. Even a #1 martial arts tournament in the world has been held twice. The world's #1 martial arts association was originally held every 5 years. But after the 21st World #1 martial arts tournament, the martial arts tournament, which was originally held every 5 years, was changed to once every 3 years. Originally, Wukong wanted to fight Jiang Hao again in these 2 martial arts tournaments. Before, Jiang Hao was the one holding him down. He has been practicing in the temple in the past few years and has made great progress, especially in controlling Qi. At the same time, he has also developed some good moves. The huge improvement in strength also makes Sun Wukong more confident in his ability to face Jiang Hao. Before the start of the 22nd Martial Arts Conference, Sun Wukong, whose combat power had reached 350,000, entered the Time Spirit House to practice. After coming out of the Time Spirit House, Sun Wukong's combat power directly reached the terrifying 4.2 million. The main reason why Sun Wukong chose to enter the Time Spirit House was because he wanted to fight Jiang Hao in the New World #1 Martial Arts Club. It's a pity that Jiang Hao didn't come back at this time. Wukong could only regretfully win the championship. The reason why I say it's a pity is that from beginning to end, he never met anyone who could take him seriously. This made him play very boring. I simply stopped participating in the 23rd World #1 Martial Arts Tournament. Without Goku participating, Krillin won the championship of this martial arts tournament. Clint is still very happy, although he knows that he is not the most powerful person in the world. But he was still very happy to get the false reputation of being #1 in the world. In terms of improvement in combat power, Lin is definitely not as good as Sun Wukong, a Saiyan. When Jiang Hao left, Clint's combat effectiveness still did not exceed 10,000. 6 years after Jiang Hao left, through his unremitting efforts, Clint's combat effectiveness also broke through the shackles of 10,000. The current combat power is 38,000. Compared with Monkey King, it must be far behind. But if you look at the entire Dragon Ball universe, it is no longer considered weak. Most of the members of Frieza's Jinnu Special Forces have a combat strength of just over 10,000. And this is already a force that can dominate the entire universe. Even when Planet Vegeta was not destroyed, King Vegeta, the strongest of the entire Saiyan clan, only had a fighting power of 10,000. In comparison, Krillin's combat power of 38,000 is actually very powerful. Of course, The main reason why Krillin's combat power is so much lower than that of Goku is that he has never entered the spiritual time room. In Kling's view, his potential is too low. Even if you enter the spiritual time room, you probably won't be able to improve much. He planned to save this precious opportunity for later. Western capital. 6 years have passed, and the once green girl has now turned into a young and beautiful girl. Jiang Hao, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Where did he go? It's been more than 6 years, and he still hasn't come back. If he doesn't come back again, be careful that my old lady won't wait for you and find another. On a cruise ship, Boomer, who was elegantly holding a glass of red wine, couldn't help complaining as she watched the couples talking and laughing not far away. In fact, she has said this every year since Jiang Hao left, and say it many times. This beautiful lady, why are you drinking alone? I wonder if I'm lucky enough to buy you a drink. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Bulma turned her head and was about to reject the other party's approach. Because of the super gene serum, Air Ma's figure is better developed than in the original book. The skin is also more flawless. Compared with the original book, the appearance of the whole person has improved a lot, and the person is more perfect. With a perfect score of 100, Ma could almost reach 94 points. With her super good looks, no matter where she goes, it is almost impossible not to strike up a conversation with her. Among them are some handsome guys with good looks. It's a pity that Bulma, who is by Jiang Hao's side, has long since set his sights on Diao. _+I equals hashtag. It's not enough to be handsome. You have to have temperament. And how could those people's temperament compare to Jiang Hao's? So Bulma basically rejects anyone who strikes up a conversation. Most people who strike up a conversation will walk away after being rejected. A small number will continue to entangle. And for this kind of people, Bulma is not used to it at all. Take action directly. Bulma's fighting power is not weak. Before Jiang Hao left, when she was cultivating in the temple, her combat strength reached more than 100. After the practice is over, although the combat power has only increased by more than 10 points. But before Jiang Hao left, he left super holy water for her. Bulma basically doesn't practice much on weekdays. But by drinking super holy water, he also increased his combat power to more than 800. It's almost over 1,000. Compared with Sun Wukong and his Z fighters, they are definitely not good enough. But compared to ordinary people, she is a superhuman existence. Even a great demon king Piccolo only has a combat power of over 200 and can destroy a small town with one blow. With more than 800 fighting strengths of Bulma, it will only be more terrifying. If she takes action directly, those who dare to talk to her shamelessly will be in trouble. After this happened several times. Gradually, no one dared to take the initiative to talk to me. Unexpectedly, someone would dare to come to her and strike up a conversation today. But the moment she turned her head, she suddenly realized that this voice was so familiar. It is the beautiful scenery in the south of the Yangtze River, which is beautiful when the flowers are falling. Bulma didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. The person who was complaining just now appears in front of you in the blink of an eye. What a surprise. This is called a surprise. Jiang Hao. Why? We haven't seen each other for a few years, and we don't know each other anymore. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Hongming still can't bring him to the Dragon Ball world, but a little assistant is enough. So Jiang Hao also knew that more than 6 years had passed since he left when he came back. The 23rd Martial Arts Conference has just ended 2 months ago. The champion is Krillin. Wukong did not participate. He has already learned all this information through his little assistant. It's because I don't know each other. If you don't show up again, I will run away with others. Oh, is that right? But I heard that you're the most unacceptable girl here, because if you are unhappy, you will beat someone up. Jiang Hao smiled. You're going to die. Bulma walked up to Jiang Hao and punched Jiang Hao hard. Of course, this move is important. In fact, Bulma didn't use much force at all. It was equivalent to a full-strength punch of an ordinary person. Such strength is not enough to tickle Jiang Hao. There is no need to worry about hurting Jiang Hao at all. Jiang Hao smiled and let Boomer punch him in the chest. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Jiang Hao said with open arms. Bulma looked at Jiang Hao's outstretched hands and felt a little shy. Why are you opening your hands? You don't want to hug me, do you? I don't want you to hug me. Really don't want it? Jiang Hao smiled. After saying that, he twisted his body funny. Seeing Jiang Hao like this, Bulma burst out laughing suddenly. The strange feeling of not seeing each other for 6 years immediately dissipated. Before she could react, Jiang Hao took the initiative to hug her. Sorry, I'm late, so to make up for you, do you have any wishes? Today my uncle is Shenlong. I will help you realize whatever wish you have. Jiang Hao whispered in Bulma's ear. Being held by Jiang Hao's strong arms, Bulma's face turned red with embarrassment. It's not that she hasn't hugged her before, but many people around are looking at her. Miss Bulma is also trying to save face. I definitely have wishes, but there are many. You don't really think of me as a dragon, do you? A dragon can only grant one wish, but I'm not a real dragon. So, you can say as many wishes as you want. Bulma wanted to laugh. A little happy again. The old Jiang Hao would not be so funny. What can I say? I haven't seen him for a few years, and Jiang Hao has changed a lot. He is still so gentle and handsome, and his attractive temperament is even stronger. I want to eat the food you cooked right now. I haven't eaten the food you cooked for a long time. It's really weird. Besides, the food you cook is much more delicious than others. None of the great chefs in my family can compare to you. Okay, then let's go home and cook. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Turtle, Immortal Island. Wukong jumps off the somersault cloud. Sensing his anger, came Sinin, Klin, and the others were already waiting outside. In addition to Klin and Kame Sinin, Tianjin rice and dumplings are also available. Their master, Hezenrin, is Kamizenrin's younger brother, so the two of them can be regarded as Kamizenrin's nephews. At the 23rd World #1 Martial Arts Tournament, Tianjin Fan was defeated by Klin and only got one runner-up. Naturally, he was not willing to be defeated by Klin like this. So when Klin and Kamizenrin returned to Guasian Island, he and Dumpling also followed. As for their master, He Xianren, the two of them had rebelled against the master because they couldn't stand He Xianren's ruthlessness and random killings towards ordinary people. At that time, Crane Immortal was about to kill both of them. They happened to be met by the Kame Immortal who was passing by, and then Wang Mo Zhao rescued the two of them. After this martial arts conference is over, Tianjin Fan realized that if he and Jiaozi still practiced on their own, they might not be able to catch up with Klin in their lifetime. So after the martial arts conference ended, the two of them followed them to Turtle Immortal Island. Kamizenrin can be regarded as the master uncle of the two of them. So they wanted to come and practice with him, and he didn't refuse. Because he knows that Tianjin Fan and Dumplings are both kind people, although he has no dealings with Crane Immortal. But that doesn't mean he will take offense at Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. In fact, he appreciates Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Otherwise, he would not have taken action to save the two people from the Crane Immortal. The two of them have been practicing on Guasian Island for a month. After practicing in the temple for a period of time, Gue Shinren's teaching level has risen again. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings have only been here for a month, but they have already made great progress. In addition to the four people, Lan Shi, the only woman on Guasian Island, was naturally also there. Wukong, why are you here? Seeing Sun Wukong, Krillin, Kame Sunin, and others all said in dismay. Because Sun Wukong has been practicing in the temple. This time, I did not participate in the 23rd Budo tournament. But a month ago, Klin met Wukong once. Goku came to congratulate him on winning the Budokai Championship. He left without staying for a day. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long before someone came to sue again. This is also the reason why everyone was surprised. In 6 years, Wukong, who used to be only 1.23 meters tall, has now become a strong young man with a height of 1.8 meters. This made Klin very melancholy. Everyone is of the same age. Over the past 6 years, Sun Wukong's height has gone up and down, but he has always been this height. He doesn't look a little taller, and it would be a lie to say that he is neither melancholy nor depressed. He often complained about why he didn't grow taller. Both Gixian Ren and Wukong said that they could ask Jiang Hao for help in the future. Jiang Hao is so powerful There must be a way. Kellen also felt that Jiang Hao should have a solution to his short stature problem. But the problem now is that Mr. Jiang is not here. No one knows where Jiang Hao has gone, only that it has been 6 years since he left. When we'll come back, there is no clear information. Teacher Wu Tian, Kellen, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Lan Chi. Long time no see. Long time no see. Didn't you just meet last month? Gu Xian said speechlessly. Ah, is it? It seems that I forgot. Ah, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong rubbed his head and smiled. No one knew what was so funny about this. But they have long been accustomed to Sun Wukong being like this. Wukong, you came here this time. Is there something wrong? Oh, yes. I came here this time to invite you to my wedding. Wedding? Wedding? Everyone was shocked, especially Kellen, with an expression of disbelief. It's as if my good brother found a rich woman behind his back and got into a Land Rover. Who is the woman? Wukong. Yes, Wukong. Who is the woman? Because of Jiang Hao, the plot is rough. The plot of Big Devil Piccolo is basically gone. In the 23rd session, the Budokai, which Wukong attended after he grew up, also turned out that he did not participate. However, although Sun Wukong did not participate in the 23rd Budokai, the grown-up Chi-Chi still found Shinkong. 7 years ago, Monkey King and the others helped the Bull Demon King extinguish the Flame Mountain. Monkey King and Chi-Chi once asked Gu Xianren to borrow a plant and fan together. The fate between the two began at that time. Although Sun Wukong is practicing in the temple, but every once in a while, Monkey King will return to Baozi Mountain. And Chi-Chi is the Monkey King who squatted at Baozi Mountain. Chi-Chi's father is the Bull Demon King, and the Bull Demon King is also one of Xianren's apprentices. He and Sun Wukong's grandfather Sun Wufan can be said to be brothers. Naturally, I also know that the place where Sun Wuhan lives is on the steamed stuffed bun. It is precisely because of this that Chi-Chi can find Bao Zisheng and order Chun. In the end, under Chi-Chi's persecution, Sun Wukong could only choose to marry her. A month ago, Sun Wukong had not practiced in the temple. Instead, he and Chi-Chi worked together to renovate Baozi Mountain, build a house, and build a wedding room for themselves. Wukong came here this time to invite Xianren and the others to his and Chi-Chi's wedding. Sun Wukong didn't plan to invite too many people. He just planned to invite Turtle Immortal and Clin. After inviting the Turtle Immortal and the others, he will go to the western capital to declare Ma. Then he has to go to the temple to invite the gods and Bobo to his wedding. Xianren and the others are his first stop here. It's Chi-Chi, Teacher Wu Tian. It's Chi-Chi. Hearing the name Chi-Chi, Turtle Immortal immediately knew who it was. After all, Chi-Chi's father, Niu Moang, is his apprentice, so how could he not know about Chi-Chi? Kellen and the others didn't have much impression of Kiki. Who is Kiki? Kellen asked, puzzled. Because Goku did not attend the 23rd Martial Arts Conference, Chi-Chi naturally did not attend either. Kellen and the others naturally didn't know Kiki anymore. Chi-Chi is a good girl, and her father is one of my apprentices. Turtle Immortal explained at this time. Hey, is she the daughter of one of Teacher Wu Tian's apprentices? This relationship is too messy. Clin complained. Gu Xian also felt that the relationship was a little messy. Sun Wukong's grandfather Sun Wufan is his apprentice. Now Sun Wukong is his apprentice again. Seniority or something has long been messed up. But Xianren is not someone who cares about these things. What's the point of these things? As long as Wukong and Chi-Chi fall in love and live happily ever after, that's enough. There's nothing to worry about whether their relationship is messy or not. I just didn't expect that Wukong would be so old and get married in a blink of an eye. At this point, Kame Sennin was still a little sad, although this is the second time Sun Wukong has appeared in front of him in an adult form. But his main image of Wukong still remains at that little image of Wukong. After a year of not seeing each other, the little kid turned into an adult in the blink of an eye. Now it's time to get married. Time flies really fast. Clin, look, Goku is already married. When will you get married? Me? Teacher Wu Tian. I'm so short. No one should take a fancy to me. Clin stuttered. Kellen was not afraid, but inferior. Not growing tall has almost become his inner demon. Now, he still cares about his height. Kellen also wanted to grow taller, but he couldn't grow taller. He even wanted to collect all the Dragon Balls and make a wish to make himself taller. But he didn't have a Dragon Ball radar at all, so he couldn't find the Dragon Balls even if he wanted to. What's wrong with being short? There's nothing wrong with being short. Maybe one day you'll be like Wukong and Yeren will grow taller. It's not that simple, Klin said with a wry smile. Klin. Dumpling suddenly called out, Klin. Seeing the dumplings that were as tall as him, Lin knew that the other party wanted to comfort him. He nodded. Klin, don't worry. As soon as Jiang Hao comes back, I will help you find him as soon as possible and let him help you grow taller. Others may not be able to do it, but Jiang Hao can definitely do it. After all, that guy is not an ordinary person. When Klin heard this, he thought of what Jiang Hao had done before and of Jiang Hao's abilities. He did not refute Sun Wukong's words, but nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. Ha, this is right. Well, everyone we'll meet at Baozi Mountain in 3 days. Remember to come. I have to go to Shidu to invite Bulma, and then go to the temple to invite Master Tianshan and Master Bobo, and then go back to prepare the wedding with Chi-Chi. Everyone must come by then. Don't worry, Wukong. We will definitely come. Turtle Immortal said. Okay, then Teacher Wuqian, Klin, everyone, I'll leave first. After saying hello to everyone, Wukong stepped on the somersault cloud and flew away from Guasian Island, flying towards the direction of Shidu. Wukong's combat power now exceeds 4 million, and he can also perform air dance and high-speed flying. It stands to reason that it would be faster to use high-speed flight combined with air dance. But Wukong is still used to using somersault clouds to hurry up. And the speed of the somersault cloud is actually not slow either, because Wukong discovered that his chi can be used to strengthen the somersault cloud, making the somersault cloud faster. About half an hour later, Sun Wukong, who watched the scenery along the way, arrived at Shidu. After sensing Bulma's energy, Sun Wukong flew directly in the direction of the sensing. In the yard of Bulma's villa, Jiang Hao has just cooked a large table of delicious food. At this moment, a large round table is filled to the brim. Bulma sat in front of the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, her appetite increased greatly. She didn't start eating directly. Instead, he planned to wait until Jiang Hao cooked it and then eat it with him. Snapped. Wukong just landed in the courtyard of the villa. Bulma sensed Sun Wukong's energy. Look in his direction. Wukong, why are you here? Bulma asked doubtfully. Bulma, are you ready to eat? Jiang Hao, it's great that you're back. Just as Sun Wukong finished speaking to Bulma, he saw Jiang Hao serving food from the villa. He was stunned at first, and then said with great joy, Hey, it's Wukong. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Wukong with a smile on his face. He was also a little surprised that Sun Wukong would appear here at this time. He originally planned to stay with Bulma for a day before calling Wukong, and came sunning that they were back. But I didn't expect that Wukong would come directly. The combat effectiveness reaches the level of Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong. They usually hide their chi subconsciously. After all, their fighting power is too high. If the aura is not suppressed, the aura will make them like a walking super electric fan. It blows wherever you go. And Jiang Hao didn't take the initiative to activate chi sensing. Naturally, I didn't expect Sun Wukong to come at this time. If Hong Meng is available in the Dragon Ball world, he cannot know that Sun Wukong is coming. But unfortunately in the Dragon Ball world, Hong Meng cannot be used. Jiang Hao, you guy, I haven't seen you in the past 6 years. Where have you been? The martial arts conference without you is really meaningless. By the way, I am much stronger now than when you left. You may no longer be my opponent. Do you want to fight? When it comes to fighting, Sun Wukong is all excited. He immediately forgot that he was here to invite Bulma to his and Chi-Chi's wedding. And Jiang Hao has a little assistant, and he has read the message from Monkey King when Monkey King is speaking. I know the purpose of his coming here this time. Wukong, let's talk about the purpose of your visit this time first. By the way, have you eaten yet? Would you like to have some together? Shao Sun, come over to eat first. Jiang Hao just came back. You don't just want to fight him. Bulma also said at this time. I almost forgot. This time I came to invite Bulma to attend my wedding with Chi-Chi. I didn't expect you Jiang Hao to come back just now. It's great, so you can also go and scream at me and Chi-Chi. It's Chi's wedding. Wedding? Shao-sun, are you going to get married? Or with Chi-Chi? Bulma looked surprised. It was half a year ago that Sun Wukong grew taller. Half a year ago, Sun Wukong came to Bulma and asked her for a Dragon Ball navigation, saying that he wanted to get back the 4 planets left to him by his grandfather. So this time I saw Monkey King, and Ma was not surprised that Monkey King has changed from a kid to a heavenly man. It was the fact that he was going to get married soon that surprised Boomer. Especially the one who married Sun Wukong was Chi-Chi. At the beginning, she, Jiang Hao, and Sun Wukong experienced the Flaming Mountain together. Bulma naturally knows the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi. Yes, it's just 3 days later. I'm here to invite you to the wedding in 3 days. The wedding will be held at Baozi Mountain. Jiang Hao, it's great that you are back too. Otherwise, you might have missed my wedding. Have you eaten? If not, you can sit down and eat together. There are enough ingredients at home. If it's not enough, you can make more. Jiang Hao smiled. Jiang Hao was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would meet up with Wukong's wedding just after he came back. This is really surprising. After all, his impression of Wukong is still that of a little kid with a height of 1.23 meters. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a long time, Wukong has grown into an adult and is about to get married. Of course, this is also related to the special physique of Saiyans. As a fighting nation, the Saiyans age much slower than the people on Earth. The growth rate is also different from that of humans. Saiyans who are 17 or 18 years old may look as big and tall as 8 or 9-year-old children on Earth. But when Saiyans reach adulthood, it only takes half a month for them to transform from a kid who looks 7 or 8 years old. Grow into an adult who looks to be in his 20s. Ha, since you said so, I won't be polite. Hearing Jiang Hao's invitation, Sun Wukong was not polite. I found a seat, sat down, and started eating. It was true that he hadn't eaten yet before coming here, but he wasn't that hungry. But he knows that Jiang Hao's cooking is delicious. He could easily smell the fragrant food from a distance of more than 10 meters. Hooked out his glutton in one go. Speaking of which, it has been many years since I had any food cooked by Jiang Hao. He misses it very much. Let go of it and eat it. It's not enough for me to do it right away. Sun Wukong is not a polite person. Jiang Hao made 2 more tables back and forth. The 3 of them just ate about the same. Almost all of the food at 2 of the tables went into Sun Wukong's stomach. Boomer also ate almost half of the table. After all, where the combat power is, it is normal for Fan Huang to be big. It's so delicious to eat. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. As expected, Jiang Hao, your cooking is delicious. Sun Wukong, whose belly was a little round after eating, leaned on it comfortably. On the chair. While patting his belly, he did not forget to sigh. Boomer also ate very happily. Sure enough, the dishes made by Jiang Hao are the best. If you want to eat, you are welcome to come here anytime. You said so, but I won't be polite. I will definitely come here every day in the future. By the way, Jiang Hao, will you leave after you come back this time? Sun Wukong suddenly asked curiously. He wanted to know if Jiang Hao would leave again after coming back this time. Bulma also looked at Jiang Hao. Obviously, she also cares about this answer very much. I will definitely leave again if I leave. I have a reason why I have to leave for a while. I will explain it to you later. The last sentence was obviously meant for Bulma. Okay, Bulma nodded, but Sun Wukong was speechless. He felt as if he was being excluded. Regarding the gate of the world, Jiang Hao planned to tell Bulma this time. As for others, including Sun Wukong, Jiang Hao did not intend to tell him. Especially Monkey King, this guy can't hide things. It's a big mouth. If we really tell him about the World Gate, many people will know about it before long. Jiang Hao has not planned to attract too many people's attention, so he will definitely not tell Sun Wukong about this. Jiang Hao, let's fight. Compared to 6 years ago, I have improved a lot. Now I am definitely qualified to be your opponent. But Sun Wukong quickly calmed down. He jumped up and invited Jiang Hao. If there is anything that excites Sun Wukong, a fighting maniac, the most. That's quite the fighting power. Although Son Goku's character is much better than other Saiyans. But Saiyans have no less desire for fighting. In fact, even Jiang Hao is the same. But because of his super brain, he can suppress this desire. You are getting married soon. When it comes to fighting, let's postpone it. After you get married, how about we fight again? Jiang Hao can naturally draw the energy from Sun Wukong. Perceive his combat power at the moment. 1. The normal combat power is more than 4 million. If Son Goku could enter Super Saiyan form, he can already easily defeat Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. However, his combat power of more than 4 million is still far behind compared to his normal combat power of more than 30 million. We have to wait until we get married. Yes, how could someone fight with someone who is about to get married? Well, then we can only wait until we get married. When I think about being able to fight with you, I really want to get married right away. Sun Wukong said. Although Bulma on the side already knew what kind of character Sun Wukong was, he was speechless at this moment. By the way, I still have to go to the temple to invite Master Tianshan and Master Bobo, so I'll leave first. Jiang Hao, Bulma, the buns will be served in 3 days, so be sure to come. Don't worry, we will definitely come when you get married. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go first. Waving his hand, Sun Wukong jumped onto the somersault cloud, then shot straight into the sky, and soon disappeared from the sight of Jiang Hao and Bulma. It's true that Wukong guy is about to get married soon, and he's still like this. Jiang Hao smiled and said nothing. Are you full? I'm full. Bulma nodded. Half of the food on the table went into her stomach, so she was naturally full. Now that we're full, let's go to the laboratory. I have a gift for you. Okay. When he heard that there was a gift, Bulma's face immediately showed a smile. She doesn't care what gift Jiang Hao gives her. What she cares about is that Jiang Hao knows how to bring her a gift. And she knew very well that the gift that Jiang Hao could give would definitely not be ordinary. Jiang Hao's so-called gift. In addition to helping Bulma upgrade the super genes in her body, she also gave her the GY Super Serum. How effective is the combination of GY Super Serum and Super Gene? The people from Xiongbing Company have fully told Jiang Hao the answer. As for the fact that the Dragon Ball world does not have a dark plane space and cannot replenish energy at any time, it is nothing. After integrating the Sunlight Super Gene and mastering wrist strength, Jiang Hao itself is a huge energy body. When Jiang Hao is by Bulma's side, he can replenish Bulma's energy at any time. When he is away, he can also make some high-energy things for Bulma to wear with her to replenish her energy at any time. So even if there is no dark plane space in the Dragon Ball world, it will not affect it. Jiang Hao came this time and brought enough materials. He directly helped Bulma upgrade his super genes to the level of a third-generation super soldier. At the same time, she was also mixed with GY Super Serum. After Bulma merged with the GY Super Serum, Jiang Hao used his own ability to drive stellar energy. Charge Bulma with a wave of great power. The GY Super Serum that Bulma just integrated has been greatly improved, and Bulma's combat power also skyrocketed from 800 to more than 50,000. A third-generation warrior's super genes alone would certainly not be able to make such a big improvement. Asking for flowers, but Jiang Hao also mixed GY Strengthening Serum into Bulma. The fusion of GY Enhanced Serum made the super genes of the main generation warriors fused with Bulma's seem to have encountered a catalyst. Let Bulma's combat power directly skyrocket several times. It reached more than 50,000 combat power in one fell swoop. Of course, the improvement of combat effectiveness is secondary. The most powerful thing is the essential improvement in life brought about by the GY Enhanced Serum and the physique of the third-generation super soldier. Bulma's resilience now is no worse than Majin Ub's immortal physique. As long as all the powder is not wiped out, it is basically impossible for ordinary people to kill Buu. In addition, the third-generation super soldier serum also greatly extended Bulma's lifespan. Although the previous Bulma's lifespan was not low, he only lived for a little over 1,000 years. As for Bulma now, As long as he always has enough energy in his body, it won't be a problem to live for 100,000 years. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Goku and Kiki's wedding is also here. Bun Mountain. Gixie and Rin and the others had come over early. This time, they all went out, and even the old turtle came with them. 000. In addition to Turtle Immortal and the others, Tianxin and Bobo also came. The god has his responsibilities and cannot leave the temple for a long time, but if he only leaves for a day, it is still okay. After all, the temple is located hundreds of thousands of meters in the air. It is not easy for ordinary people to go up to such a high place. The only people who can go up on Earth are the people in front of me. In Baozi Mountain, Wukong's original little house has long disappeared. In its place was an oversized house. This is what Wukong just built during this time. The whole house covers an area of more than 200 square meters. There's a yard outside the house. There are many flowers in the yard. Obviously, these should be masterpieces. After all, Wukong is not someone who can grow flowers. Today, Wukong was also very rare, not wearing his training clothes, but wearing a black suit. And Kiki is a white wedding dress. Her father, the Bull Demon King, was also there, also in a black suit. Kamizarin and the others came here early to help with the cooking. After all, Chi-Chi is the bride today, so she can't let the bride cook for them. So Kamizarin and the others came here early in the morning to help with the cooking. Of course, the main chefs are Dumpling and Lan Chi. He is very good at cooking dumplings, and Lan Chi is more of a helper. Clin and Tianjin Fan are also helping. Today is Wukong's wedding. As a good brother, Clin naturally has to perform well. Outside in the yard, the Turtle Immortal and the Bull Demon King were sitting together chatting. Wukong and Chi-Chi stood aside, quietly watching the two chatting. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the sky not far away. Soon, a very large spaceship more than 100 meters long appeared in their sight. This. Turtle Immortal asked doubtfully when he saw the spaceship in the sky. It's Bulma, and Jiang Hao and the others are here. Wukong immediately knew who the people were and said directly, Bulma is here. Wait a minute, is that guy Jiang Hao here too? Is he back? Turtle Immortal looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. Well, when I went to Shidu to invite Bulma that day, Jiang Hao happened to come back that day. I forgot to tell you about this. You guy, Turtle Immortal was a little helpless. At the same time, I also have curiosity in my heart. 6 years have passed, and everyone has changed a lot. Is Jiang Hao becoming more powerful? As a martial artist, Kame Sennin was not a Saiyan, but he was once a warlike person. Moreover, Jiang Hao has always been the most powerful one among them. In his opinion, Sun Wukong, who is completely like a monster, is crushed every time he fights Jiang Hao. To be honest, if Jiang Hao wasn't so powerful, he would have wanted to fight Jiang Hao. After all, fighting against strong men is what martial artists like them dream about. But if the result is definitely torture, then he has no interest. After all, he was an old man, but he couldn't withstand Jiang Hao's beating. After not seeing each other for 6 years, he was really curious about how serious Jiang Hao was now. Over the past 6 years, he has watched Wukong's progress. The progress was so huge that it once made him unbelievable, because the progress is too exaggerated. In just 6 years, Wukong has become so powerful that even the gods are shocked. And Jiang Hao has not been seen for 6 years. What kind of progress will it look like? His progress was slower than that of Wukong, but he still kept Wukong behind. In the kitchen, hearing the commotion, Clin, Dumpling, and the others also came out of the kitchen. Because there were not many people attending Wukong's wedding, they didn't need to do much cooking, so everyone was not in a hurry. Is that Bulma here? Bulma is so awesome. Has he started flying spaceships now? Hey, wait, that's Jiang Hao. The flying 273 ship was parked on the ground when the door of the spacecraft opened. Jiang Hao and Bulma stepped out of the spacecraft. Everyone was shocked when they saw Jiang Hao's figure. Especially Clin, Tian Fan was very excited. After all, he is still waiting for Jiang Hao to come back and help him solve the height problem. I didn't know when Jiang Hao would come back. I didn't expect that Hao Jiang would be back at Wukong's wedding today. This is really surprising. Tianjin rice and dumplings were not as excited as Clint. They knew Jiang Hao. After all, they also participated in the 21st World #1 martial arts tournament that Jiang Hao participated in. But they're not familiar with Jiang Hao. Of course, Jiang Hao and Bulma were not the only ones who got off the spacecraft. There were many people who came with them this time. These people came to help decorate the wedding scene and organize the wedding. In addition, there are 6 chefs and 10 assistant cooks among these people. I'm in charge of the food for this wedding. In terms of ingredients, Jiang Hao and the others also brought a lot, all on a spaceship. Otherwise, Jiang Hao and Bulma can just come by plane. Why fly a spaceship? They came in a spaceship because they brought a lot of things. Jiang Hao, you are here. Jiang Hao, Bulma, long time no see. Jiang Hao, long time no see. Everyone who knows Jiang Hao greets Jiang Hao warmly. Turtle Immortal, Bull Demon King. The most excited person is naturally Clint. Clint, I haven't seen you in 6 years. Wukong has grown so tall. Why haven't you grown up yet? Jiang Hao said with a smile when he saw the enthusiastic Clint. Krillin wasn't angry either. He and Jiang Hao are old acquaintances, and he knows that Jiang Hao's words are not malicious. I also want to grow taller, but if he doesn't grow taller, there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! Don't worry. Your problem is probably a physical problem. I will get some of your blood to study it later. The problem can be easily solved. If you want to grow taller, I can help you. It's not a problem to grow to 2 meters. 17. No. 2 meters is too tall. Just make me as tall as Goku. Clint waved his hands excitedly. Although he wanted to grow taller, he didn't want to be particularly cute. 2 meters is still too high. The height of 1.8 meters is enough like Goku. At the same time, he was also very excited that he could finally grow taller. After all, Jiang Hao said the problem can be easily solved. He believed Jiang Hao's words very much. After all, this person always means what he says. In Clint's impression, Jiang Hao is really the kind of person who can do anything. It's like there's nothing in the world that Jiang Hao can't do. In the original work, Clint has absolute confidence in Sun Wukong and feels that there is no enemy that Sun Wukong cannot defeat. And now he also has such absolute trust in Jiang Hao. This was established in front of him with Jiang Hao's practical actions time and time again. Ha! Everyone laughed when they heard Clint's words. Bulma took out a universal capsule. Released in the open space aside, a huge kitchen appeared on the ground level. The kitchen is also filled with various ingredients. After appearing in the kitchen, the chefs immediately started their work. Today is Wukong's wedding. Those of us who are friends can just chat happily and eat. Let others do the cooking. These chefs are the chefs we invited from the Western capital. Everyone has very good skills and is the top chef. Hear Jiang Hao's words. Clint and Dumpling didn't object either. As Jiang Hao said, today is Wukong's wedding. It was rare for these friends to get together. We can indeed sit together and have a good chat. Especially where did Jiang Hao go during the 6 years he disappeared? Everyone is still very curious. Of course, they are also curious about how Jiang Hao's strength has improved. In the past 6 years, Wukong's progress has been very impressive. Because I am too powerful and have no powerful opponent. Goku simply didn't even participate in this year's 23rd World #1 martial arts tournament. Because it's so boring. Now that Jiang Hao is back, Wukong has an opponent. I just don't know if Jiang Hao's improvement in 6 years is strong enough. If the improvement is not strong enough, I'm afraid he won't be Wukong's opponent. Of course, today is Wukong's wedding. Fighting or anything like that is definitely out of the question. With the arrival of Jiang Hao and Bulma, the atmosphere of the wedding scene also changed accordingly. There are waiters and wedding planners. There is a dedicated chef. Everyone was liberated. Everyone sits together. Start chatting. Jiang Hao, where have you been the past 6 years, and why have you been gone for so long? The speaker was Gixianren. Everyone also looked at Jiang Hao, because they are also curious about where Jiang Hao has been in the past 6 years. I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around the universe. The universe is quite big, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Naturally, It was impossible for him to say that he had left this world. Instead, I found an excuse to go shopping in the universe. Oh, when everyone heard this, they didn't doubt Jiang Hao's words, because everyone felt that since Jiang Hao said it, he must not have lied to them. Later, everyone asked Jiang Hao some things about the universe. Jiang Hao doesn't know much about the civilizations of the Dragon Ball universe, but he still said something about Namek and Frisia. Everyone knows about the gods, but they actually don't know the origins of the gods. After what Jiang Hao said, they finally knew the origin of the god. At the same time, I also learned that in the universe, there are Dragon Balls not only on the Earth, but also on Namek. And it's different from Earth's Dragon Ball. Although the Dragon Balls of Namek are all 7, wishes can be fulfilled. But the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes at a time. And the ability to grant wishes is more powerful than the Dragon Balls on Earth. This is also the first time that everyone has heard about things beyond the Earth. At this time, Tianxin and Bobo also arrived. I heard Jiang Hao talking about Namek. The god was very surprised. After all, most people would not know about Namek. Namek is not close to the Earth. After finishing talking about Namek, Jiang Hao talked about Frisia. When they heard that Frisia would destroy a planet if he was unhappy, they were all shocked, even a little worried that Frisia will come to Earth. Everyone knows that Wukong is powerful, but they don't know how powerful Goku really is. And Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, can destroy a planet casually, which is obviously very powerful. To be honest, if the person who said this was not Jiang Hao, and he had a nose and an eye for it, they all suspected that someone was trying to scare them. Is this Frisia so powerful? If I have a chance, I really want to fight him. Goku, as the groom, also did the same here. Today's wedding is not particularly grand. There are only so many people, so there is no need for Wukong to greet them. He and Chi-Chi were sitting with everyone, eating and chatting. When the food or something is gone, you could just ask the waiters to bring it to you without them having to do it themselves. There will be this opportunity. By the way, I went out this time and found out Wukong's identity. Everyone knows that Wukong has a tail. In the original work, after Sun Wukong transformed into a giant ape, it was the turtle immortal who shattered the full moon, turning Wukong back into a human, and then pulled out his tail. In this world is because of the appearance of Jiang Hao. He had told him about Goku's tail problem early on. In order not to hurt the people around him, Wukong had already asked Jiang how to help him pull out his tail. But everyone who knows Wukong well knows that he has a tail. Everyone nodded when they heard Jiang Hao's words. In the universe, there is a fighting race called Saiyans. Just like Goku, they have tails, and when the full moon comes, they will transform into giant apes. Although their combat effectiveness in giant ape form will increase tenfold. But you can also lose your mind. 0.2. You mean I'm a Saiyan? Goku's eyes widened. He was surprised by who he was. As for the fact that he is not from Earth, Wukong doesn't care. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world is very special. Because on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, more than 40% of the population are basically aliens from other planets. Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Kellen are not from Earth. God and Bobo are also not pure Earthlings. Neither Bull Demon King nor Chi-Chi is from Earth. The presence is purely earthly. Only Kamizenrin, Bulma, and Jiang Hao. Even Lan Chi is not from Earth. Yes, you are a demi-human. The Saiyans live on a planet called Planet Vegeta. But this planet was destroyed by Frisia almost 20 years ago. The Saiyan clan was almost wiped out. Jiang Hao told in advance that Frisia destroyed Planet Vegeta and destroyed the Saiyan clan. When everyone heard the news, they all looked at Jiang Hao and Wukong in shock. They had just heard that Frisia had destroyed many planets, but they only felt that Frisia was scary and far away from them. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao told them some very exciting news. Goku's hometown was destroyed by Frisia. As for his people, he was almost exterminated. The atmosphere was a little dull. It stands to reason that today is Wukong's wedding, a day that should be happy. Jiang Hao shouldn't have said these things. Why? Why did that Frisia do this? Why did he destroy Planet Vegeta? So, Did my parents die at the hands of that Frisia? Yuku asked aloud. It could be heard that Wukong's tone is both puzzled and angry. Although Goku has never met his parents, he still has some affection for them. After all, Goku at this time has not seen Vegeta and the other Saiyans. I don't know that the Saiyans are a group of pure militants, and they don't care so much about family affection. I didn't know that the Saiyans were Frisia's thugs before and helped Frisia capture the civilized planets in the universe. Many civilizations were destroyed in the hands of the Saiyans. It should be, before Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta, he basically called back all the Saiyans. Your parents should be among them. Recall? Did the Saiyans listen to what Frisia said? Krillin asked in surprise. Yes, Frisia calls himself the Emperor of the Universe. He's a very powerful man. Although the Saiyans are a fighting nation, they are no match for Frisia at all. In order to avoid being destroyed, they can only listen to Frisia's words. Be Frisia's subordinate. They captured other civilized planets for Frisia, and after taking the planets back, they handed them over to Frisia's other subordinates to sell them to others. Moreover, Saiyans are a very warlike race, and on planet Vegeta, there are very few Saiyans with family ties. Most of the 11 Saiyans basically don't care about life and death for their children. Of course, these pigs have nothing to do with the extermination of the Saiyans. The real reason why the Saiyans were wiped out was that Frisia was afraid of a legend. Legend? What legend? Everyone became interested. It feels like listening to a story. And Wukong's originally angry heart gradually calmed down. After all, he has no relationship with his parents. If Saiyans are the kind of people who don't care about family affection, then their life and death really doesn't matter to him. Wukong believed in Jiang Hao's words without any doubt. Super Saiyan, a kind of blonde-haired warrior. The blonde-haired warrior? Everyone was puzzled. Actually, Frisia didn't know that the so-called Super Saiyan is just a form of Saiyan. Just like Saiyans can transform into giant apes and then gain multiplier power. And once a Saiyan enters the Super Saiyan form, his combat power will be greatly increased by 50 times. The most important thing is that the Super Saiyan form will not make people lose their minds like the Great Ape transformation. Frisia was afraid of the appearance of the Super Saiyan, so he called all the Saiyans back to planet Vegeta, then destroyed the entire planet Vegeta, together with the Saiyans on it, in one fell swoop. Jiang Hao, how you know so clearly, don't you? Turtle Immortal said at this time. Yes, Mr. Wutian, you guessed it right. I am also a Saiyan. What? When Jiang Hao said this, everyone was shocked, especially Goku. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to be a so-called Saiyan like him, although he identifies more with his identity as an Earthling. But the fact that he is a Saiyan is a heavy sell. But I didn't expect that Jiang Hao was also a Saiyan. But why don't you have a tail? Of course I have a tail, but I put it away, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Hao controlled his tail to become bigger and stretched out from his pants. Seeing Jiang Hao's tail, everyone no longer doubted Jiang Hao's words. Jiang Hao, how did you do this? If I had known it could still be like this, I shouldn't have asked you to help me get rid of my tail before. Wukong said, Don't worry, although your tail was pulled out by me, it still exists. Whenever you want it, I can help you grow it back at any time. All right. By the way, what Super Saiyan you just mentioned, can I become a Super Asian? Yes, with your current fighting power, you already meet the fighting power required to transform into a Super Saiyan. The rest, all you need is anger. Anger? Yes, extreme anger can make you enter the Super Saiyan form. If you want to enter the Super Game state, you need enough S cells. The formation of S cells requires Saiyans to enter a state of extreme anger. When a Saiyan is extremely angry, a large number of S cells will appear in the Saiyan's body. When the S cells reach the number, it will not be a problem to enter the Super Race state. And Jiang Hao currently has a lot of cells in his body. After returning to the world of Dragon Ball, in just over a day, a large number of S cells had appeared in Jiang Hao's body, which had a combat power of over 30 million. Although the number is not particularly large, it proves it. The reason why S cells did not appear in his body before was because the world was different. If you want to increase the number of S cells, The method is very simple. Just enter a state of extreme anger. This is not difficult for Jiang Hao, because controlling emotions is easy for Jiang Hao. The power of the brain has allowed Jiang Hao to play with his emotions wantonly. If you want to be happy, be happy. If you want to be angry, be angry. As for the ultimate state of anger, he can naturally enter it easily. But it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the ultimate state of anger. What is extreme anger? Being so angry that you can no longer be angry is called extreme anger. It is not difficult to be angry, but it is very difficult to be extremely angry. For most people, if the person you care about most dies in front of you, you may be very angry, but such anger cannot be called the ultimate anger. In the original work, Sun Wukong entered the ultimate state of anger after seeing Piccolo and Krillin die tragically in front of him, thus transforming into a Super Saiyan. It's quite difficult to transform into a Super League in the early stage. As for why it was so simple for the son of Son Goku and Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan later, then there can only be one explanation. Their talents are good, and they have more advanced cells in their bodies. So they don't need to enter the ultimate state of anger to transform into Super Sailors. The ultimate state of anger is a key step in the formation of S cells. If you have a lot of S cells in your body, it doesn't matter whether you're angry or not. Ultimate anger? But I can't seem to get angry, Wukong said helplessly. If you can achieve the requirements through cultivation, no matter how tired you are, Wukong will not frown. But angry, he really couldn't get angry. Changes in emotions are not something Sun Wukong can control. Moreover, he is a carefree person and has a good temper. Wukong is not the kind of person who will argue with others, so naturally he will not get angry because of arguments. In the original book, the number of times Wukong gets angry is also very rare. It's okay. It's okay if you don't get angry. I have other ways to help you. It's okay if Wukong doesn't get angry. Jiang Hao can help him in this regard. Of course, Jiang Hao's help was not to kill Krillin, to make Wukong angry or something. The prerequisite for entering the super competition has never been extreme anger, but the surge of S cells in the body under extreme anger. S cells are the key. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Don't forget, today is your and Chi-Chi's wedding. Let's talk about something else. Tell me what happened to you in the past few years when I was away. Jiang Hao smiled and changed the subject. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, Clin was the first to speak up and started talking about the 23rd Martial Arts Conference this year. Then occasionally others would chime in. The atmosphere immediately became lively again. Afterwards, Jiang Hao basically said nothing, just chiming in occasionally. Wait until the wedding venue is almost decorated. Goku and Chi-Chi's wedding has officially begun. Wait until the two have finished taking the oath. Jiang Hao suggested that everyone get together for a rare occasion and take a group photo together. Naturally, no one will refuse. Tianxin and Bobo are naturally no exception. In a blink of an eye, the time came 3 days later. He reached out and pulled Bulma's jade feet away from him. Jiang Hao got up and started washing. As soon as he opened the door after washing, he saw Sun Wukong standing outside the door. At this time, Wukong had already changed back into his Turtle Sun-style clothes. Seeing Jiang Hao open the door, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Jiang Hao, you're up. 297 Jiang Hao was not surprised to see Sun Wukong. There is no black face or anything like anger, because he is too familiar with Sun Wukong. On the day of the wedding, Jiang Hao had already expected that Sun Wukong's character would make him do something speechless. So before leaving, Jiang Hao found Goku alone and told him that whether he dared to enter the Super Saiyan state or fight a battle, he would have to wait 3 days before he could find him. Otherwise, even if he found him, he won't pay attention to him either. Wukong is not really stupid. He knows what Jiang Hao means. He and Chi-Chi had just gotten married. How could they just get married and then run away the next day? No matter what, it would take 3 days for someone to come over. Therefore, he waited honestly for 3 days. No, today is already the 4th day. Early in the morning, before dawn, he had already come to Shidu and waited. Jiang Hao has already figured out all this. So he was not surprised to see Sun Wukong standing outside the door as soon as he opened the door. Because this is normal. The 6 years since he left are equivalent to the 6 years that Wukong has been invincible on Earth. Jiang Hao knows very well that for a fighting maniac like Sun Wukong, invincibility was not what he wanted. What he wants is to have an opponent who is as strong as him and can keep fighting with him. The two of them can make progress together. In the original work, Vegeta is the equally matched opponent. Whenever Sun Wukong is lazy, he will soon be overtaken by Vegeta. This also gave Sun Wukong a sense of urgency, and he did not dare to be lazy at all. Vegeta and Sun Wukong also have the same mentality, which may be why their growth in the later period becomes more and more exaggerated. And now that Vegeta hasn't appeared yet, the only comparable opponent is Jiang Hao. Okay. Have you had breakfast? Whatever you want to do, let's have breakfast first. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded. He is actually very anxious, but looking at Jiang Hao's look, he knows that when facing Jiang Hao, just listen to his words. The more anxious you are, the more Jiang Hao will drag you down. Moreover, he came here just after waking up in the morning, and he is really hungry now. Even if he has to fight Jiang Hao later, he won't be able to fight Jiang Hao if he doesn't eat enough. After eating, Jiang Hao took Sun Wukong to the laboratory. Go there and lie down. Oh, Sun Wukong looked here and there, and soon lay down on the experimental table. He has unlimited trust in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao first gave Sun Wukong a test. See if the S gene has appeared in his body. If it does, he will directly use other methods to stimulate the S cells in his body to divide, so that Sun Wukong can obtain more dollar cells. If not, then we can only peel off the S cells from his body and put them in his Sun Wukong's body, and then catalyze the division of more S cells. As for whether it will be rejected, don't worry about that. After all, Jiang Hao was originally a Saiyan bloodline copied from Sun Wukong's genes. In a certain sense, Jiang Hao can be regarded as Sun Wukong's half-brother. But the test results are good. S cells have appeared in Sun Wukong's body. Although rare, S cells do exist. After all, his normal combat power has reached more than 4 million. This combat effectiveness has already met the minimum combat effectiveness required to enter the Super Series 1. With S cells, the problem could be easily solved. Jiang Hao has already figured out how to make S cells divide more. S cells divide faster due to anger. So as long as Jiang Hao grasps this characteristic, he can enter S cells to divide more. It may hurt a little later, just bear with it. Okay, don't worry. It's just a little pain. I can bear it. Sun Wukong patted his chest and asked Jiang Hao to come directly. Jiang Hao smiled. Jiang Hao doesn't need to make people feel angry. Jiang Hao just needs to make Sun Wukong's body feel that he is angry. Then S cells can still accelerate division. Jiang Hao has already used this method on himself. Very effective. With this trick, Jiang Hao told himself to lie to himself. It's just the physical self that deceives oneself, not the spiritual deception of oneself. The only bad thing is that it hurts a little. But the division of S cells is indeed exaggerated, and doing so puts a heavy burden on the body. After all, Super Saiyan is a state of overclocking. How can a 50-fold increase in combat power have no side effects at all? Even with a Saiyan's powerful physique, it is impossible to maintain a super match state for a long time. The Super League consumes physical strength and damages the body. So before that, Jiang Hao plans to inject Sun Wukong with a DY strengthening serum. I can't say enough about the goodness of GY enhanced serum. If Sun Wukong had this thing, it would definitely be even more powerful for Sun Wukong. After using the GY strengthening serum, Sun Wukong's combat power will only increase faster, and his show limit will become even more exaggerated. For Saiyans, their limitation has always been physical strength. But what if Sun Wukong becomes stronger and stronger? Then his Super Saiyan state can definitely last longer. Coupled with this is the characteristic that Saiyans become stronger when injured. With the strengthening of GY strengthening serum, Sun Wukong can be injured more unscrupulously in the future, and his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Jiang Hao felt that he was wrong when he said that the GY enhanced serum was even more powerful for Sun Wukong. This person is Sun Wukong, So Jiang Hao gave him the GY strengthening serum. As for others, forget it. The world of Dragon Ball is different from the ordinary world. The group with the highest combat power in this world are really too strong. If it lets others use it too, then sooner or later the world will be in chaos. Jiang Hao first injected Sun Wukong with GY enhanced serum, which had no side effects. Sun Wukong didn't feel anything at all. Didn't you say it would be very painful? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. It hasn't started yet, lie down. Jiang Hao knocked Sun Wukong to ask him to be more honest. Jiang Hao didn't tie anything to Sun Wukong. Just let him lie on the experimental table like that. Oh, Sun Wukong immediately became honest again. Later, Jiang Hao took out the catalyst. He pierced Sun Wukong directly. Then push. The catalyst enters Sun Wukong's body. He felt nothing at first, but soon there was a strong feeling in my body. The feeling of pain, but no pain, made Sun Wukong feel like he was trapped in two heavens of ice and fire. It made him unspeakably uncomfortable. As for pain, that little pain was nothing to him. But Sun Wukong didn't regret anything. He just gritted his teeth and tried not to make any noise. After about 3 minutes passed, Sun Wukong felt the discomfort recede like a tide. The discomfort on his body disappeared, and Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Then he found that he was already covered in sweat. I casually clicked on Sun Wukong and helped him clean up his body. Jiang Hao examined Sun Wukong again. There are already a lot of S cells in the body, so there is no problem at least entering Super Saiyan 1. Okay, now you can enter the Super Saiyan state. Jiang Hao patted Sun Wukong and signaled the latter to get up. Really? Can I really become a Super Saiyan? Once he heard that it was okay, Sun Wukong suddenly became excited. That's a 50-fold increase. If you activate Super Saiyan, can you defeat Jiang Hao? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong became more and more excited. Jiang Hao, let's have a fight. No rush. You need to get familiar with your body first. If you want to fight, we'll come back after lunch. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. He was anxious and knew that no matter how anxious he was, there was no need to rush for a while. Subsequently, Sun Wukong ran outside to adapt to his lost body. At first, he didn't understand why Jiang Hao asked him to adapt to his body, but he soon understood why. Because he found that his body had indeed changed a lot, especially in terms of physical strength. It is at least 10 times stronger than before. The feeling of abundant strength all over his body was something he had never felt before. Even without the combat power test glasses, Jiang Hao knew that Sun Wukong's combat power had exceeded 10 million at this moment, reaching a terrifying more than 14 million. And as Sun Wukong fully adapts to this body, his combat effectiveness will continue to increase. There is no problem with 20 million. The GY strengthening serum is too powerful for Sun Wukong. This is why Jiang Hao said that GY strengthening serum is suitable for Monkey King. As for Jiang Hao, when he was injected with GY enhanced serum, his health improved a lot. After all, his current normal combat power is 30 million. But this does not mean that Jiang Hao's combat power is really only 30 million. After all, strength, endurance, body recovery speed, and so on. It is not counted in combat effectiveness. The fighting power in the Dragon Ball world is just a manifestation of Qi. Simply put, it is the embodiment of energy in the body. The higher the energy in your body, the higher your Qi will be. The reason why Jiang Hao's combat strength is only over 30 million. It's because he only has more than 30 million Qi. As for the Sunlight Super Gene, it only gives Jiang Hao the energy to drive star energy in his physical body. It's not that Jiang Hao really turned into a sun. What if Jiang Hao got Superman's genes, then merge? Then it is really possible that Jiang Hao will transform into the sun immediately. When the time comes, it will be a simple matter for his anger to break through the trillions. While Sun Wukong was adjusting to his body outside, Bulma also got up. She and Jiang Hao spent the whole night yesterday. I fell asleep around 4 o'clock this morning. In other words, her combat power is now more than 50,000, and her physical fitness is not bad. Otherwise, I really can't handle Jiang Hao. As soon as Bulma got up, The breakfast made by Jiang Hao was already delivered to her. This made Bulma very happy. After all, this feeling of being pampered is really very happy. Of course, after seeing Sun Wukong, Bulma's mood was not so good. But Bulma didn't chase people away directly. Then, Sun Wukong also teleported back to Baozi Mountain. Take Chi-Chi over. Chi-Chi still felt a little embarrassed. She is not Sun Wukong. She is so thick-skinned. But she, Jiang Hao and Bulma are not strangers. After getting along for a while, people gradually relaxed. Today's Chi-Chi is still the very gentle Chi-Chi. She is not the irritable Chi-Chi after giving birth to Sun Wuhan. After lunch, Jiang Hao took Sun Wukong away. As for Chi-Chi, Bulma is with her. Jiang Hao took Sun Wukong directly to Jupiter. Having just arrived on Jupiter, Sun Wukong couldn't stand the environment for a while. After all, Saiyans do not have the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. But Sun Wukong has GY-enhanced serum in his body. This also allowed him to quickly adapt to the Jupiter environment. For this reason, Jiang Hao had to use his own abilities to help him regain his strength. Due to Sun Wukong's adaptation in the morning, his normal combat power, Qian Li's, has now been stabilized at 18 million. It won't take long to get up to 20 million yuan. However, if the combat power is only 18 million, the gap between him is still a bit big. Therefore, before the battle, Jiang Hao asked Sun Wukong to take another dose of super holy water. As Jiang Hao and the others' fighting power became more and more exaggerated, even the improvement effect of super holy water on them is no longer as good as before. But it's because of the fusion of GY strengthening serum. This time, Sun Wukong's fighting power has increased tremendously. It has more than doubled, reached 38 million. And Jiang Hao's current battle is more than 16 million per day. At this time, Sun Wukong's fighting power has surpassed Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao is not unhappy at all. Moreover, whoever is said to have more anger must be the stronger one. Maybe that's the case for Fenrin, but not for Jiang Hao. See Sun Wukong with 38 million fighting power. Jiang Hao did not deliberately suppress his fighting spirit. He hasn't really let go of his hands and feet to fight for a long time. Sun Wukong is eager to fight, so why not? P.S. I recommend a book by a good friend, which is of the same genre as me. They are all super gods, and the writing is quite good. The title of the book is Super Gods. Join the chat group at the beginning, and it has more than 700,000 words. You can watch it with confidence. And after taking the super holy water, Sun Wukong also felt the huge qi in his body. The aura was so huge that he felt that his body could hardly bear it. The unprecedented sense of strength made Sun Wukong's fighting spirit grow rapidly. He looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, I'm ready. Come on. Today is the day you have the best chance to defeat me, because your anger has surpassed mine. If you can't defeat me today, it will be even harder to defeat me in the future. That's not necessarily the case. Anyway, I won't give up anyway. But I've become so strong. I have to thank you. How did you learn to be so polite to me? That's good. Then I'm not going to be polite. Are you ready? I'm coming. For the two of us, there's no need to hide our strength. We'll test each other out at the beginning, so let's show our full strength right from the start. While speaking, Jiang Hao's combat power of more than 36 million was also unreservedly and completely exploded. With more than 30 million combat power erupting, Jiang Hao instantly became the center of the storm. Countless sand and gravel were rushed out by the aura that was as substantial as it was. Even rocks bigger than a truck were thrown out of the way. It was like a typhoon blowing in the 20s. The air that is as substantial as it is wraps Jiang Hao in the middle. Jiang Hao's hair, just past his ears, was also fluttering. Sun Wukong also instantly felt the tremendous oppressive force on Jiang Hao's body. Okay, Sun Wukong responded. The qi that had just been raised to 38 million exploded completely without reservation. Judging from the momentum, it seems to be even more terrifying than Jiang Hao. Even because the two people's anger was too terrifying. In the void, streaks of white thunder appeared. Cut down. Wukong, I haven't seen you for 6 years. 823. Let me see how much progress you have made in these 6 years. Okay, come on then. Then you have to be careful. As Jiang Hao finished speaking, his whole person disappeared at the same time. Boom! The sound of fist-to-flesh collision was heard. Sun Wukong's right elbow just blocked Jiang Hao, who appeared on his right side at some point, and whipped his leg. The whip legs are extremely powerful, although Sun Wukong blocked it. But the body was still pushed away by the huge force. The speed was so fast that it reached thousands of meters almost instantly. But the next second, Sun Wukong, who was still flying upside down, suddenly disappeared. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, turned around and punched behind him. This punch just collided with Sun Wukong's fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and terrifying power exploded in an instant. The impact, like a wave, instantly scratched the surface of Jupiter like a piece of earth. The thick skin hanging out is 100 meters deep. After one punch, both Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong flew backwards. However, while the two of them were still in midair, they forcibly stabilized their bodies. Then he rushed towards the opponent again. This time, they did not use teleportation. Teleporting catches the opponent off guard, but when both Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong can predict the opponent's position through chi sensing, sleep shifting has no effect. At least for this battle, it is useless. Moreover, teleportation consumes a lot of energy. Even their physical strength is very exaggerated. But indifferent consumption is not needed. Both were moving at high speed. Jiang Hao did not use gravity, strong force, and zhengyang. Not even all the strength was used, only less than 1/10 of the strength was used. Even so, Jiang Hao's power still suppressed Sun Wukong to death. In every collision, Jiang Hao always has the upper hand because of his strength advantage. As for fighting skills, Sun Wukong is even worse than Jiang Hao. Now, in terms of combat skills, there is still a big gap between him and Jiang Hao, unless he realizes the perfect freedom and ultimate intention at this time. But this is almost impossible. After all, Sun Wukong at this period is not yet practiced with Weiss, so it is naturally impossible for him to understand the ultimate freedom of mind. Not to mention the perfect self-extreme intention gong. Two people who fight hard, from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the earth. In the end, it hit directly into the vacuum of the universe. Neither of them held back. But Jiang Hao did not use other means. The comparison with Sun Wukong is strength, speed, reaction, and moves. The kind of punching feeling makes both Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong feel extremely comfortable at this moment. It was like it was all released suddenly. After beating, Sun Wukong suddenly entered the super subhuman form. With golden hair, green pupils, and the whole person, it was as if he suddenly changed into a different person. Looks majestic and powerful. Sun Wukong suddenly entered Super Saiyan 1, and his combat power increased 50-fold in an instant. From a combat strength of 38 million, it soared directly to a combat strength of 1.9 billion. Jiang Hao was caught off guard. The man was directly punched by Sun Wukong several times. However, Jiang Hao's physical fitness is much better than that of Sun Wukong. Even if Sun Wukong has a combat power of 1.9 billion at the moment, the damage caused to Jiang Hao is not much. It's like an ordinary person suddenly received a few punches. Apart from pain, there is nothing else. Pain does not affect Jiang Hao. After beating Jiang Hao away, Sun Wukong did not take advantage of the victory to pursue him. Instead, he stayed where he was, still a little stunned and at a loss. Obviously, Sun Wukong himself did not expect to enter the Super Saiyan 1 form. Jiang Hao saw Sun Wukong's expression and knew that he didn't suddenly transform into a super harmful form on purpose. So Jiang Hao wasn't angry at all. However, he also controlled his emotions when the S cells in his body exploded. The next second, Jiang Hao also entered the super form. The black hair turned from black to gold, and the black pupils instantly turned into the same turquoise as Sun Wukong. His momentum also soared. The combat power suddenly increased from 36 million to 18.8 billion. After both of them entered the Super Series 1, The scope of their battle is getting brighter and brighter. The whole planet seemed to be trembling. Grand canyons were torn out of the earth. Huge craters appeared on the surface one after another. The Rocky Mountains were ground down to flat ground. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao used 1/10 of his full strength. After punching out, Sun Wukong was knocked back to normal from the Super Series by Jiang Hao. He also punched Jupiter back from the universe, leaving a huge giant pit on the surface of Jupiter. In terms of energy, Sun Wukong has surpassed Jiang Hao, but it didn't create much distance. But his strength is far inferior to Jiang Hao. The two are not on the same level at all. When Jiang Hao became a little more serious and used 1/10 of his strength, Sun Wukong couldn't stand it immediately. In terms of skill, Sun Wukong is inferior to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao could basically either dodge or block his attacks, and the damage he caused to Jiang Hao is almost negligible. And Jiang Hao can basically punch Sun Wukong every once in a while. GY Strengthened Serum gives Sun Wukong strong recovery power, but it also consumes a lot of energy. It would be fine if he wasn't injured, but if he got injured, his energy would be consumed quickly. Without energy, physical strength will naturally be gone. With insufficient physical strength, Sun Wukong's condition continued to decline. The number of attacks by Jiang Hao also began to increase. Jiang Hao's fist is not that easy to bear. The fists falling like a torrential rain were not something Sun Wukong could stop. In the end, of course, they can only lose. But being defeated by Jiang Hao, Sun Wukong couldn't see any disappointment on his face. After all, being defeated by Jiang Hao didn't happen just once or twice. Sun Wukong has long been used to it. But this hearty battle really made him feel happy. He hasn't done this for a long time. Only Jiang Hao could defeat him even with all his strength. At the same time, he could also feel that the gap between him and Jiang Hao was getting smaller. At least compared to the gap between him and Jiang Hao in the past, it was really much smaller. In the past, in Jiang Hao's hands, he had almost no resistance. In most cases, he was crushed unilaterally. Many times Jiang Hao beat him without even taking it seriously. Today, he can be sure that Jiang Hao will definitely show his full strength. What is Sun Wukong thinking? Even without his assistant, you can see the expression on his face. Jiang Hao can guess it, but Jiang Hao didn't explain anything. Just let Wukong be happy. Open mouth. Sun Wukong opened his mouth obediently. Jiang Hao threw a fairy bean into his mouth. Sun Wukong's physical strength has long been drained. Now I really don't have the strength to move a finger. Moreover, all the clothes on his body had been stripped off long ago. Now naked. That's just him and Jiang Hao here. We were all men, so he wasn't too embarrassed. A fairy bean enters the mouth. Sun Wukong swallowed it without even chewing it. After swallowing the fairy beans, Sun Wukong was immediately resurrected with full health. At the same time, he felt that his combat effectiveness had improved. And Jiang Hao knew that Sun Wukong's combat power had indeed improved, and now it had risen to more than 42 million. One battle directly increased the combat effectiveness of 4 million. But Jiang Hao also improved, but not as much as Sun Wukong. It has only increased by about 3 million, and the total combat power is now 39 million. It's normal not to have Sun Wukong. After all, he was not injured. Under this situation, increasing the combat effectiveness by 3 million is actually quite good. Jiang Hao, you are still so powerful, but the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller. You have to work harder, otherwise I will surpass you if you are not careful. As soon as he regained his strength, Sun Wukong jumped up immediately and said happily. It can even be said to be a little exciting. It's not that he has any special hobbies, but for the first time in such a long time, he was not defeated so miserably by Jiang Hao. For the first time, I felt that the gap between Jiang Hao and him was not that big. Jiang Hao looked at Wukong happily. He shook his head helplessly. Then he took out a set of clothes from the storage bracelet and threw it to Sun Wukong, asking the latter to put it on. As for the fact that he didn't use all his strength, it's better not to tell him and let him be happy for a while. Next, I plan to take Bulma to explore the universe. Do you and Chi-Chi want to go with us? When Sun Wukong got dressed, Jiang Hao said directly, Going to the universe? I haven't thought much about it. I have to go back and ask Kiki about this. I think she will be interested. As for me, Jiang Hao, since you're going to the universe, I will definitely go with you. What if you use some special cultivation method behind my back and distance yourself from me? I managed to catch up with you, and then I have to be pulled away by you again. Jiang Hao. By the way, Jiang Hao, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia you mentioned that day is stronger than me now. Do you think he is stronger or I am stronger? You are stronger. If you transform into a Super Saiyan, you can kill him instantly. Monkey King with 180 million combat power can beat Frisia. If Monkey King with 1.9 billion combat power meets Frisia, the latter will only be killed in seconds. On the other hand, in Frisia's special genie team, that genie needs a little attention, because that guy can force people to switch bodies. In the original book, he swapped bodies with Monkey King, but Jiang Hao is definitely not worried about him. As for Wukong, there should be no need to worry too much. In Jiang Hao's view, there must be a limit to exchanging bodies between Jinyo and others. For example, the person who switched bodies with him can surpass him in combat power, but not too much. Otherwise, as Jinyu is a person, why didn't he switch bodies with Frisia? Jiang Hao doesn't believe Jinyo's undying loyalty to Frisia. Frisia's subordinates were basically subdued by Frisia's power. Frisia belongs to the Frozen Demon clan. The Frozen Demon race can possess hundreds of millions of combat power as soon as it is born. It can be said that it is a race that is even more exaggerated than the Saiyans. But the fertility rate of the Frozen Demon clan is extremely low. In the Dragon Ball universe, there are only 3 people in the Frozen Demon clan, including Frisia. The other 2, one is Frisia's father, King Gerdo, and the other is Frisia's brother Gullah. P.S. I wonder who the hell Frisia is. Whether it's Frisia's father, King Gerdo, or Frisia's brother Gullah, they're both extremely powerful beings in combat. It would be said that Jinyo did not dare to switch bodies with Frisia because she was afraid of the 2 of them. Jiang Hao thinks it's unlikely. After all, Frisia's fighting power is much stronger than that of his father, King Gerdo. As for his brother Kira, who is stronger and who is weaker, it's hard to judge, but Frisia is probably stronger, because King Gerdo is more interested in Frisia. After he retired, he also chose to give the seat to Frisia instead of giving it to his eldest son Kira. Obviously, Frisia must be more powerful and outstanding, so he is deeply liked by King Gerdo, so he gave Frisia the seat. If Jinyu really changed Frisia's body, even if King Gerdo and Gula come to cause trouble, he doesn't need to be afraid at all. Therefore, in Jiang Hao's opinion, the most likely reason why Jinyo did not swap bodies with Frisia is that he has limitations and cannot swap bodies with someone who is too powerful than his own. Being able to work under Frisia, Jinyo is obviously not a good person with good morals. If his ability really allows him to switch bodies with Frisia, Jiang Hao didn't believe that Jinyo wouldn't be tempted. Moreover, as Frisia's subordinate, Jinyo must be aware of his abilities. If Kinyu's abilities could threaten Frisia, he would have died long ago. Why is planet Vegeta missing? Frisia was not worried about the emergence of Super Saiyans, so he destroyed planet Vegeta and wiped out almost all Saiyans. In the end, the reason is still because of fear. If Genie's ability can really threaten Frisia, how could Frisia with such a personality let Genie continue to live? Still stay by your side. Therefore, the most likely possibility is that Jinyo has done it before but failed. Then he killed him directly because he was afraid of Frisia, and then chose to surrender to Frisia. Frisia saw that Jinyu had good fighting ability and was considered a talent, so he finally fell in love with her. In addition, Jinyo could not threaten him, so he accepted him. So, Jinyo doesn't need to care too much. Moreover, Jiang Hao had no intention of causing trouble with Frisia. When going to the universe, Jiang Hao's first target is Broly. In the history of the Saiyan legend, every 1,000 years there will be a super warrior who is the strongest in the universe. He has a bloodthirsty, violent, and warlike personality and possesses extremely terrifying fighting power. And Broly is the legendary most powerful super soldier in the universe. He has a combat strength of 10,000 when he is born, and he is a natural Super Saiyan. Unlike ordinary Saiyans, he needs enough S cells to enter the Super Saiyan form, and it consumes a lot of energy. For Broly, super form is his normal state. This is why he is so powerful. The background settings of Broly in the main universe and Broly in the parallel universe are different. Broly in the main universe was expelled from planet Vegeta by King Vegeta 3 years before planet Vegeta was destroyed because he was too powerful when he was born and was sent to a planet called Planet Sheepa. Stayed there for 41 years. It wasn't until Frieza's Legion happened to pass by Vampa that Broly and his father Paragus were able to leave Vampa. Then the father and son followed Frieza to the Earth after the Tournament of Power and had a fight with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After the powerful Broly fully exploded, he directly suppressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta to fight. In the end, the two had to fuse and transform into Gogeta to defeat Broly. In that battle, both sides directly broke the dimensions. One can imagine how strong the fighting power is. So Jiang Hao is definitely interested in Broly. In addition, there are fusion techniques, Kai Wangshan earrings and Kai Wangshan rings, and Super Dragon Balls. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the fusion technique. Son Goku and Vegeta fuse to become Gogeta, relying on the fusion technique. And the fusion technique is also called the Metamo fusion technique, which is a kind of fusion technique that only the Metamo stars can do. Jiang Hao doesn't know where Metamo star is, but he can obtain the address of Metamo star by making a wish to Shenlong, and even learn the fusion technique of Metamo directly through Shenlong's wish. And it goes without saying about the Kaishin earrings. Kai Wangshan earrings are artifacts that can perfectly integrate two people into one. 13 Wang Vegetos appearance. You need to rely on Kai Wangshan earrings. When two people are fused, their combat effectiveness will increase geometrically. As for Vegeto's strength, he has never been defeated since he appeared on the field, and he will crush anyone he beats. In the world of Dragon Ball, the King of Realms and the Divine Realm are also like artifacts. In the world of Dragon Ball, Kaishin is the opposite of God of Destruction. The God of Destruction is destruction, while Kaishin is creation. Once the Kai Wangshan is killed, the God of Destruction of this universe will also die. The two are symbiotic. There is no doubt about the power of the God of Destruction. And as the opposing Realm King God, even if it's bad, it's definitely not that bad. Asking for flowers? In addition to his strong fighting power, the Kai Wangshan also has a lot of good things in his eyes. For example, the Ring of the King of the Realm. This thing, after wearing it, not only can travel through time and space at will, and travel through the world, it even has the effect of a permanent certificate of Daluo Jinxian. That is to say, after wearing the ring, no matter what others do to you in the past time period or to you in the future time period, it will not affect the current you. This game, in the world of Dragon Ball, is still very powerful. Not to mention the last Super Dragon Ball. Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God, Surama himself. The 7 Dragon Balls are scattered across universes 7 and 6. Once collected, any wish can come true. If we talk about Dragon Balls on Earth and Namek, there are still limits to wish fulfillment. For example, the wish to directly make the God of Destruction disappear cannot be realized. Then the Super Dragon, summoned by the Super Dragon Ball, can realize any wish in the true sense. Even the desire to make the God of Destruction disappear, or the universe disappear, can be fulfilled. Just thinking about this punishment makes people shudder. In ancient times, such punishments were generally only used on people who had committed particularly heinous crimes. And Jiang Hao now plans to use this punishment to punish the 3MO. Although Hongmeng is gone, Jiang Hao has been there for a short period of time. I got myself a temporary assistant. There is currently only one function, which is to help him scan people's information. Just now, he had used this little assistant to scan the black one. After scanning, Jiang Hao was a little surprised at the unreasonable things these 3MO did, because it's really a bit much. Having always lived in a country with good security like Daxia, Jiang Hao has rarely heard of scanning incidents. Although I have already understood the freedom of the lighthouse country, I have also been prepared for it. But he didn't expect that just 3MO could do so many good things. Among them, there were more than 20 or **** cases among the three people together, and there were several cases of our **** together. Photos and videos were taken every time to prevent the victims from suing them. And this is not so safe. They will also threaten the victim afterwards that if she dares to tell the story, they will find her and kill her. In addition, the three men have committed more than 20 robberies in total. Most of those robbed were foreigners, mainly Asians. The most disgusting thing is that one of them, Mo, is a man of both sexes. When robbing, he did not forget to rob a woman, and the woman he robbed was a man. Jiang Hao didn't even look at it. In addition, these three guys also have these 6 lives in their hands. To describe them as scum is completely insulting. In Jiang Hao's view, they are not humans, but beasts. Since they are animals, Jiang Hao will naturally treat them as animals. Especially among the three guys, the one who is both male and female had praised him for his good looks and good skin before. Being praised by such a vicious thing. Jiang Hao is really not happy at all, even a little disgusting. It's the guy from before. At this moment, the three of them finally understood that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. And Jiang Hao obviously had no intention of talking nonsense to them. With a gravitational pull, one of the people was directly pulled over by him. Then, he threw it directly into the bronze bowl. The other two were pressed by the gravity created by gravity, as if they were seriously ill and couldn't use all their strength. They wanted to ask for mercy, but he found that he couldn't even open his mouth. Then, they saw their companions being thrown behind the bronze bowl. Suddenly, there was a ball of fire under the bronze bowl, burning out of thin air. At this moment, even if they were stupid, they could see what Jiang Hao was going to do. A smile of horror and fear immediately appeared on his face. Especially soon, they heard the screams of their companions coming from the bronze bowl. The shrill scream was like a ghost howling. At this moment, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and their foreheads and black backs, Wang Li's, were wet with cold sweat. Because they know the treatment of their companions. It will soon fall on their heads too. The screams continued for almost 5 or 6 minutes before they stopped. I have to say that Black's vitality is still at an end. With a wave of his hand, the cooked ink was pulled out by Jiang Hao. I saw my companion, who was as red as a roasted chicken. The two Mo's were frightened and fainted. Jiang Hao threw another one in cast. Jiang Hao has never been a soft-hearted person, and he has killed many people. When killing the 100,000 low-level demons that Liang Bing transformed in Asen Kingdom, Jiang Hao has killed many people in the Dragon Ball world. After all, compared to the stable Super God world, the level of chaos in the Dragon Ball world is quite high. Although the Dragon Ball world also has national governments. But in many places, the national government is completely unable to control it and has no ability to control it. Jiang Hao and Wukong encountered many beasts on their way to find the Dragon Ball. Jiang Hao never shows mercy to animals. Jiang Hao didn't like Mo at all. As a result, these three Mo came to rob him without thinking about life and death, and even threatened him with a gun. They even thought about it. Jiang Hao is not a temperless person. Is it cruel to do so? Jiang Hao doesn't think it's cruel at all, because when these guys are ****D, robbed, threatened, and killed others, they never considered whether it was cruel or not. The next day, officers from the Manhattan Police Department received a report that a murder had occurred in an abandoned factory. The reporter said that when he happened to pass by the abandoned factory last night, he heard a very shrill scream coming from inside. There were 3 screams in total, each lasting 5 or 6 minutes. At that time, he didn't dare to check the situation. It wasn't until the next day that he couldn't bear it because of his curiosity and ran to check the situation. Then I saw 3 roasted inks. Has the identity information of these 3 guys been confirmed? Sergeant Most of the Manhattan Police Department asked with a headache. Still comparing to the DNA system, sir. Okay, you go down. After saying that, Most looked at Chris, who was squatting in front of the 3 Mo corpses, and said, Chris, what are you looking at? Most and Chris are friends. Chris came to him for help because of the bioterrorist attack on the Glenn's Medical Research Institute last night. Chris now works for an organization called the Bioterrorism Defense and Assessment Alliance, specializing in incidents related to bioterrorism attacks. He is expert in this aspect. In addition, the biochemical terrorist attack took place in Manhattan, and he happened to be in charge of this case. So the two decided to cooperate to find out who put the virus in the Glenn's Medical Research Institute. As a result, we just started chatting. I received a message from my subordinates that someone called the police. Then they came over. Chris did not immediately respond to Mostert. Most walked up to Chris, covered his nose with a handkerchief, and then squatted down. He was afraid that he would smell the roasted corpse. He is not Chris. He has seen too many scenes more disgusting than this, and he has long been accustomed to this kind of situation. What's wrong? You look so carefully. Do you know these three guys? Most jokingly patted Chris on the shoulder. Chris shook his head. I don't know them. Most was about to get up. But I've seen them. 630. What? Most squatted back down when he was about to stand up. When did you see them? Most asked, regardless of whether the identities of these three people are ordinary or not. None of this matters now. What matters is the way they died, which is too inhumane. Before they came, reporters had already arrived here ahead of them and took photos. You don't need to think about it to know that once such an inhumane way of death is reported in the newspaper, their police department will also be under a lot of pressure. It would be good to solve the case as soon as possible. Originally, he had to confirm the identities of the three people before he could start solving the case. I didn't expect Chris to have seen them. Since he said he had seen them before, it must not have been a long time ago. Sure enough, Chris's words confirmed his guess. Just last night, Chris said, just thinking about this punishment makes people shudder. In ancient times, such punishments were generally only used on people who had committed particularly heinous crimes. And Jiang Hao now plans to use this punishment to punish the 3MO. Although Hongmeng is gone, Jiang Hao has been there for a short period of time. I got myself a temporary assistant. There is currently only one function, which is to help him scan people's information. Just now, he had used this little assistant to scan the black one. After scanning, Jiang Hao was a little surprised at the unreasonable things these 3MO did. Because it's really a bit much. Having always lived in a country with good security like Daxia, Jiang Hao has rarely heard of scanning incidents. Although I have already understood the freedom of the lighthouse country, I have also been prepared for it. But he didn't expect that just 3MO could do so many good things. Among them, there were more than 20 cases among the three people together, and there were several cases of our together. Photos and videos were taken every time to prevent the victims from suing them. And this is not so safe. They will also threaten the victim afterwards that if she dares to tell the story, they will find her and kill her. In addition, the three men have committed more than 20 robberies in total. Most of those robbed were foreigners, mainly Asians. The most disgusting thing is that one of them, Mo, is a man of both sexes. When robbing, he did not forget to rob a woman, and the woman he robbed was a man. Jiang Hao didn't even look at it. In addition, these three guys also have these 6 lives in their hands. To describe them as scum is completely insulting. In Jiang Hao's view, they are not humans, but beasts. Since they are animals, Jiang Hao will naturally treat them as animals. Especially among the three guys, the one who is both male and female had praised him for his good looks and good skin before. Being praised by such a vicious thing. Jiang Hao is really not happy at all, even a little disgusting. It's the guy from before. At this moment, the three of them finally understood that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. And Jiang Hao obviously had no intention of talking nonsense to them. With a gravitational pull, one of the people was directly pulled over by him. Then, he threw it directly into the bronze bowl. The other two were pressed by the gravity created by gravity, as if they were seriously ill and couldn't use all their strength. They wanted to ask for mercy, but he found that he couldn't even open his mouth. Then, they saw their companions being thrown behind the bronze bowl. Suddenly, there was a ball of fire under the bronze bowl, burning out of thin air. At this moment, even if they were stupid, they could see what Jiang Hao was going to do. A smile of horror and fear immediately appeared on his face. Especially soon, they heard the screams of their companions coming from the bronze bull. The shrill scream was like a ghost howling. At this moment, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, and their foreheads and black backs, Wang Li's, were wet with cold sweat. Because they know the treatment of their companions. It will soon fall on their heads too. The screams continued for almost 5 or 6 minutes before they stopped. I have to say that Black's vitality is still at an end. With a wave of his hand, the cooked ink was pulled out by Jiang Hao. I saw my companion, who was as red as a roasted chicken. The two Mo's were frightened and fainted. Jiang Hao threw another one in Cass. Jiang Hao has never been a soft-hearted person, and he has killed many people. When killing the 100,000 low-level demons that Liang Bing transformed in Ancient Kingdom, Jiang Hao has killed many people in the Dragon Ball world. After all, compared to the stable Super God world, the level of chaos in the Dragon Ball world is quite high. Although the Dragon Ball world also has national governments. But in many places, the national government is completely unable to control it and has no ability to control it. Jiang Hao and Wukong encountered many beasts on their way to find the Dragon Ball. Jiang Hao never shows mercy to animals. Jiang Hao didn't like Mo at all. As a result, these 3 Mo came to rob him without thinking about life and death, and even threatened him with a gun. They even thought about it. Jiang Hao is not a temperless person. Is it cruel to do so? Jiang Hao doesn't think it's cruel at all, because when these guys are *****D, robbed, threatened, and killed others, they never considered whether it was cruel or not. The next day, officers from the Manhattan Police Department received a report that a murder had occurred in an abandoned factory. The reporter said that when he happened to pass by the abandoned factory last night, he heard a very shrill scream coming from inside. There were 3 screams in total, each lasting 5 or 6 minutes. At that time, he didn't dare to check the situation. It wasn't until the next day that he couldn't bear it because of his curiosity and ran to check the situation. Then I saw 3 roasted inks. Has the identity information of these 3 guys been confirmed? Sergeant Most of the Manhattan Police Department asked with a headache. Still comparing to the DNA system, sir. Okay, you go down. After saying that, Most looked at Chris, who was squatting in front of the 3 Mo corpses, and said, "Chris, what are you looking at?" Most and Chris are friends. Chris came to him for help because of the bioterrorist attack on the Glenn's Medical Research Institute last night. Chris now works for an organization called the Bioterrorism Defense and Assessment Alliance, specializing in incidents related to bioterrorism attacks. He is expert in this aspect. In addition, the biochemical terrorist attack took place in Manhattan, and he happened to be in charge of this case. So the two decided to cooperate to find out who put the virus in the Glenn's Medical Research Institute. As a result, we just started chatting. I received a message from my subordinates that someone called the police. Then they came over. Chris did not immediately respond to Mostert. Most walked up to Chris, covered his nose with a handkerchief, and then squatted down. He was afraid that he would smell the roasted corpse. He is not Chris. He has seen too many scenes more disgusting than this, and he has long been accustomed to this kind of situation. What's wrong? You look so carefully. Do you know these 3 guys? Most jokingly patted Chris on the shoulder. Chris shook his head. I don't know them. Most was about to get up. But I've seen them. 630. What? Most squatted back down when he was about to stand up. When did you see them? Most asked. Regardless of whether the identities of these 3 people are ordinary or not. None of this matters now. What matters is the way they died, which is too inhumane. Before they came, reporters had already arrived here ahead of them and took photos. You don't need to think about it to know that once such an inhumane way of death is reported in the newspaper, their police department will also be under a lot of pressure. It would be good to solve the case as soon as possible. Originally, he had to confirm the identities of the 3 people before he could start solving the case. I didn't expect Chris to have seen them. Since he said he had seen them before, it must not have been a long time ago. Sure enough, Chris's words confirmed his guess. Just last night, Chris said, "Jiang Hao, thank you so much. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to grow taller. You don't know how uncomfortable I feel when I see that Yukon guy growing taller. but I haven't grown taller yet. This time, thank you so much. Clint was so excited that he almost cried. Okay, control your emotions. I don't want to see heavy rain. Besides, why are you so polite to me? Wukong and I are friends, but not you. No matter what, I still thank you very much, but I have nothing to thank you for. Anyway, if you need someone to run errands for anything in the future, you can come to me. Okay, since you said that, I'm definitely not polite. The Dragon Balls should be usable now, right? Okay, the 4 planets are in Wukong's hands now. I don't know about the other Dragon Balls. No one is looking for them. Clint said, then please help me find all the other Dragon Balls. I need to use the dragon to make a wish because of one thing. No problem. Don't worry. Just leave this matter to me. But I may need a Dragon Ball radar. Wukong was looking for Bulma before, but he accidentally lost it. Wukong on the side heard Clint's words and scratched his head in embarrassment. Wukong, since the 4 stars are at your place, I may want to borrow them for use when the time comes. It's okay. Jiang Hao, you can use it anytime. I'll just go get it back when the time comes. Naturally, Wukong didn't care. If Jiang Hao wants to use the 4 stars, he will definitely borrow them. I just took the 4 stars with me and gave them to you directly. With that said, Sun Wukong took out the 4 stars and handed them to Jiang Hao. Before Sun Wufan was born, Sun Wukong's 4 planets were carried directly with him. Later, when Sun Wuhan was born, he gave the 4 stars as a gift to his son Sun Wuhan. Jiang Hao is naturally not polite to Sun Wukong and took the Dragon Ball directly. Clint, let's go with you when we look for the Dragon Ball. Tianjin fans said at this time. Jiang Hao helped Dumpling, so it was impossible for him and Dumpling to do nothing. Okay, Clint did not refuse. He knows what Tianjin fan is thinking. Jiang Hao helped the Dumplings so much, they couldn't do nothing. And finding someone to accompany Long Zhu is not boring at all. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. Then I'll leave it to you, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Clint and Tianjin fan naturally smiled and waved their hands and said no, because they all know that with Jiang Hao's strength, they don't need their help to find the dragon beads at all. It would be faster if he found it himself. He left it to them to do. In fact, I wanted to give them a chance to thank him so that they would feel better. In the eyes of Clint and others, Jiang Hao is not only a gentle person in speech, but also a very gentle and gentle person in terms of personality and behavior. Jiang Hao. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone looked at the speaker. This person is none other than Lan Chi with purple hair. Lan Chi is very gentle, but in Gixianwu, even Gixian Ren would not dare to provoke Lan Chi. The reason is very simple. Lan Chi has a dual personality. The purple-haired Lan Chi is very gentle. If you marry her home, the blue-haired Lan Chi will definitely be the most virtuous wife. But Lan Chi with yellow hair is different. Unlike the gentle purple-haired Lan Chi, the yellow-haired Lan Chi is Lan Chi's other personality. He has a very explosive personality and is very dirty-mouthed. The most important thing is that she is also very violent in her actions. She will shoot her with a gun whenever she disagrees. That is to say, Goku, Kim Sinin, Krillin, and others who live with her are not ordinary people. It would be an ordinary person living with Lan Chi. As soon as the yellow-haired Lan Chi comes out, people will die. And because of the blue-haired Lan Chi, they couldn't do anything to the yellow-haired Lan Chi. Every time the yellow-haired Lan Chi comes out, the Turtle Fairy House must be in a state of uproar. No one expected that Lan Chi would speak at this time. Lan Chi, just tell me if you have anything to do. You're welcome to me, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Blue-haired Lan Chi is a very gentle girl who doesn't talk much. Because of Wukong and Gixian Ren, Lan Chi and Jiang Hao naturally knew each other. But the two barely spoke. To say that it is familiar, it is actually not that familiar. Well, if you can solve the problem of Clint and the dumpling not growing tall, then I wonder if you can solve the problem of my other personality. After hearing Lan Chi's words, Jiang Hao was not surprised. Because Lan Chi spoke at this time, besides this reason, Jiang Hao couldn't think of any other reasons. And everyone was obviously surprised. Lan Chi, I'm sorry, the yellow hair me has caused everyone a lot of trouble in the past, but no one blamed me. In fact, I knew what the yellow-haired Lan Shi did, but I couldn't control myself in that situation. This has caused a lot of trouble to everyone. So I think, if possible, I hope that the yellow-haired me will not appear again. Lan Shi. Everyone was surprised when they heard Lan Shi's words. Obviously, he didn't expect her to say that. Lan Shi, do you really want to do this? You have no fighting ability, but with yellow hair, your fighting ability is not weak. If you encounter any danger in the future, your yellow hair personality can still protect yourself. Jiang Hao spoke up, wrote. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely be worried if someone with a dangerous personality like Lan Shi was around. But the problem is that in doing it, no one is an ordinary person. Except for one bull demon king. Everyone else has more than 100 fighting power. A combat power of more than 100 is nothing compared to those powerful races in the universe. But on Earth, it is perfectly fine to be king. Even Tianjin rice and dumplings were added later. The combat effectiveness of the two of them had already exceeded 100 under the guidance of Turtle Immortal. Although Kim Senin has long stopped pursuing combat prowess. But he also drank Jiang Hao's super holy water once. After practicing in the temple, his combat power had already exceeded 1,000. The improvement in combat power also gave him a better understanding of cultivation. Teaching people to practice, the progress will naturally be faster. Under his guidance, the combat effectiveness of dumplings and Tianjin rice has already exceeded 100. So it doesn't really matter to them whether Lan Shi has a yellow-haired personality or not, because they are not ordinary people. Even if Lan Shi turns into yellow-haired Lan Shi, she can't hurt them. No need. Lan Shi shook her head. With yellow hair, I can hurt everyone too easily. I still hope she won't appear again in the future. Besides, I have already planned to practice with Mr. Wu Tian. Mr. Wu Tian, will you teach me how to practice? Turtle Immortal saw Lan Shi, who suddenly turned around and asked him a question. I was stunned for a moment. Then he said helplessly, if Lan Shi, you are really willing to practice, I will teach you how to practice Qi. But cultivating Qi is not a simple matter. It will be very painful. It's okay, I can suffer. Hearing Lan Shi's words, what else can Immortal Gue say? Can only nod. Well, as long as you are willing, I will definitely be willing to teach you how to practice. Then I will trouble Mr. Wu Tian from now on. What can the Turtle Immortal say? The grabber has short hands, and the cannibal has a soft mouth. I have been eating the food cooked by Lan Shi for several years. Can he say no? Now that you have decided, I will definitely help you. Then I'll trouble you, Jiang Hao. Lan Shi looked at Jiang Hao and said gratefully with a smile on her face. Well, then come here, I have to check your body first. When Lan Shi heard this, she was going to lie down on the experimental bench. Jiang Hao stopped her. You don't have to lie down there. You are in a different situation than Clin and Dumpling. You stand here, and I'll take a few of your hair. 270-inch. Jiang Hao first took some of Lan Shi's hair. I studied her genes and found that there was nothing wrong with them. Lan Shi, I may need you with yellow hair to come out next. I hope you don't mind. Of course I don't mind, but I'm not very good with yellow hair. I might lose control of myself later and say some ugly words. Banky said shyly. It's okay, you won't be able to speak later. Don't worry, I'll just take some of your yellow hair, and then I'll help you change it back. Then trouble you. Lan Shi nodded. If Jiang Hao is asked to help, she will naturally cooperate with Jiang Hao throughout the process. Later, Jiang Hao managed to make Lan Shi sneeze. The blue-haired Lan Shi suddenly turned into a yellow-haired Lan Shi. Jiang Hao, who watched this scene, was still very curious. It's not that he hasn't seen people with multiple personalities, but when his personality changes, the person also changes. This is the first time he has seen it. As soon as the yellow-haired Lan Shi came over, she was ready to speak dirty words, but Jiang Hao directly stopped her from saying anything. Then, everyone saw a scene that surprised them. The yellow-haired Lan Shi was surprisingly quiet. In fact, she couldn't move at all at the moment. The yellow-haired Lan Shi's fighting ability is not low. Without any weapons, her combat effectiveness is above 10. This is already great. After all, even if some ordinary people hold guns in their hands, their combat effectiveness is only 6 or 7. Take off a hair of the yellow-haired Lanchi. Jiang Hao started to compare. What surprised Jiang Hao was that although they were both Lanchi, their genes had a slight difference. It's very small, but even the slightest difference is enough to prove that these two genes are not the same person. This is surprising. The more he studied, the more surprised Jiang Hao became. Finally, Jiang Hao came to the conclusion that Lanchi might have been two people from the beginning. The so-called second personality is what she considers to be a split personality, but the two of them are essentially two people. This reminded Jiang Hao of a piece of news he had seen before traveling through time. A man has been married to his wife for more than 10 years. As his son grew older, he felt more and more that his son was not like him, and he suspected that he was being cheated on. So he took his son to the hospital for a DNA test, and the result was that his son was not his biological son. This makes the man so angry that he wants to divorce his wife. But the wife quit because she had never had a relationship with anyone other than her husband. The child could only be her husband's, not anyone else's. After all, she didn't have an affair. Therefore, she refused to agree to the divorce no matter what, and even went to the hospital to make trouble. Finally, after several retests, a result was obtained. The child was indeed the man's biological son, but he was not. It turned out that when the man was still an embryo, he swallowed his twin brother, and his twin brother became his second brother. So, such a scene appeared. The things still belong to him, but the genes are not his, but those of the twin brother who was devoured by him when they were still embryos. When Jiang Hao saw the news, he was stunned. He sighed and said that the world is so big and full of wonders. Lanchi's situation is definitely not exactly the same as that of that man, but there are some similarities. Lanchi is not from Earth, this is for sure. You can tell by looking at the genes. Then the problem with Lanchi should be related to her own genes. In the Dragon Ball world, there are many strange races. Not surprisingly, Miyuki is one of them. Lanchi's situation also reminded Jiang Hao of an anime. That is The Adventures of Jackie Chan. In the animation The Adventures of Jackie Chan, there are 12 magic spells. Among them is a tiger charm that represents absolute balance. People can be divided into good and evil people. Lanchi's current situation is like good and evil thoughts that were forcibly fused together, but not completely integrated. Of course, in essence, the two thoughts are actually either good or evil thoughts, but two different personalities. As for why the two can influence each other, it's because their situation is so special that they share the same brain. So the blue-haired Lanchi has the memory of the yellow-haired Lanchi. And every time the blue-haired Lanchi is in danger, the yellow-haired Lanchi will forcefully come out. Because although they are different people, they share a life. Lanchi with blue hair died, and Lanchi with yellow hair could not survive either. Once the situation is clarified, it becomes easier to solve the problem. Jiang Hao has two solutions. The first one is like a tiger charm, splitting two people into two people. It seems difficult to complete, but it is actually not difficult. Just make a physical body for the yellow-haired Lanchi. This is not difficult for Jiang Hao. The second one is simple. That is to kill the yellow-haired Lanchi directly from the spiritual realm. In this way, the yellow-haired Lanchi will not appear again. However, Jiang Hao decided to leave this decision to Lanchi herself. After turning Lanchi back to her blue hair, Jiang Hao told her situation in detail, then let Lanchi choose. Everyone was surprised when they heard Jiang Hao's explanation. I didn't expect that Lanchi would be in such a situation. They had always thought that Lanchi was really schizophrenic. It turns out not to be. After Lanchi hesitated for a while, she made a decision. He chose the first option. Jiang Hao was not surprised that Lanchi would choose the first option. After all, blue-haired Lanchi is gentle and kind. Jiang Hao had not expected that she would make such a choice. However, Jiang Hao is a man, so it is inconvenient for her to do this. So Jiang Hao called Bulma back directly. Jiang Hao plans to leave this matter to Bulma. Bulma is a genius scientific research girl in the Dragon Ball world. His level is not inferior to that of Dr. Gero, who created artificial humans. In the original work, the spaceship that Raditz and Vegeta took when they came to Earth broke down. At this time, it was Bulma who took action 3 times, 5 divided by 2, and not only repaired the spacecraft, but also figured out the principle. In addition, Bulma also created a time machine. This thing is very buggy in the Dragon Ball world, because it can not only travel through time, but also travel through the universe. There are a total of 12 main universes in the Dragon Ball world. Apart from the main universe, each of the 12 universes has countless parallel universes. The time machine that Boomer studied is not so much traveling through time as it is traveling through parallel worlds. In addition, it is the research of Longzhu radar. Bulma made a Dragon Ball radar that can sense Dragon Balls without seeing them. I have to say that calling Bulma a genius girl obviously did her wrong. Therefore, it is best to leave Lan Chi's affairs to Bulma. How to do it, Jiang Hao has already thought about it. Bulma just needs to do what Jiang Hao said. Boomer's efficiency cannot be compared to Jiang Hao. But after 2 busy hours, the purpose is still achieved. When Lan Chi came out again, there were 2 Lan Chis. There is a blue-haired Lan Chi and a yellow-haired Lan Chi. The blue-haired Lan Chi still looks so gentle, but it is obvious that there are some changes in Lan Chi. And the yellow-haired Lan Chi is not as irritable as before. He just looked at everyone with a complicated expression, especially when his eyes fell on Jiang Hao. It was extremely complicated. Okay, don't stand here anymore. I've already prepared the food. Let's eat first. I have something else to say after I finish eating. But you two are both Lan Chi, so it's not easy to call them that. Otherwise, one of you will be called Lan Chi and the other will be called Huang Chi from now on. One has blue hair and the other has yellow hair. Neither Lan Chi objected. The reason why the 2 Lan Chi are like this is because Jiang hadn't let Bulma classify them completely according to good and evil. Instead, both sides gave some emphasis. For example, blue hair has more goodness and less evil. The evil nature of yellow hair occupies more, but the good nature also exists, and it is not particularly rare. Memory is not a physical object, so it is not impossible to make a copy directly. This is also why the yellow-haired Lan Chi, no, she should be called Huang Chi now, has changed so much. Everyone was very surprised when they saw 2 completely different Lan Chi appear. Although they had expected it, everyone was still surprised when the situation actually appeared in front of them. At first, everyone was a little worried that the yellow-haired Lan Chi would go crazy. Even if the yellow-haired Lan Chi gets angry, she is still the weakest one. But no one can attack Lan Chi. As a result, the expected violent scene did not appear. Huang Chi ate quietly from beginning to end. The blue-haired Lan Chi also talked more and occasionally made jokes with everyone. The huge changes surprised everyone. Of course, such changes are good, and everyone is naturally willing to see them. Later, Jiang Hao said that he planned to leave the Earth after a while because of his travels. It may take a year or 2 to visit, so I would like to ask if anyone is interested in following along. Think of it as tourism. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone present was moved. After staying on the Earth for a long time, it seems like a good thing to go to the universe outside the Earth. It should be very interesting. Goku was the first to respond. On Earth, he has no opponent for a long time. The only opponent is Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao leaves, he will not be able to find a sparring partner. And after Jiang Hao said about planet Vegeta before, he was quite interested in that universe Emperor Frieza. If possible, he hopes to fight that Frieza. In addition, just to see other races in the universe, I think this trip will definitely not be bad. Chi-Chi is also very interested in leaving the Earth and traveling in the universe. So there is no objection to Sun Wukong's words. Clin was the second to ask, although he hasn't visited enough of the Earth yet. But if there is an opportunity to go for a walk in the universe, he will not miss such an opportunity. Even Turtle Immortal was also tempted. Although he has lived for hundreds of years, he has been on Earth for these years. He has never seen places outside the Earth. After Kamizarin also expressed his stance, Tianjin rice and dumplings naturally expressed their intention to go with them. Naturally, they would not miss the opportunity to see what the universe beyond the Earth is like. Even Chi-Chi's father, the Bull Demon King, said that he would go out with him to have a look. Lan Chi and Huang Chi naturally chose to be together in the end. After all, everyone has gone, so naturally Lan Qi will follow. And Huang Qi also has feelings for everyone because of Lan Qi. After everyone said they want to go, she naturally want to go with them. Everyone goes to see the king. Jiang Hao is naturally happy. There's so many people and so much excitement, so the journey will definitely not be boring. This time, when leaving Earth, Jiang Hao planned to drive a battleship directly. As for where the battleship came from, it was naturally obtained from the pavilion. Of the warships captured from Taotai, Jiang Hao gave most of them to Liang Bing and gave some to Daxia, and he also kept some for himself. Of the 4 super large battleships, Jiang Hao kept 2 for himself. 2 ships of cold ice. And now these 2 battleships are stored in Jiang Hao's savings bracelet, because it has been repaired by Jiang Hao using Xinyan before. Therefore, the battleship can be used directly as soon as it is released. It goes without saying that the huge battleship, which is almost 3,000 meters long, is huge in space. There are only 11 of them in total. It's enough to multiply it 1,000 times, not to mention there are only a few people like them. The reason why he chose to use a battleship instead of a spaceship was because Tao Ye's battleship had a wormhole jumping device. Can perform ultra-long-distance wormhole jumps. In addition to greatly saving time, it is because the battleship is large enough. Larger means more things can be stored. It also means that Jiang Hao can better transform it. Retrofitting is definitely going to happen. The weapon system on the spacecraft is of no use, so Jiang Hao plans to dismantle the bow entirely. The defense system can stay. Anyway, with Xinyan, it is easy for Jiang Hao to modify the spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Turtle Fairy Island. Kellen and Tianjin fan-handed over the Dragon Ball they found to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took out the 4 planets that Wukong gave him before. Put the 7 Dragon Balls together. As soon as the 7 Dragon Balls are put together, they emit light together. After a breath, the light soared into the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds. In just a moment, the originally clear sky turned into a gray sky full of black clouds. In a burst of golden light, the figure of Shenlong gradually became clear. The person who summoned me, tell me your wish. Shenlong stared at Jiang Hao and the others below with huge red eyes. People like Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who saw Shenlong for the first time, all looked at the huge Shenlong in the sky with shock on their faces. For the first time, they knew that there were such things as Shenlong in the world. I want to know where the Saiyan Broly is. Jiang Hao expressed his wish. Shenlong did not immediately respond to Jiang Hao, but after 2 seconds, he said, "Your wish has come true." As soon as Shenlong finished speaking, his body turned into a ball of light again, and then divided into 7 rays, shooting in different directions. But it hasn't flown very far. These light spheres are forcibly stopped. The person who did this is naturally Jiang Hao. In the original book, Sun Wukong also did this. However, he was not fast enough and could only intercept 1 Dragon Ball. And Jiang Hao directly used the power of gravity to intercept all the Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls flew down from the sky. Because the wish had just been fulfilled, the 7 Dragon Balls had turned into stones at this moment. Jiang Hao took out 4 of the planets and gave them to Wukong. He put away the remaining 6. Hold the Dragon Ball in your hand. If you want to make a wish in the future, you can just take it out. You don't have to search all over the world to find it. As for Jiang Hao's wish, it has naturally come true. Because Jiang Hao already had 983 more specific information about Broly's whereabouts in his mind. When Jiang Hao made a wish, he specifically mentioned the Saiyan Broly. He was on guard against the fact that there was a second person named Broly in this universe. If it is Saiyan Broly, then the only Broly he is looking for is left. The information given by Shenlong is that Broly is now on Vampa Planet. This also confirmed Jiang Hao that the universe he was in was the main Dragon Ball universe, rather than a parallel universe. Of course, because Jiang Hao's wish is to know where the Broly people are. Shenlong not only told him that the Broly people were on Vampa. At the same time, the address of Wampa Star was also given to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's first stop was naturally determined to be Wampa Star. After the wish is over, everyone began to board the battleship, preparing to embark on this journey to the universe. What should be prepared and tidied up? They have already prepared and tidied up. In order to make it easier for everyone to carry things, Jiang Hao specially gave each of them a storage bracelet. The space is definitely not comparable to that of Jiang Hao, but it is also more than 10 times larger than the normal universal capsule space. Don't say it's just used to hold clothes, daily necessities, and so on. Even if you install a very large villa, it is completely enough. When everyone got on the battleship, Jiang Hao controlled the battleship and began to perform a space jump, leaving the solar system in an instant. At the same time, on a planet called Navanro, boom, 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 in a violent explosion, a high mountain was blown up. A bald man, almost 2 meters tall, walked out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. In the sky, a man with hair that was almost flat to his heels fell down. "Raditz, why did you come to my place? Is your place cleaned up?" Nappa said, looking at Raditz, who was falling. "It has been solved a long time ago. His Highness the Prince asked me to tell you to move quickly. But it is just a bunch of fish, and it still takes so much time." Nappa looked at Raditz, who was holding his hands, somewhat unhappy. His current combat strength is more than 3,000, and Raditz's combat effectiveness is only in the early 1,000. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill Raditz. But who knows that this guy Raditz is here to pass on Vegeta's orders? Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, although planet Vegeta is gone, there are only 2 of them, and Vegeta left among the Saiyans, a total of 3 people. But as the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta is the most talented among the 3 of them. Raditz's combat power is now in his early 1,000s, making him the weakest among them. The second is him, with a combat power of more than 3,000, which is still a few hundred short of 4,000. However, Vegeta's combat power has already broken through 10,000, reaching a terrifying 14,000 combat power. This kind of combat power was beyond the reach of the former King Vegeta. Moreover, the current Vegeta is only in his 20s, and he still has a lot of room for improvement. And Vegeta's character is also very cold-blooded and cruel, like King Vegeta. In front of Vegeta, the 2 dare not speak too loudly on weekdays. As for Raditz being faster than him, that's because Raditz was dealing with an opponent who couldn't even be considered AB*****************. Of course it's faster. The 2 of them used Wukong technique and high-speed movement and flew quickly in one direction. Soon, they came to a plain on the top of a mountain. Here, Vegeta has been waiting for a long time. Vegeta is the shortest of the 3, only about 1.75 meters tall, and he looks very thin, compared to Nappa and Raditz, who look like villains at first glance. Although Vegeta doesn't look like a good person, he at least looks better than Nappa and Raditz. "Your Highness the Prince. *2. You 2 are moving a little too slowly." Vegeta glanced at the 2 of them and said. When the 2 of them heard this, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Your Highness, there are only 2 of us after all. There's nothing we can do if we go slower." Raditz said, "Umph." Vegeta snorted coldly. "If we weren't Saiyans and there were only 2 of you left, you are useless and unworthy of being by my side. I would have killed you long ago." When Raditz and Nappa heard this, they immediately lowered their heads, and they didn't dare to refute Vegeta's words at all. On planet Vegeta, if you don't have a combat power of more than 8,000, you are not considered a high-level warrior. As the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, if planet Vegeta is still around, those who follow him must at least be high-level warriors. They who have more than 3,000 combat power and more than 1,000 combat power are indeed not qualified to follow Vegeta. It's normal for Vegeta to call them trash. As for killing them, based on their understanding of Vegeta, this was no joke. They are very lucky that they are the only Saiyans in the universe now. They are compatriots with Vegeta, after all. If Vegeta really kills them, then there really will be no other Saiyans in this universe. "Raditz, Your Highness," he heard Vegeta call him. Raditz said in panic, "I remember that you seem to have a younger brother who seemed to be sent to a planet called Earth, right? Yes. Yes, before planet Vegeta was destroyed, my parents sent him to a planet called Earth. But my younger brother is a loser. His combat power was only 2 when he was born. He is simply a disgrace to the Saiyans. The combat power at birth is only 2. That's really the same waste as you. Being called useless by Vegeta, Reitais didn't dare to refute even 10 points. But even if the combat power is only 2 as a Saiyan, as long as you grow up, it is not difficult to have 1,000 combat power. Then let's go to Earth as our next stop. We have too few people. Although your brother is a waste, he can at least be used to clean up those ants. When he joins us, you can take him with you to do the same work as you. Yes, Your Highness, but the Earth is not close to us. It will probably take more than a year to get there. I know. Naba, contact Frisia's Legion and ask them to send someone to take over this planet. Tell them that we have captured this planet. Okay, Your Highness. After Vegeta's words fell, Nappa began to contact the people from Frisia's Legion. 4 hours later, a large spacecraft landed on the planet Navarro. An astronaut with purple skin and 2 black sharp horns on his head stepped off the spacecraft. Seeing the person coming, Vegeta frowned and was very unhappy. Raditz and Nappa, on the other hand, had expressions of fear on their faces. Oh, our Saiyan Prince is really powerful. He conquered another planet so quickly, but actually took 3 days to capture such a planet. Your combat power of more than 10,000 seems to have a lot of water, the visitor said arrogantly. He didn't care at all about Vegeta's livid face. But Vegeta remained silent after all. Jiang had a look of disdain on her face. I heard that in the universe, there's a species called a dog. Anyone standing in front of it will bark twice. Why, Vegeta, you're not even as good as a dog. You don't dare to speak in front of me. Tell me. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly. A pair of eyes were staring at Jiang, but he still did nothing, because the gap is too big. The purple spaceman who came was none other than Jinnu, the captain of Frisia's Jinnu special team. Jiang is Frisia's strongest warrior, with a combat power of up to 120,000, more than 10 times taller than Vegeta. Vegeta was no match for him. He once took action against Jiang because of his rude remarks. As a result, he was beaten half to death by Jiang. If Frisia hadn't wanted them to die, he would have died in Ji's hands. This was a shame that Vegeta would remember for the rest of his life. He had been thinking about increasing his combat effectiveness and then seeking revenge against Jiang. But since the combat power exceeded 10,000, the rate of increase has slowed down. Based on his current progress, it will take at least 40 to 50 years to reach a combat strength of 100,000. This also made Vegeta very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do, because no matter what he tried, his combat effectiveness just couldn't be improved. Although his current combat power of 14,000 is more powerful than his father, King Vegeta, once, it is actually not bad at all. But he was still not satisfied. He also wants to become stronger. Jiang, why are you here? Vegeta said, while trying to control his anger. I thought you really wouldn't say a word. Vegeta, how did you become like this? I remember that you were obviously arrogant before, but now you... How did you become like this? I don't even know you. Vegeta had a gloomy face and didn't speak. If you keep such a gloomy face, even if Lord Frisia blames you, believe me, I will definitely kill you. Hearing this, Vegeta froze for a moment. The anger in my heart was infinitely high, but he took a breath anyway. It made my face look a lot better. But at this moment, the anger in his heart has reached 0 point. But Vegeta knows what tolerance is. Not only does he want revenge against Jiang, but he also wants revenge against Frisia, because he knew that planet Vegeta did not suddenly explode and destroy itself. It was destroyed by Frisia. It can be said that the Saiyan clan basically died at the hands of Frisia, including his father. Although Saiyans don't pay special attention to family ties, there are exceptions. At least Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, was very nice to him, and has always regarded him as the hope of Star Vegeta. So Vegeta actually cares about his father, King Vegeta. Frisia killed his father, and as a son, he naturally wanted revenge. But his current fighting ability is not enough to take revenge on Frieza. Not to mention Frieza, even Jiang, he is still far behind others. So no matter how angry or unhappy he was, Vegeta still endured it. This is right. Seeing Vegeta's expression recover, a smug smile appeared on Jiang's face. Of course, he knew that Vegeta wanted to kill him now. He probably felt like a volcano erupting in his heart, and he was so angry. But he didn't care, because what he wants is for Vegeta to be angry, but unable to do anything about him. This will make him feel good. After all, he had long been unhappy with Vegeta. A guy with little fighting ability is still so arrogant. Who does he think he is? Let's go. King Frieza wants to see you and has some things to arrange for you to do. After saying that, Jiang turned around and walked towards the spaceship in a swaggering manner. With that arrogant look, he didn't care at all about Vegeta sneaking up on him at this moment. Looking at Jiang with her back turned to him, to be honest, for a moment, Vegeta almost couldn't control himself and took action. But he knew very well that even if he attacked Jiang secretly, he would not be able to kill her, because Jiang beat him too much. The difference in combat power between the two is too large. Even if he sneaks up on Jiang, the most he can do is hurt him. It is impossible to kill Jiang. Moreover, he was certain that Jiang walked away with her back to him on purpose. That guy probably wants him to sneak attack him now. Fists clenched and loosened, clenched and loosened. Vegeta didn't take action in the end. Nappa and Raditz' expressions were not very good either. After all, Vegeta is also the prince of the Saiyans and their massacre. Vegeta was so insulted by Jiang. As the younger brothers, how can they look good? But if they can't beat them, even if they urinate on their heads, they can only endure it. Half a day later, following Jiang, they came to the Space Emperor super spacecraft where Frieza was. This is a very huge super spaceship. The entire spacecraft is disc-shaped and has a diameter of almost 10,000 meters. Rather than saying it is a super spaceship, it is better to say it is a space fortress. There are almost 2 million people living on this spaceship. These people are all members of Frieza's Legion. They're all Frieza's men. If you want to enter this spaceship, even if you are just doing odd jobs, you must have at least 100 combat capabilities. If you don't even have a combat power of more than 100, you're not qualified to do odd jobs here. There are also many with high-end combat capabilities. There are thousands of those with a fighting strength of 4 to 5,000. There are relatively few with a combat power of tens of thousands, because the combat strength is tens of thousands, which is a critical point. Not everyone can break this critical point and reach 10,000 combat effectiveness. With a combat power of more than 10,000, looking at the entire universe, he is already ranked among the top masters. As long as they don't meet Frieza or the likes of the Kinyu Special Forces, they will basically go sideways. Captain Jiang, Captain Jiang, Captain Jiang. Along the way, everyone from the universe who saw Jiang had a respectful attitude and shouted in an adoring tone. You can't do it loudly, but if you shout softly, Captain Jiang will think you look down on him. That can kill people. Under Frieza, Jiang is the strongest. In the entire Frieza Legion, Jiang can be said to be the leader of one person and the righteousness of 10,000 people. Except for Vegeta, Frieza named him alive. If anyone else offends Jiang, Jiang will kill them without mercy. And even if Frieza found out, he wouldn't say anything. As for Vegeta behind Kinyu, no one greeted him. Although Vegeta's fighting power of 14,000 is something that almost all of them need to look up to. But everyone knows that Captain Jute doesn't like Vegeta. If King Frieza hadn't stopped Captain Kitty from killing Vegeta, Vegeta would have died long ago. Take Vegeta and 3 people. Jiang quickly arrived at the center of the spacecraft. The center of the spaceship is where Frieza's Imperial Palace is located. The closer you get to Frieza's palace, the smaller the space becomes. When you get to the back, you can hardly see anyone. Here, there are no guards, because everyone knows King Frieza, Tuan is the most powerful one in this ship. No one would be stupid enough to assassinate Frieza, unless he's out of his mind. King Frieza, Sajeda has brought us. In the center of the hall, there is a suspended seat. Sitting there was a figure about 1 meter tall. When Jiang Hao spoke, the suspended seat also turned around, revealed the true face of this figure. There are 2 black pointed horns on the head, and a huge gem-like crystal is directly above the forehead. The face, hands, and feet are mainly purple. It has a tail, and the tail and thighs are flesh red, as if there is no skin protection and exposed red muscles. Just by looking at it, you would think that he is a child who has not grown up. In fact, he was the scariest one on this spaceship, because he is the emperor of the universe, Frieza. When he saw Frieza sitting on the floating chair, Vegeta immediately lowered his head, eyes full of fear. If there is anyone, even Vegeta is afraid of it. Then Frieza is definitely one of them. As for Nappa and Raditz, it's not much better. The fear on his face was visible to the naked eye. The body even trembled a little because of fear. As soon as the 2 came in, they lowered their heads directly, not daring to look at Frieza. Saiyans are warlike, but fear of death is a common problem for any creature. Ask for flowers. Even Frieza is the same. Because he was killed by Sun Wukong and was full of ugliness, he resented Sun Wukong so much after his resurrection, and even Sun Wukong once became his psychological shadow. Vegeta, King Frieza. He heard Frieza call him. Vegeta responded quickly with a cold sweat. Why? Are you afraid of me? Looking at Vegeta's face full of fear, Frieza suddenly grinned. With his smile, an evil aura spread instantly. Anyone who sees Frieza's expression at this moment would find it difficult to associate him with a good person. No, huh? Vegeta looked at the fearful one. Frieza smiled contemptuously. Frieza is actually very afraid of the existence of Super Saiyans. This is why he wanted to destroy planet Vegeta. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he did destroy planet Vegeta because of fear in his heart. As for the god of destruction, Beerus asked him to destroy planet Vegeta or something. If he just destroyed planet Vegeta and wasn't afraid of Super Saiyans, he wouldn't need to call all the Saiyans back. Star Vegeta, but just destroy it directly. After all, I'm still afraid. But Frieza is also a very proud and face-saving person. At this point, Frieza and Vegeta are actually somewhat similar. Perhaps it was because of his little self-esteem, and he wanted to prove that he was not afraid of the Saiyans. It was planet Vegeta that was destroyed because it was necessary to fulfill the order of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He deliberately stayed with Vegeta and the few Saiyans who were lucky enough to survive. When she knew that Genie was unhappy with Vegeta, worried that Genie will kill Vegeta and the others, he also specifically told Jiang Hao that he could teach Vegeta a lesson, but he could not kill them. As long as Vegeta lives, it means that he is not afraid of the so-called Super Saiyan legend, because Vegeta and the others are Saiyans. If he was afraid, why didn't he kill Vegeta and the others together? It can be said that Frieza is already a bit of a demon in this regard. Of course, keeping Vegeta does not mean that Frieza likes Vegeta and the others. In fact, he doesn't like Vegeta either, because Vegeta is too arrogant. But he likes Vegeta's arrogant character because it makes him feel better when he insults him. It's like he defeated some Super Saiyan. After all, didn't you say you're very powerful as a Super Saiyan? Why are you acting like a dog in front of me, Frieza? And seeing Vegeta's fear of him made Frieza very happy. It's like drinking a pot of iced sweet syrup in summer. It's indescribably refreshing. I called you here this time because I have a task for you. Jiang Hao will tell you the specific tasks. Go down. Frieza directly issued the order to evict the guests, asking Kinyu to bring Vegeta. Frieza just wanted to see Vegeta's fear of him. After seeing Vegeta's fear of himself, Frieza was immediately relieved. After enjoying himself, he didn't want to see Frieza anymore. After all, he doesn't like the Tanya people very much. Vegeta was naturally unhappy, but in front of Frieza, he dared not express any dissatisfaction, because he can't die yet.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.